Hello? Hi, everyone. Can I start asking everyone to start sitting down again? I just want to let you know that if you want a coffee or tea or anything else to eat, they're only leaving it there for another 20 minutes, so go out, get something. Otherwise, it's going to be gone in 20 minutes, and start taking your seats so we can get started on the afternoon. Thank you.
Work should be a personal choice.
We will remain peaceful but planted on Parliament Hill until the mandates are decisively ended.
Hi, everyone. Can I have everyone take a seat so we can get started for this afternoon? Thank you. Yeah.
We're gonna leave one chair, right?
Okay, please take your seat. We're already 10 minutes late. And they will kick us out of this room. Everybody that's been to the prior RCSs knows how that goes. We do, as a community, seem to be a little challenged in keeping on schedule. And we have a couple of insertions into the agenda today, so we really need to stay focused, but it is my honor and privilege now to introduce Senator Ron Johnson, a true hero that I've had the privilege of knowing. I never expected to have the opportunity to work with a sitting U.S. Senator of multiple terms, one with incredible integrity. And I'll just say one small anecdote. I had listened to the mainstream media. This was another one of those moments in COVID time. I had listened to the mainstream media, and I thought when I was called to meet the senator in his office, I was going to meet some wild-eyed right-wing crazy. And what I encountered was an upstanding, typical Midwestern businessman. And that was another one of those moments when I suddenly realized that everything that I had been told by the media was a lie. So without further ado, let me introduce the Honorable Senator Johnson.
I think this actually works best, doesn't it? I could hear better out of this microphone. Well, first of all, thank you, Robert. Thank all of you organizing this. Thank you for attending. And I mean that sincerely. I've obviously held hearings. I've given people platforms and destroyed their careers. I don't feel good about that. I feel very bad about that, but it just shows you the sign of the times. There's so much I'd like to tell this group. I'm not exactly sure how much time I've got allotted. I'm happy to answer some questions and answers, but I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical researcher, but since I got involved in this, since my eyes were opened, and my eyes were opened very quickly in 2020. when nothing that was happening made any sense to me. Nothing. Why weren't we exploring every type of molecule to see if we could treat COVID this way? Why were we sabotaging things just because Donald Trump mentioned the drug? Again, it just didn't make sense to me whatsoever. And so my eyes were open, and fortunately, I got connected to a group of very high integrity, wonderful people. People like Dr. Malone, Dr. McCulloch, Pierre Corey. I'll stop there. There's so many I should mention. What was amazing about it was how many of these individuals were people of faith. If there was one thing that really bound them all together, in addition to having their eyes opened, is they were people of faith. And very early on, what I also started hearing from each and every one of them separately is that this wasn't a normal type of political fight here. This wasn't some kind of academia squabble. We were in a fight against evil of almost biblical proportions. And I kept hearing that time and time again, and quite honestly, in the back of my mind, that's kind of what I was thinking. I don't say these things publicly, because then you're marginalized as a whack job, and that's how they do it, by the way. I would say they've done a pretty good job marginalizing me. I could give you story after story of how the media's treated me on things, ridiculed me for things. But that's not what this is about. This is about what you guys are doing now. The courage, as the Schlaps were talking about. You all have your courage that needs our gratitude for displaying it. Because you've seen what's happened to Dr. McCulloch, to Pierre Corey, to these others. They've had their careers destroyed. Now, hopefully they've found some other venues and they can take care of themselves. But it has taken courage, and it shouldn't have had to take courage. It shouldn't have at all. So what I want to kind of describe is how that all happens, why, what we need to do to combat it. And what I think is kind of interesting about this movement, I originally considered the medical freedom movement, but in fact, it's evolved into a basic freedom movement, right? One of the first doctors I did have a conversation with was Dr. Mike Eden. And to me, he's a hero. For those of you who know, I'm 30-year vice president of research for Pfizer. When I was talking to him, he's literally beside himself when he heard what his colleagues were doing. He said, Ron, I know what these guys know. We were educated. I know they're lying to us. I know they are lying to us. He said, Ron, there's a whole list of ingredients we do not put into injectables because they're toxic to the body. And in here, we're going to create a gene therapy that's going to have a body produce its own toxin. I can't remember exactly when I talked to Mike Eden, but this is early in 2020 or late in 2020 before the vaccines got rolled out. I can tell you there was no way I was ever going to get that vaccine. But why was that information suppressed? And that's the $64,000 question. I think Dr. Risch before lunch described part of the issue. It was a big cover-up. There's no doubt about it was a cover-up. I've still got 50 pages of Fauci's emails that are so heavily redacted, and HHS will not give us those pages unredacted. That must be pretty incriminating, right? So, again, it's been an enormous cover-up. This movement has evolved into a movement for freedom. And I couldn't be more happy about that, quite honestly. I often tell people I'm not the most uplifting character. I just have this, I'm grounded in reality. I convey people the truth. But the fact that more people's eyes are being awakened to what's happening to us globally, not just in the U.S., but globally. And the fact that this is evolving into a movement for freedom is extremely important. Prior to this, I talked about freedom. I ran on a platform in 2010 of freedom, not mortgaging our children's future. But the way I always describe freedom is it is the one essential ingredient. I always generally talk about America, but this is true worldwide. It is freedom that allows people to dream and aspire and build and create. It's what we must preserve. It's what we must defend. So again, I couldn't be happier that this group is mainly about defending and preserving freedom. So thank you for that. I don't want to take up too much more time. The higher value, I mean, freedom's the essential ingredient. The higher value is truth. And it's getting very difficult to discern what truth is. But as we've been talking during lunch, I mean, truth has its own power. As old Dr. Malone said, it's like a lion. It has its own power. We have to rely on that. But let me just conclude with what I would suggest all of you review is Eisenhower's farewell address. It's only 15 minutes long. And of course, it's very famous for his warning about the military-industrial complex, which, by the way, I don't think we've taken that warning nearly seriously enough. I mean, we need to question how much of what is going wrong in the world. Again, I think America, we're the good guys. I think we're good people. But I'm not saying our government has always done the right thing. But I think we really need to take a look at exactly what our military-industrial complex is pushing and what it has pushed and what has been the result of those foreign entanglements. But that was just the first warning. The second warning, actually the third warning, and let me quick hit that, was don't plunder your children's future. Well, we completely ignored that. We're $35 trillion in debt. Most countries are not as bad as the U.S. Some are worse, but we're all doing it. We need to stop. His second warning, I think, really applied to the whole COVID situation. He warned about government funding of basic science and how that would corrupt it and how it would lead to a technological and scientific elite, not really focused on science, but on getting that funding and then driving public policy. And isn't that exactly what happened during COVID? The fourth warning, didn't spend much time on it, but I think it's actually the most important one. He said we cannot allow global society to descend into a state of dreadful fear and hate. Now, when I first ran in 2010, I was worried about the fact we were mortgaging kids' future. So I'd always say that the greatest threat to our nation, Admiral Mike Mullen said this was our debt and deficit. I mean, this is what I've been focusing on. In America, that's not our greatest threat right now. And I'd say globally, this is not our greatest threat. Let's see, globally, the greatest threat is the division. I guess the hopeful sign there is we're not a naturally divided people, globally. I mean, think about it. Most people want the same things, right? The big goals in life, you want safety, you want security, you want enough opportunities so you can have some measure of prosperity, take care of yourself and your family. We share those goals. So why are we so horribly divided? It's because public figures, political groups, governments, nations are purposefully dividing us. So I would just recommend all of us try and resist that. As we pursue truth, let's recognize what I think is almost the ultimate truth. I am amazed, and I'll say this tomorrow, I'm amazed at how much knowledge mankind has acquired over the millennia. It is amazing how much we know versus what we knew 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago. But I think it's even more obvious that what we don't know vastly exceeds what we do. And I think that reality needs to drive a certain level, a large amount of humility as we try and pursue the truth. Keep that in mind. And my final comment is a dreadful state of fear and hate. The fear. That's what they're driving. Now, I don't know where you are on climate change. I think CO2 is plant food. Okay? Climate's always change, always will. We'll adapt. But they're like climate change. You can name, domino theory, communism, whatever. Now, Putin, who, by the way, is an evil war criminal. I'm not going to defend him. But, where everything is being driven by fear, the pandemic, that was the underlying reason, or that's what they used to get everybody to comply. So, as Eisenhower warned us, don't allow yourself, don't do everything we can to keep society from falling into a state of dreadful fear and hate. So, that's kind of what I've got. So much more I could tell you. I'm happy to answer questions until Lily gives me the hook. Anybody? Right here.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for that. I especially love your bit about humility, intellectual humility, the need for that. I wonder how you, as a national senator, how you fight this, how you get the evidence from all these wonderful, brilliant people, and then what do you do with that? How do you combat what's been going on?
Tell the truth. I give them what information I have, okay? But let me expand that a little bit. You know, why are there so few of us? I think what we are really battling, this may be the biggest impediment we have. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of bad actors out there. We got the elites, we got the groups, whatever. What we're really battling is the human tendency never to admit you're wrong. So start with members of Congress. I mean, they all voted for the funding of this. They don't want to ever admit that they voted for wasteful spending. So many of them, again, I was a supporter of Operation Warp Speed until I talked to Dr. Yeadon. Then I started being somewhat cautious about it, okay? But everybody wanted this pandemic to end. So, God, if there's again, I was pushing early treatment, which was, of course, sabotage, but, okay, absent that, man, if there's a vaccine, give it to us. Let's end this pandemic. This is devastating our world. So you had all these members of Congress going out there cutting videos, cute little ditties about getting vaxxed, all that type of things. So they were pushing this on their constituents. Doctors pushed it on their patients. They were paid to push it on their patients. And then, of course, people took it. I mean, nobody wants to admit that they maybe should have done a little more research, maybe sort of question, maybe listen to some other people before they decided to take this experimental gene therapy. So one of the things that's happening right now is, as obvious as I think vaccine injuries are, the COVID cartel, they're just explaining that as long COVID, right? That's going to explain everything. I mean, it drives me nuts. It's going to drive all of us nuts at how effective they're going to be at this. These are the people that they invented PsyOps. Okay, they're good at it. They're the expert at it. And they're the ones that created this monster, right? As Harvey Hirsch was talking about, it's obvious this is a man-made virus. It was obvious within months. But look at how good they've been able to cover it up. Now, I'll end on this note in terms of how good. The one agency, the CIA, who probably knows more than anybody in the world about exactly what happened here, funded USAID. They're the one U.S. government agency that's still going, well, we think it came from nature. That tells you something. Anybody else over here?
Thanks. Thank you, Senator Johnson. How many other people in Congress feel like you do and are searching for the truth? Because you seem to be the lone voice, and I can't imagine that there are not other politicians that are starting to question what's going on. And is it possible to create some kind of caucus within the congressmen to actually start demanding the truth?
So what you ought to all do is go on the internet and take a look at the subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic that was held a couple weeks ago in the Republican House. Chair is Dr. Brad Wenstrup. I mean, the only thing that was missing was brought to you by Pfizer. One of the members is Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's on the panel. She's the only one that kind of pushed back. I think somebody else was trying to ask some questions too. I'm not sure the name of that member of Congress. Marjorie Taylor Greene has held a couple non-sanctioned hearings and had Dr. Malone, had Dr. Cole and Dr. McCulloch come. Excellent hearings. There are about 5 or 6 other House members that showed up. I actually showed up. I was invited, and as I was leaving, I ran into Chairman Wenstrup. He was not happy with me. In the Senate, I've got a couple senators who do ask me questions. They were vaccine injured. They're very regretful that they took the vaccine, but they don't talk about it publicly. They don't really come to my events. Again, they've seen what's happened to me. I do have to quick tell you, because this is so kind of unbelievable. This is how they do it. And they've done a good job of marginalizing Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way, who's a very smart person, and her heart's in the right place here. But I was in the midst of the pandemic. This is as Omicron was coming forward. And this is when we've already politicized the pandemic. Democrats were wearing masks, Republicans were saying, screw this. So I was warning, because I'm talking to these doctors, and they're certainly concerned about Delta as a nastier disease than it sounded like the first one was. They were having to increase ivermectin, all that type of thing. So Omicron, who knows? And so I'm on a telephone town hall, a couple thousand constituents, and I'm telling people, take this seriously. I mean, it can still be a deadly disease, so take it seriously. Whether you're vaxxed or not, there's still things you can do. Vitamin D, vitamin C, gargle. Can reduce the viral load. Within 10 minutes of that telephone town hall, I had members of the national press calling up my comms people saying, why is Senator Johnson saying that Listerine can take the place of the vaccine? Now, I didn't say that. But all they had to do is ask the question, then of course I said that. They even went so far to go up to the governor of New Hampshire, a Republican, Governor Sununu, say, what do you think about this whack job senator who says that Listerine can replace a vaccine? And thank you, Governor Sununu. He said, well, when batshit crazy knocks on your door, slam the door in your face. Okay, so that's how they do it. That's why Dr. Malone, when he first met me, thought I was probably some kind of whack job. It happens to all of us. And I guess one of my warnings to people in this movement is do everything you can so you can't be marginalized. I mean, it's impossible not to be, but we all have some thoughts. We all have some theories. Sometimes it's best to kind of keep those theories to yourself until absolutely proven. Stick to the facts. Indisputable facts, I think, is going to work best for our movement. Sir.
I have a good friend of mine, Congressman Tom Reynolds, ex-Congressman Tom Reynolds. And what he's told me is that Big Pharma is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, contributors to our governmental officials across the board. Democrats, Republicans. There's where the influence comes, from the money. There's where they're able to proceed in the direction that they proceed. How do we stop that?
First thing I do with Big Pharma is I would stop all pharma ads. Again, and I'm a free market guy, but that is what has allowed them to capture the narrative, right? In terms of impact on individual members, I mean, I hate to say this, but they can only contribute, I think, $5,000 to maybe $10,000 a member. I mean, but what they can do is big PAC contributions to some of the leadership stuff. And that probably has a great deal of influence. I saw the influence of Big Pharma when I passed right to try in the Senate. Big Pharma didn't support it, but they said, we worked with them and said, okay, we're not going to oppose it. And then it went over to the House and they opposed it and they doctored it up so there's a partisan bill in the House and they almost killed it. So I've seen the power of Big Pharma. It has obviously no sway over me. But it's not the individual contributions to individuals. I think it's the dollar amounts and again, just the number of lobbyists. There's nothing wrong with lobbying. It's a First Amendment right to petition your government, right? You need, I think Diane would agree with me on this, there's no member of Congress, there's no staffer that understands all the complexity of how government's trying to harm businesses. So, I mean, businesses need that ability to come in and explain themselves and defend themselves. So that's very valuable. So I generally call lobbyists, you're educating us. Again, I may buy what you're selling, I may not. But it's important that they have that opportunity to do so. But I think the number one thing is we just have to stop pharmaceutical advertising, take away their capture of the media, because let's face it. I was talking to some Europeans here earlier and saying, I mean, you guys are kind of resentful of the U.S. oftentimes, right? Why did you buy this hook, line, and sinker? I mean, why weren't you a little skeptical of Pfizer and Moderna? Well, Pfizer was part of BioNTech from Germany, I suppose. But there just wasn't that kind of skepticism there should have been. And we just need a lot more skepticism. Yeah, so we're gonna have Barbara Lowe Fisher on our panel tomorrow. By the way, that panel is called Federal Health Agencies and the COVID Cartel, What Are They Hiding? And I should apologize for those of you who offered to participate and we didn't have the time for you. That's the only reason. I would have loved to have this thing run 6-7 hours, but we only have 4 hours. But your question was liability. So Barbara, this is interesting. Barbara Lowe Fisher, they actually had the ability to sue in the bill, the childhood vaccine protection, whatever that, okay. That was gutted within a year. So again, that's how they do it. They go ahead and pass this, and it's all wink, wink, nod, nod. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it through guidance. We'll take care of the regulation. We'll gut that. Just say, let's pass this because parents have a real concern here. Back then it wasn't dangerous to question vaccine safety. There was actually news stories about children being harmed. That all went away. That's how effective the COVID cartel is and how big pharma is. Sir?
Just wondering, UK PM, former PM Liz Truss commented recently that the woke indoctrination has infiltrated so many countries that even if Donald Trump gets into the White House, it won't be enough because of the indoctrination through our institutions, our universities, and our children. What are your thoughts on that?
And I said I'm not the most uplifting person. So I was asking about wokeism. Listen, it's a problem. And I say it all the time. Radical leftism has infiltrated every institution globally. And there's a problem. I mean, leftism doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. Freedom works. Free market capitalism, not perfect, but it works. No, we got a big job ahead of us. Now, again, I think right now America's circling the drain. I don't think we have much time left. We have to win the election. But then we have to keep winning them. And part of the problem with conservatives is, we win with Ronald Reagan. We go, okay, we fought him, we beat him, now we can go on with our lives. Because that's what conservatives want to do. We don't want to be involved in government. But that's not what leftists want. Leftists want government. They want power. And we just got to get more of our fellow citizens to realize, no, this is us, we the people against government. That our founders were smart enough to realize you need some government. If you don't want to live in anarchy and chaos, you need some government. But government was something more to fear than to rely on to solve our problems. I mean, government has gone so far beyond our constitutional constraints, and this happened globally. It's just, again, government ratchets only one direction, up. It keeps growing. And by the way, freedom ratchets downward in the same direction. When they take it away from you, you're not going to get it back until you hit some kind of revolution. That's why you got to defend it. Ma'am. And Lily, give me the hook when you want me to.
So I'm from North Carolina. My Senator, Ted Budd, is on the Senate Help Committee. His chief of staff was the senior director for Pfizer government relations. This is a conflict of interest. Isn't there something Congress can do to stop this type of conflict of interest besides the money?
Well, probably. Will they? Probably not. One thing when I first ran, and I still would support some reasonable term limit, but people that push term limits, that process solution, they completely soured on it. They realized nationally they couldn't get it because constitutional constraints, but they were successful on a state level, and it didn't work. And the reason it didn't work is the only connection the electorate has to the government is their elected official. If you churn those elected officials over too fast, I think Diane will definitely, staff is happy to manage their member. Give them the information on need to know. Say, they got some little side deal. Hey, you really ought to support this. And, the member's completely unaware that, they're trying to do something over here because they're going to cash out later on. So you start churning members too fast with a really onerous term limit, you've lost all connection of the electorate to government. Because let's face it, bureaucrats, they're not answerable to the public, and staff members certainly aren't. It's only those elected members. As imperfect as we are, we're your best hope. So you just have to choose wisely and get involved in the political process and elect the right people. Have you asked one? Okay,
excellent. So many of our schools got pressured by narratives from the CDC and the FDA, who are all captured by pharma. So what can we do to repeal the PDUFA Act of 1992? This allows the FDA to effectively get money directly from pharma, and they're more beholden to pharma than they are to the voter.
Interestingly enough, the only reason we got right to try passed is I held up PDUFA. Okay, I mean, because they thought, well, everybody's going to vote for this. And I said, no, I'm going to object. You're not going to put this on a rocket docket. And so that's how we got right to try. The good news in terms of what happens at local school levels is we can control that. I mean, education, by and large, is not controlled by the federal government. Now, they're taking more and more of it over with student loans, all that type of thing, in higher education. But at a local level, that's why I tell people in Wisconsin, get involved. Take the school boards back from the radical left. Again, conservatives, we don't want to be involved in government, including local. But you have to be, because the left is very involved in government, and they want to do this. So we need to be aware of that, and we've got to take, so we need conservatives running for school board, and don't let the leftists take away our freedom. Don't let them indoctrinate our children. And it's happening in Wisconsin, but it needs to be a concerted effort over years, over decades, quite honestly, to dial this back. Sir?
I'm afraid
Oops. Oh, I got to go.
No, I'm afraid of abusing the senator's time and we do have some constraints. So maybe just yours and one more question. Would that be maybe you and Frank?
Okay, I got too close here.
Hi, thanks, Senator Johnson. I'm Dave Wallace, and I worked at NIH in immunological cancer research. As of March, after a doctor and I started looking at COVID, we started looking at all the treatments that were already on the shelf. We read the press release by Anthony Fauci back in around 2008, and he described that they would have treatments as well as vaccines, as well as antivirals, and yet all of those were hidden. And this might have been repeated earlier, but right now, knowing what we know, we see no concerted effort in any forum trying to tell people about the therapeutics that are clearly there. And there are still people, not just because of COVID, for other reasons, have low vitamin D levels. And on the statistical metadata that was studied in 2006, and I do have a question, I just want to put it into context. 32% of whites are vitamin D deficient. 69% of Hispanics are vitamin D deficient. 82% of blacks are vitamin D deficient. People who live in cloistered lives as they get older run from a nominal 80%, 79 technically, all the way up to 98% vitamin D deficient for those populations. And yet we're not doing anything about vitamin D, and yet not only does vitamin D boost the innate immune system, it has a tremendous effect on our cardiovascular systems. And we see so many people in this country dying of high blood pressure and of cardiovascular disease and heart failure. And the black community, especially the black male, is having a much shorter term of life. What is it we can do to get the message out through public service announcements? And I do want to mention, I was never buffaloed on this. And I'm running for U.S. Congress in the 2nd Congressional District of Maryland. Thank you.
Good luck. So I'll dispute what you said right off the bat. There was a concerted effort not to push early treatment, not to explore drugs, but to sabotage it. That was a concerted effort. And when I talked to Francis Collins, this was late December 2020, and I'm asking, why aren't you, because I had the hearing with hydroxychloroquine and McCulloch and Pierre Corey with ivermectin. What are you doing? Oh, Senator, we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars exploring, existing molecules. Okay, well, send me the information. Never got anything. So, no, there was a concerted effort, and there is a concerted effort, and Pierre Corey will talk about this tomorrow. Generic drugs, they're profitable to no one. And, of course, that's why you rely on the large random controlled trials, is only Big Pharma can fund them. So, again, we need a big push toward nutraceuticals, towards general health, toward things like ivermectin that now they're talking about, it might even be helpful for some cancers. I mean, take a look at these marvelous molecules and how can we use them. But as long as Big Pharma has the power it has, as long as it can continue advertising, as long as it has the sway it has, that's not going to happen. So we've got to bust up the COVID cartel is what we need to do.
Let's just get it to Frank. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Robert. This is a ringer question for you. Actually, let me just start by saying one of the things that I admire so much about you is you not only speak the truth, you listen to the truth. And I can't think of another United States senator who would have spent a Sunday here besides you. And I'm prayerful that that will inform my second part of this. You have been basically sole voice in the Senate to this point on an issue that is very much on the minds of a lot of the people here. In fact, it has been a very important feature of CPAC this year, as you may know, and that is the World Health Organization, the outfit that did so much harm to us the last time around and that they now want to make even more powerful. My question to you is, you went to the Senate floor with an amendment to get your colleagues on record as saying whatever they come up with out of the WHO has to come to you for your advice and consent. Would you speak to what happened in that case and where that leaves us now? Thank you, sir.
So yeah, my amendment would have deemed that a treaty, forced it to come for ratification and 2/3 approval by the Senate. Every Democrat voted no. Every Republican voted yes, except for the sponsor of the bill, who didn't want to vote yes because it had been a poison pill. So it ended up being a completely partisan issue, which makes no sense whatsoever. But that's what we're up against here. We've turned, let's face it, they turned the pandemic into a partisan issue to get rid of Trump. They did it very effectively, and it worked, okay? And then they saw how much power they could seize with this fear. And as Lord Acton said, power corrupts absolutely, and that's what we've got to fight against. Just real quick question, quick answer.
So I see a global trend in people from our movement that go into politics. And I heard yesterday that also Eduardo Verastegio, who did the film Sound of Freedom, is running for Mexican president. Myself, I'm a doctor from Austria. I want to become a member of European Parliament, so I'm running for the elections this year. So what would be your inspiring message to the future politicians and kind of your core message to those people who really do want to make a change? Because we see with just doing interviews or writing articles, it's not enough, and that's why we step into politics.
Well, as I said, the hearings I held before my re-election pretty well destroyed the careers of none of these doctors who had the courage to do it. My reward was I got re-elected. That's supposed to be a joke, okay? I should have said my punishment was getting re-elected, okay? Telling the truth. I think the voters appreciate genuineness. Whether they agree with you or not, they at least look at you and go, well, that person's telling me what they think is true. They're not trying to snowball me, they're not trying to lie to me, they're just trying to tell me as sincerely as they can, here's the truth. And that's what we need. Again, that higher value. We need more people who are willing to research it, discern it, and then convey the truth fearlessly. And that's what this group has done. God bless all of you. Really mean that. See you tomorrow.
Okay, Shaq, where are you? I'll let her through. So right before the break, we had a very active discussion with Harvey Risch, and I was approached by a colleague of mine, Christiana Shackelford, who goes by the name of Shaq. And as a good friend of David Martin's and myself, many of you don't know her. She's another quiet person behind the scenes who does stuff. I'm going to let her introduce herself, but she had a little insight. She's promised to keep it very brief, but she wished to share it with Harvey and the senator as it relates to one of the key points that he was making.
Thank you. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Dr. Shackelford. I am not a medical doctor. I have an academic background in defense warfare and PhD in nonlinear warfare. So what am I doing here? And I had the conversation with these guys over the break. One of the things that's very, very nuanced in this discussion is national security and defense readiness. So that is a very, very interesting nexus for us. And as we tie these conversations together to national security, more importantly, our defense readiness posture, we here in the United States need to ask the question, did we mandate a toxic exposure when we mandated this injection to our entire armed forces? Let me put a pin in that, and I'm going to, for those of us that are in the United States, and I'm a veteran myself, when you get out of the service, you go to the VA. The VA right now has just, through the PAC Act, introduced this toxic exposure risk activity. Have you been exposed to Agent Orange? Have you been exposed to burn pits? Have you been exposed to whatever? The question I believe we need to start answering and asking in this audience is, have you been exposed to a toxin? And did our Defense Department mandate a toxic exposure? And so that's the nexus issue that I'm trying to say when it comes to the defense readiness posture of our future. And I think this is applicable to everybody in this room, whether, if you've got an ability to influence policy, and specifically for all of our armed forces around the world, this is critical. And oh, by the way, there's probably, I think we're very well aware of the countries that did not, quote unquote, air quotes, vaccinate. So this is important for us to introduce how we tie these conversations that we're having here to the conversations that Harvey and the rest of them have had with regard to toxicity. Those of you that have talked about toxicity and the toxin, tie that into whether or not the Defense Department mandated a toxic exposure. And law enforcement too. It goes across the board. I think the nuance is the PAC Act is unique to TERA. Toxic exposure risk activity is within the PAC Act. So as our service members transition out, they can apply for a disability compensation based on their toxicity exposure and if they've been exposed to it. To start tying these events together and then bringing that conversation up to a defense readiness posture discussion.
So what we're trying to move towards, and one of the themes of this particular session and this particular ICS, is how do we start operationalizing what we've learned? The prior ICSs have been very much about discovery of what could we do and what's been done to us. And we're now, with the movement and transition to Crisis Summit, we're starting to move towards operational planning. What are the public policy actions that can be taken? I hope that's a theme in the discussions, the roundtable that Lily and Rob have set up, the series of roundtables today. And Shaq was just giving us one example. We've heard some other great examples with the dissection of the legal underpinnings of the illegal WHO policies that are being put in place. And I think that the Canadian lawyers have taught us with some of their recent successful lawsuits, particularly in support of the truckers, who we'll hear from. We need to, they have been wickedly clever. Now we need to up our game and move beyond, oh my God, what have they done to us, and being in shock, which is kind of what's unified us, towards how are we going to move back? How are we going to fight back? What are our specific tactics and strategies that we're going to deploy in the face of this? Remembering that all of us have been subjected to the same tactics and strategies globally in a harmonized fashion. And what we can do is learn from each other about what our counter tactics can be by comparing notes, just like Shaq was sharing with some potential U.S. policy issues that could relate to a broader issue. Now, with that, our next is, it almost brings tears to my eyes. I am deeply honored by the opportunity to introduce Dr. Matthias Desmet as our next speaker.
Thank you, Robert. And I'm equally deeply honored to be introduced by you. And what you just said, like, what can we do in response to this propaganda machinery, which has been unleashed and which is by far the most impressive propaganda machinery that has ever been unleashed in the history of mankind. Well, you know, I've been talking so much about the phenomenon of mass formation and totalitarianism throughout the last few years, focusing on what happens in a population which falls prey to propaganda, and focusing on how we can understand how an entire population goes mad and buys into the most absurd beliefs you can imagine. And I'm focusing now on much more on the psychology of totalitarian leadership and on the psychology of propaganda itself. What guys do we have to do with, and in particular, what can we do? Because that's the most important thing, of course. What can we do? And I do believe that the better you understand the nature of propaganda, the more you see that counter-propaganda is not an option. If you use counter-propaganda in response to propaganda, you're actually slowly going to the same level as the people you try to fight, because you also lose touch with sincerity. You also lose touch with the ethical principles of humanity. And that's the big question we have to ask ourselves. And I was really touched by what Senator Johnson just said. It's, as far as I remember, it's the first time that I hear someone say that freedom is important, but that there is something that is even more important than freedom, and that it is truth. And I think that's really right. That's really right, because freedom, there is no absolute freedom for a human being. A human being can be free to a certain extent, but it will always be subjected, if it wants it or not, to the eternal ethical principles of humanity. If we lose touch with that, freedom is worth nothing. And these ethical principles, these principles of humanity, we can get in touch with them by speaking sincere, by speaking truthful, truth speech. And that again, I agree again with Senator Johnson when he said that it is very hard to know for a human being what truth is. What is truth, actually? It's very hard to determine that. If we think we can possess the truth, we lost it already. We can feel it for a moment, resonate with it, articulate truthful words, but that's it. We can never possess it. And that's actually what I'm doing now. I'm focusing on the one hand on propaganda, and on the other hand I try to understand as well as possible, psychologically speaking, what truth is. What is truth? Is truth a kind of speech? Is truth a kind of words that refer in the correct way to facts? I don't think so. I don't think so. Even a joke can be truthful if it is articulated at the right moment, and the joke has no reference to facts. Truth speech, we can only define truth in reference to something completely different than the facts. Truth speech is this kind of speech which penetrates through the veil of appearances, which destroys lies, which destroys fake, which destroys what I like to call the veil of appearances. And we can do that at every moment in our existence. Every day we have a chance to speak truthful and sincere in so many occasions. And every time we do so, even if it is about a minor detail of life, every time we do so, we go through the veil of appearances that isolates people from each other. We go through the veil of our own ego, and we establish a resonating bond between the soul of two human beings. That's why truth speech makes the soul of a human being emerge from behind his ego. That's where we create a human bond, and that's where we create resilience to propaganda. We can do so at 100 times a day, or at least 10 times a day, and every time we create a human bond between two souls. We make the bond between the soul of two human beings stronger. And that's the historical revolution we are witnessing now. It's a historical revolution, the metaphysical revolution, where a mass that is in the grip of propaganda is slowly getting weaker than a group connected through sincere speech. The more we realize that, the more we understand that we have to do our best to learn the art of sincere speech, because I believe it's really an art. It's an art we can learn. In Belgium and Holland, I give these workshops. About 300 people followed them by now, in which we practice for 4 days straight the art of truth speech. And I encourage people to continue to practice it after it, because it is like every art, we have to practice it our entire lives. But the more we understand that that's what will be decisive, the oldest act of humanity, speaking in a sincere way, will be what ultimately overcomes the most impressive propaganda machinery mankind has ever known. We will do it together, and I'm happy to do it with you people. Bye-bye.
Part of the reason why he brings tears to my eyes is I know how heavily censored he has been. I mean, he's not even allowed to teach his own book in his own university. He's been run out of his department. He's been ridiculed and harassed in the Belgian press, only for speaking about this problem of humanity getting enthralled by propaganda with a set of lies that they were herded into through the use of fear. You know, merely for speaking truth, the man has just been harassed, denigrated, ridiculed, just like so many of us. Many people are not aware of the pressures that Matthias Desmet has encountered. And I frankly feel a little guilty because I spoke about this theory of his on the Joe Rogan show, and it just caused Google to lose its cookies. Crosby, Stills, and Nash and Young to decide that they were going to leave Spotify and everything else, all because of these simple two words, mass formation. And so please join me in reaching out with your heart to this gentleman who he isn't just talking about truth speech, he's lived it. He's lived the consequences, and yet here he is still talking about it, still standing, still learning, still teaching. And I just, my heart is full of joy and thanks. So next we have, continuing in this same theme, Michael Nels, MD, PhD, speaking about the indoctrinated brain. Dr. Nels, are you here?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, Robert and Lily. Thank you very much. And I also thank all our parents and our grandparents, all our ancestors, because they made it possible that you all are here. They are quite simply here because, thank you. They're quite simply here, you are quite simply here because they, all of them, up to the beginning of life, obeyed one simple imperative. They followed the imperative of, I'm not sure it's not working, for some reason. Sorry. Yep. They followed one simple principle, and that's the evolutionary imperative to be fruitful and multiply. And the only way that you can do that is to adapt. Can you hear me well? Higher? Sorry? Yeah, like this? Okay. Sorry, I'm not very. I like headsets, just for the simple reason. I also feel it's coupling here somehow. Sorry about this. This is really okay. Anyway, be fruitful and multiply. And in order to do that, nature has given us some options how we can do that. And I will introduce a concept to you, which I think is the main issue that we have and might actually tie everything together that we have learned the last 4 years. So to be fruitful and multiply, you all know that we adapt. Genetic adaptation to changes, to threats in our outside world. And most organisms do that, actually all animals, most animals, plants, microorganisms, bacteria, and also viruses. We know viruses modify themselves and adapt to our changes in our immune system. And in fact, our immune system itself is adapting to viruses genetically. And it's the multitude of different individual immune cells which constitute our immune system. And it's adapting genetically. But humans, as you know, we don't adapt genetically when it comes to fights and threats by not microorganisms, but macroorganisms. And for that, we have a different immune system. It's called the mental immune system. And we adapt culturally. So if the water is rising, the water levels might be rising because the ice age is ending, or for whatever reason we want to discuss, we don't get gills. Not gills will grow. We will start to build dams. We will start to adapt to this situation by being ingenious. So cultural adaptation to threats or changes in the outside world is what humans are doing. They are creative, They work on social interaction, truthful social interaction. Very important if you want to build something together on a technology. So together, we call this the mental immune system. As you can imagine, the mental immune system of a society is dependent on the multitude of different individuals. Very, very important. Many, many different people together can change something. And I posed now a very simple question. It's a rhetoric question to you. If there's a threat to society, which group of people do you think will more likely solve the problem? This group or this group? As obviously, it's a rhetoric question, but it's a very fundamental one. John Dewey, a philosopher, once said, the free individuality, which is the source of art, is also the final source of creative development in time. And to put it more mathematically, as I did in my latest book, the sum of all individuals multiplied by the degree of individuality is the level of the innovative capacity of a society. Very, very important. So if you want to dominate a society, you have to just essentially destroy the individuality of the people. Okay, where does our individuality come from? It comes from the ability to store information of our lives. And for that, we need our autobiographical memory center. And for those who don't know it, and I will talk about this a lot, I introduce a term, it's called hippocampus. This is this little structure here in the brain, the temporal lobe, we have two of them. And it's simply called hippocampus because anatomically it looks like a seahorse. So this seahorse can grow. Our wealth of experience can grow our whole life, and it's the only structure in our brain that can grow the whole life. It actually has the growth potential in 80-year-old, 90-year-old people as high as in 18-year-old people. It grows new nerve cells every day. And this is the potential which protects us, for example, from Alzheimer's. So, this growth can be seen. Here, for example, you see these new nerve cells stained. These are new nerve cells in the hippocampus, and the production of these nerve cells, it's called adult hippocampal neurogenesis. And it goes on for the whole life, that's why it's called adult. It happens every day in 80, 90 years old people. And the production of these nerve cells actually is a production of what they call index neurons. Neurons which memorize when and where we have learned something, thought something, or experienced something, or were told a story by somebody which might be necessary to survive. So this production of index neurons is necessary that we can store new information about our life without destroying former information. So the hippocampus has to grow, that the wealth of our experience grows. And that we are eager to learn. The function of these index neurons is a multitude of functions. One function is they are the neuronal correlate of psychological resilience. So if you block the production of these nerve cells, your resilience goes down. And the likelihood that you get depression goes up. Every antidepressive in the world has only one function, activating adult hippocampal neurogenesis. If you block it, depressions don't work anymore, antidepressants. The second function of these new nerve cells is they are the neuronal correlate of curiosity. If you stop the production of these nerve cells, you stop to be curious. You actually stop to be doubtful. You believe what you... If you introduce a new idea, first you believe it, and then you start thinking about it, and you become doubtful. And if these nerve cells are not produced, doubt disappears. You just believe. But they're, of course, also the basis of experience. And with the basis of experience, they're also the basis of individuality and creativity. Last but not least, I just in the process of publishing a paper, I just submitted it to Frontiers of Behavioral Neuroscience. These new index neurons produced by adult hippocampal neurogenesis are the source of mental energy that we need to think. If you stop the production of these nerve cells, you're not able to think. There was a Nobel Prize given in 2002 for the ability of humans to think using a system which Daniel Kahneman, a psychologist, called System 2. And these cells are the source of the energy that you need to activate system 2. If you don't have these cells, if the production is down, you're stuck in system 1. But some people, like Francis Crick, a Nobel Prize winner for discovering DNA, called the zombie mode. You're stuck in the zombie mode. So if you really want to overtake a society, the only thing you have to do is to stop the production of these index neurons. Because they, together, in all these functionalities, are the mental immune system of humans. Okay, and how can we do that? Hypothetically, how can you stop the production of these nerve cells? I've already said that these cells grow the whole life, and this is the normal growth curve, the hippocampal volume here, in cubic centimeters, when you are born, very fast growth, and then about a growth of 1% to 2% every year until you are up to the highest age. And I've published a paper, it's called Unified Theory of Alzheimer's Disease in 2016, where I show if you keep the production up, you don't get Alzheimer's. It's the preventive medicine against Alzheimer's. The reality in our society looks a little bit different. This is the growth rate of the hippocampus. In our society, it's actually a shrinkage rate by 1.4%. Here, for example, one publication from GenBank in 2019, a nomogram, and actually in this paper, from almost 20,000 people, they said this shrinkage rate is normal. Of course, it's completely unnatural, but it's normal because that's the normality. The shrinkage rate indicates that we have a decrease or actually no production of nerve cells in a broad majority of the society. That means the mental immune system was down, particularly in 2019, it was completely down. And that's why you can easily explain why people were running in zombie mode, accepting everything, were not curious, easily led by fear and so forth. It's just the tip of the iceberg, but essentially this is the reason for chronic exhaustion in our society, the rise of major depression, which had the worldwide high in 2017, and Alzheimer's disease, which is now number 3 or number 4 worldwide in deaths, at least in the Americas and in Europe. And the numbers actually go up, I will show you. These are all a little bit esoteric, but it's very scientific actually. We all need a purpose in life. We need a social life, we need sleep, we need physical activity, nutrition, and we need time for everything. And each of these areas, there are a couple of hormones produced, which are activators of neurogenesis in the hippocampus. For example, if we are socially active, oxytocin is produced. It's the most potent activator of neurogenesis in the hippocampus. And of course, if you isolate people, the opposite happens. The hippocampus is not growing, it's shrinking. I have no time much to discuss this in detail. You will find it all in my book. But this is how a happy life looks like, a life in accordance with nature. And the hippocampus is happy, that's why it's in green. The reality looks a little bit different. If you look into detail what's happening really in our society, it more looks like this. And the hippocampus is not happy, it's shrinking. And the consequences, of course, Alzheimer's, depression, and so forth. So to give you just one example, it comes from the New England Journal of Medicine, published in 2019, how fast the hippocampus can shrink under certain conditions. It's a paper published in the 5th of December 2019 from a brain changes in response to long Antarctic expedition. It was just 14 months. But in 14 months, these are all areas of the hippocampus shown here in red. In just 14 months, 2 minutes? From my 15 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay. Then I have to be very fast. Okay, I will be very fast now. Okay, the hippocampus was shrinking 7% in the area where adult hippocampal neurogenesis takes place, and the researcher who actually published this says the hippocampal shrinkage is 2 factors are important. First is social isolation, the second is monotony. And that was just 3 months, published 3 months here, before people were put into confinement. And actually he published a paper at the time, an interview, and he said with prison inmates, with solitary confinement, I'm pretty sure we'd see the same thing. Okay. We saw the same thing. And what happens? The other thing is, after we were put in confinement, we were also told neurotoxic stories of with fear-mongering, very heavily. So in response to fear, the body actually, or the brain, produces so-called DAMPs, danger-associated molecular patterns, leakage out of the neurons that are stressed. This is recognized in the brain by immune cells of the brain called microglia by a receptor, TLR4. When TLR4 is activated by the DAMPs, we get a cascade of events in the nucleus of the cell, a production of pro-inflammatory cytokines, actually the same pro-inflammatory cytokines that are activated by the virus, by SARS-CoV-2, and causing the cytokine storm. This leads to a complete shutdown of neurogenesis in the hippocampus, complete shutdown. The complete shutdown, of course, leads to complete reduced psychological resilience, which makes us even more fearful and stressed when pre-traumatic stress happens. And this is what I call the vicious cycle of neuroinflammation. And it's a major cause of chronic exhaustion, depression, and Alzheimer's. Okay, that was 2020. 2021, something else came to this. We started to get this injection program of spike protein, of spike mRNA. And it was modified so that it can enter the brain as the S1 subunit. The furin cleavage site allows the subunit to enter the brain. Now, funnily, the spike mRNA produces the S1 subunit entering the brain, and the TLR4 is the main receptor for the spike subunit in the brain. Does the same thing. It's called pathogen-associated molecular patterns. It's one of them, activating TLR4 and now causing spikopathy, brain fog, post-vac or long COVID symptoms. So another way to close the circle, and this stays for months, maybe even years in the brain, so we have a continuous process, a complete shutdown of adult hippocampal neurogenesis, a complete blockade of neurogenesis and of the immune system of the brain, of the mental immune system. By the way, lithium is a natural inhibitor of GSK3, which is in the cascade. And if you give people low dose, very low dose, natural dose actually, an essential dose of lithium, then brain fog disappears. Yeah, it's the best treatment against post-vac and long COVID in the brain. It's also the only substance in low dose which can stop Alzheimer's progression. Interestingly, the World Health Organization tells us, of course, it's essential. It's essential for all animals on this planet except humans. And in Germany, actually, because it's not accepted as an essential trace element, even the low dose, a dose that you find in 200 grams of fish of the ocean, because there's 100 times higher concentration of lithium in the seawater than in the fresh water. If you just eat 200 grams of fish a day, you get 1 to 2 milligrams of lithium, which is sufficient to stop this process. But if you want to get the 1 to 2 milligrams, because you shouldn't eat too much fish, as a supplement, you're not allowed to get it in Germany. You have to get a prescription, because it's not an essential element. I'll continue for another 2 minutes, if I may. Anyway, so we have this attack on the mental immune system, which means a chronic lack of index neurons. This leads to a loss of natural curiosity. No question of dangerous non-sentinel orders is essentially the consequence. We have a weakened psychological resilience, which means we can easily be controlled by anxiety. We have a low and dwindling self-esteem because the ego is disappearing, which means we seek for a strong we, meaning an increased tendency to collective narcissism. We have a reduced ability to think, which is because they are the source of the mental energy. We are trapped in stereotypical thinking and behavior. Together, it leads to acceptance of objectively harmful measures. And that, of course, leads to further brain damaging, life changes, because we accept spiking, but we accept even more mRNA programs in the future. We even accept an AI-related loss of jobs, maybe, a purpose in life, and autonomy. We just accept it. And this is, of course, what I call the vicious cycle of indoctrination. But this vicious cycle of indoctrination is not finished. There's a very critical, important function that the index neurons have, because they sort out all our memories. And if we have no production and we get all these narratives in our brains, then these new narratives will override necessarily the previous index neurons' functions, meaning the old memories. That means personality gets destroyed. The loss of individuality, the technocratic narrative becomes a defining part of the conformist personality. And that, of course, as a consequence, leads not only to brain-damaging life changes, but, as I said in my book, to culture-damaging life changes, to acceptance of global technocratic dictatorship, and an installation of an AI-controlled social operating system, which can be abbreviated with SOS. Clearly, if we have personalities which only believe what they hear, and they have nothing to compare it to because their past is getting eradicated, pretty much like if you install a new operating system on a computer and you erase the hard drive, you do reformat the hard drive. This is exactly what's happening here. And we have to do something about this. So I come to my last slide, if I may. In my belief, and I'm pretty sure in this 15 minutes or whatever it was, I couldn't convince you maybe of what I'm saying. But everything I can tell you is published, honestly. But maybe I made you think, and I'm sure all of you are still able to think. Your hippocampus is still working, otherwise you wouldn't be here. So the most dangerous threat of our time, in my opinion, is the global attack and the collapse of our mental and thus the society's immune system. This is the most important thing we have to be aware of. This might be the only reason why this is all happening. Maybe all other things like increase in cancer, increase in autoimmune diseases, long COVID, whatever, all these side effects are maybe only collateral damages of the main purpose, the attack of the immune system, the mental immune system of humans. This is my strong belief, unfortunately. So we have to understand, but my hope is, now comes the hope part, if we understand what's happening and how it's happening, it empowers us to win this war against our brains and our freedom. And I'm actually sure if we understand what's happening, we can have better brains than we had before, because most people don't understand. We talk about vitamin D as the main cause why actually the WHO is now empowered, because if nobody had died from COVID, because everybody had been given enough vitamin D, it would not have happened. But nobody knows that the same level of vitamin D that actually is published, peer-reviewed, brings us a zero mortality in COVID. It's essentially reducing the risk of Alzheimer's by 70%. And it costs just a few dollars per year to supply everybody. And that means the risk of Alzheimer drops, but in summary, essentially, the ability of humans to think increases. Because Alzheimer's is just the tip of an iceberg of a society which has lost a great part of its mental immune system. Okay, and our chance lies clearly in the regenerative power of adult hippocampal neurogenesis, because it can be reactivated at any time. Even people who already have Alzheimer's disease in the early stage can recover by reactivating neurogenesis in the hippocampus. Not only that I postulated this in my paper, it's already shown in many clinical trials. So it works. So if we are these people here, all of you, we have to make sure that these people can move to us. But it's not only by telling them, we have to give them something to improve their health. I'm actually starting now a big lithium program, telling people lithium is essential. Take it if you have long COVID, post-vac. And people are eager. In Germany, it's a revolution. But what happens actually is, it's like almost like a Trojan horse. I don't know if I pronounce it correctly, but this Trojan horse actually is very interesting, because it's known that lithium at low dose activates neurogenesis. So we make these people not only get away with, or let's say, help them to get rid of the brain fog, we actually make them smarter. So brain health, I think, is the key for a culturally rich world where the pursuit of happiness, as the senator already said, is possible for all, and that's exactly what we have to pursue. And brain health is the key, and brain health is under attack, and that's where we have to fight our war. That's my opinion, and I thank you very much for your time.
Well, I'm all for brain health. And I think probably Yanya Kellick is suffering from a hypertrophic hippocampus. So with that, we're now going to, and thank you for that. You know what I especially love about your presentation is it has some hopeful, positive actions that could be taken. So now, Lily, we're moving to a new section, right? Where we're having groups of people. No?
We're having the O Canada segment where
Right, exactly.
one speaker at a time.
Okay.
We're going to start with a video.
Okay, so why don't you take the mic then and lead the O Canada section?
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to... No? So we're going to start the O Canada section, one speaker at a time, but we're going to kick it off with a video.
The federal government has invoked the Emergencies Act. A small fringe minority holding unacceptable views that they're expressing.
Any medical vaccine, whatever, it should be a personal choice.
We will remain peaceful but planted on Parliament Hill until the mandates are decisively ended.
We're not suspending fundamental rights or overriding the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
The Constitution of this nation, not the Emergency Act, the Constitution of this nation is the supreme law of Canada. The truckers are not insensitive to the fact that they are in a city. They're in a city where there are citizens who also have rights and freedoms, and that they must be respected. At the same time, the truckers' rights must be respected. This is, again, a government overreach. We don't do this kind of things in Canada. We engage in dialogue. And it's my understanding that the government of Canada has not reached out once to the truckers since they have arrived in this capital city.
We are not limiting people's freedom of speech. We are not limiting freedom of peaceful assembly. We are not preventing people from exercising their right to protest legally.
Hey, you don't have to hit him like that! The right to peaceful protest is sacrosanct to our nation. If that principle is abandoned, the government will reveal itself as a true tyranny and it will lose all of its credibility.
You didn't see any evidence in the intelligence of espionage or in support of espionage. Is that correct? That's correct. Activities within or relating to Canada directed toward or in support of the threat of a use of acts of serious violence against persons for the purpose of achieving a political, religious, or ideological objective within Canada or a foreign state.
I'm aware of no intelligence that was produced that would support concern in that regard.
You and Vincent Gersey's given direct standing to challenge the proclamation, regulations, and economic order. As well, you were funded by the JCCF. So what transpired, the decision given out yesterday, again, was a huge one. Justice Mosley saying, I have concluded that the decision to issue the proclamation does not bear the hallmarks of reasonableness, justification, transparency, and intelligibility, and was not justified in relation to the relevant factual and legal constraints that were required to be taken into consideration. Ultimately, there was no national emergency justifying the invocation of the Emergencies Act. It's an incredible, jubilant time right now for Canadian history. What does this mean, this decision for Canadians going forward?
Well, you know, it gives Canadians vindication that, you know, standing up, you know, in support of your Charter of Rights and Freedoms is worthwhile. I mean, we've had some pretty dark days in the past 3 years, and for this decision to come forward, especially now, gives renewed hope to every Canadian that was involved and thought that their country is lost. And now we know, with a glimmer of hope, that we're going to win this, and you know that hopefully the courts, should they appeal this, we're not based on political opinion, that we're actually basing decisions on the rule of law. So this is exactly what Canadians needed across the country, because the amount of hopelessness people are feeling with all the, information and the disinformation, Trudeau likes those two lines, by the way, that's coming forward, is definitely weighing on Canadians. So this was the boost that we all needed.
Yesterday, Deputy Minister Christopher Freeland said,
"We respect very much Canada's independent judiciary. However, we do not agree with this decision, and respectfully, we will be appealing it." I would just like to take a moment to remind Canadians of how serious the situation was in our country when we took that decision. The public safety of Canadians was under threat.
Very peaceful.
Our national security.
So much love and unity.
I saw Canada come together, and it was the first time in 2 years that I felt, this is my Canada. This is where I grew up. This is where we belong. This is Canada.
My name is Jean-Philippe. I'm from Chicken Space, Saguenay. I'm here for freedom for my kids and the mandate.
My name is Nancy. I'm the same as my husband. And honestly, if it would be Canada, I would bring my kids here. Think about it.
It's like Canada Day every day.
Yeah, exactly.
Canada won against a tyrannical government policy, and that'll inspire many other people around the world to keep going, because they're trying for everything in the Western world, and we were the canary in the coal mine, I'm sure, along with Australia and New Zealand, but we were one of the most tyrannical countries in the world. When you saw our government weaponize police against innocent civilians that stood up and showed no violence, had only respect for Canada, and show up to disagree with what the government was saying, and then to be stomped in the manner that they were, all of us were that were there, really showed their hand, just what length they will go to quell public opinion and public disorder. And you have to let them expose the tyrants that they are.
If you don't want to get vaccinated, that's your choice. But don't think you can get on a plane or a train besides vaccinated people and put them at risk.
I did not call people who were unvaccinated names. Those protesters I don't even want to call them protesters, those anti-vaxxer mobs, fringe element conspiracy theorists, small fringe minority, tinfoil hats, qui croient pas dans la science, qui sont souvent misogynes, souvent racistes. I wish I had said that differently. There is no place in our country for threats, violence.
I would say the lack of violent crime was shocking.
The RCMP judge that I did need to have RCMP with me, just walking around.
My office faces right onto Wellington Street, and I had a front row seat to this convoy for the past few weeks. And I can say that in the last 2 years, I never felt safer walking home from my office at night.
Like, imagine no one had been there. It was just this small young woman.
I have never felt so safe. I am 4'11". I am a female walking here around, came up here by myself, and the sense of community is amazing. I get more support from these people than most of my own friends and family.
It's disgusting.
We invoked the Emergencies Act after we received advice from law enforcement. The advice we received was to invoke the Emergencies Act. We invoked the act because it was the advice of nonpartisan professional law enforcement. It was only after we got advice from law enforcement that we invoked the Emergencies Act, and that advice came from very experienced law enforcement. We had to invoke the Emergencies Act, and we did so on the basis of nonpartisan professional advice from law enforcement. And that was the advice that we were receiving from law enforcement, and one of the main reasons why we invoked the Emergencies Act. We got the advice from our law enforcement that we'd met the threshold.
He has repeatedly said the government acted on the advice of police, but the police say, we never gave them the advice. And last night, Bill Blair said, you know what, they never even asked for it. It's the government's call.
Straight up propaganda and lies. An Ottawa Police Services tweet. We hear your concern for people on the ground after the horses dispersed the crowd. Anyone who fell got up and walked away. We're unaware of any injuries.
They just trampled that lady. They just fully trampled that lady.
A bicycle was thrown at the horse further down the line and caused the horse to trip. The horse was uninjured. And then, of course, there was the Nazi and Confederate flag seen in the first couple of days and then never seen again.
Now he's going. Now he's gone. We called him out. He knows. He's going to hold his head in shame now.
You know, include far-right concerns.
Have you guys felt at all in danger?
Nope. You know, as a matter of fact, I see people cleaning up the garbages. It's been a peaceful protest. Yeah, people are handing out food, they're handing out clothes. Everyone is excited. You know, everything that we need. There's nothing bad going on here.
And then they talked about somebody, there was something with the war memorial. I believe it was urination. And I thought, wow, they should come on Canada Day when people are vomiting here, you know, from alcoholism, right? How is it that this becomes the story, the message, when outside there's so much going on? There was so much partying going on. By 10 o'clock at night, when it's pitch black and it's gone from -30 to -40, CBC reporters are not idiots. It just sounds like that because they must have been ordered to have a predetermined direction in their story. The standard of journalism that I was required to work to for 20 years was not being followed. It was an advocacy for a point of view.
You retired your boots from the Canadian Armed Forces, but you never gave up your service to Canadians and for freedom. Why is it such a deeply important thing for you?
It's everything. I mean, think about it. If you don't have freedom, you have nothing.
So we're going to have testimony now from convoy warriors that were actually on the front lines, and I'm honored, deeply honored, to be able to introduce them. First off, Mr. Joseph Borkholt. Could you come up forward and share your observations? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. So I think Clint Eastwood came up with this one for our Liberal government in Canada. If you could reason with a Liberal, there wouldn't be any Liberals. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Lily, for the invitation to come and speak with you here today. So my name is Joseph Borgo, and I'm from Saskatchewan and Alberta. I work in both provinces. I'm the president and co-founder of Canadians for Truth, Freedom and Justice, which has become a media company. We turned it pretty much into a media company right away, because when we founded Canadians for Truth at the start in 2020, in Canada we observed that our media, with the CBC, a Canadian Broadcast Corporation, and other publicly owned media companies, that the media in Canada had pretty much collapsed. And many of us, the honest truth seekers in the country, we recognize this, And so we started getting together in about August of 2020, and over 3 months, we had meetings 2-3 times a week, and in November we decided to incorporate Canadians for Truth, Freedom and Justice as a non-profit organization and as a non-charitable status, because we did not want the government having any control over what we did, because our mission was to pursue the truth, to get information out to Canadians. And the group of us that was involved in this, I had recovered from a life-threatening illness. I had spent 8 years, 84 to 92, in the conventional medical care system and never found any answers. I grew up with a brilliant father that was a mechanic, self-taught engineer, inventor. We developed 5 world-class manufacturing companies. We employ over 800 people in a town of 700 people. We have one of the highest per capita income communities in all of Canada. So we know how to solve problems. And so as God would have it, I say, in 2019, February 2019, I was vacationing with my son-in-law, who's one of the most brilliant young men I've ever met in my life, and he happens to be my son-in-law. And he asked me if I was looking for a general manager in my company, FB Borgo Tillage Tools, because I was wearing 2 hats, and he knew that. And so I said, well, I'm going to check it. I'll check back with the guys at work, and everybody wanted him, all the managers. So I hired Ryan in July of 2019, and by January 2020, he was in the saddle, and I knew I could get out of the way, and COVID hits. That's God working out. So COVID hits. I knew, because I had owned the health food store for 20 years, I knew exactly how to stop viral infections. For virologists here may struggle with that, but I follow some of the top doctors in the world. Dr. David Williams is one of my favorite, Dr. Joseph Mercola. So we had in our health food store, LifeWise Health Center, Immunophase, and we also had quercetin, zinc, vitamin D. And so we put these protocols together, and we published brochures, and we began meeting with people all across Saskatchewan, having large meetings every week, 2-3 times a week. We did that all of the remainder of 2020 into 2021 until we hit January of 2022. At the end of January 22, another God intervention for me. Here I'm dating a gal that I met in the Freedom Movement, where I had gone public speaking in Prince Albert. And I'm picking her up one evening on a Thursday, and I get a phone call from a pastor in our Freedom group in Saskatoon, Pastor Perry Hubick, who's in heaven right now. He passed away, but he's working hard for us up in heaven. Pastor Hubick calls me, and he says, Joe, I want to go to Ottawa with you. And Sherry says, yeah, we're going. So that's how I got to Ottawa. So within 2 days, I purchased a SUV because my BMW is in the shop. I went and bought a Yukon, and I picked up our camera team, and we drove to Ottawa with the Freedom Convoy. It was a 3-day drive, and we had a camera crew there, and of course Pastor Perry. And so along the way I interviewed truckers, like Chris Barber was my favorite, because it turns out from the West, Chris Barber was one of the leaders, and he's a Saskatchewan boy from Swift Current. And Chris had been hauling our equipment, the Borgo equipment, all over the place, so he knew about the Borgos. And so along the way we had meetings. Ryan was working with James Peloso and Roy Byers, take back our freedoms out of Alberta. So this was just like an unbelievable, godly, orchestrated, thousands of Canadians working spontaneously together to prepare for when the truckers got to Ottawa. And all along the way, as you saw in the video, there were thousands of Canadians in -30 weather, waving flags, thanking the truckers. They'd walk, when we were going through the towns, kids would have lunches and throw them in our vehicles. And I mean, it was the most patriotic moment of my lifetime. And it went on for like almost 4 weeks. So what happened when we got to Ottawa, I've been in leadership positions since I'm 18 years old, and I'm now 68, so 50 years of leadership. My organizational skills, and I'm president general manager of a number of manufacturing companies, so my organizational skills kicked in. I began to meet immediately with the trucker leaders to see which ones were capable of working together in a group. All had played really important roles, but not all were capable of working around a boardroom to make decisions. So Ryan played a critical role. I knew I had to get Ryan to Ottawa. He's general manager of the company, but I thought this is urgent. I called Ryan and I said, Ryan, you got to get out here, because I knew Ryan had exceptional leadership skills. So Ryan and I worked as a team to meet with the truckers, to understand them and their capabilities, and we pulled them together. Ryan rented 3 boardrooms and 60 hotel rooms, and we pulled all the truckers and got them working together. And then we hired super capable people like Drew, the guy in the red hat there with the Canadian Navy. So these guys were volunteers, and this is all happening, like in a period of days. All these guys are showing up. Just whenever you needed something, it was like miracle after miracle after miracle. One example was we needed lawyers, and I'm thinking, I don't know if I talked to you about it, Ryan, but I said we got to get some lawyers. Well, within an hour, a trucker showed up with a lawyer from Ottawa, and that lawyer said there are 5 lawyers that want to work pro bono for you guys. We had a meeting that night, and 3 or 4 of those lawyers were there. We put together a sheet of paper with a hotline, so all 500 to 600 truckers could have a lawyer at their fingertips. This is the kind of miracles that were going on. It was unbelievable what was happening there. So the first 10 days for me, my experience was it was like being one with God, is the only way I can put it. And I can't say I'm a real religious person. I am spiritual. But I felt I knew where I had to be every second of every day and what I had to do. And I was there to serve. The truckers were the leaders, so I was there to serve the leaders. And I see Danny, who was another great leader over there, Danny Bulford here. Stand up, Danny, for a second. A great Canadian patriot who was orchestrating, working, helping to organize and lead another group in Ottawa to help the truckers as well. And so through that whole process, we just kept facilitating everything. One of my mantras when I went there, because I have a lot of legal experience, I've been involved in 5 lawsuits in my lifetime. And one of them was with a nonprofit suing our federal provincial governments that had been draining large bodies of water into 2 salt lakes into our lake in our community. And we won that lawsuit in the federal court. Took us 4 years to put that legal case together, but we defeated them. So I'm not afraid of taking on governments. When you know the truth, you have to stand for what is right. And that's what we all did. All the people that went to Ottawa knew that. That's what we were doing. We were there standing up for all Canadians. We were standing up for what was right. We knew that they were violating our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We knew they were violating the Criminal Code of Canada, extortion, assault, consent, 3 sections that they were violating. So we did that until the 14th, Monday, February 14th, we're up in the boardroom at the Sheraton, and Trudeau not a word passes his lips that's true. And so the next 2 nights after that, I'm not sleeping, I'm meditating, asking God what to do. And what I receive is, you accomplished what you set out to do, go home. Don't get into a confrontation with the police. We were all about maintaining a legal, peaceful protest, which we did. the whole time we were there. And we worked at that. It wasn't difficult, though. All the truckers, all the people that we were working with were very reasonable. Just to give you an example, when we got there, the horns were going, like the trumpets were blowing. That's not the horns, the trumpets were blowing. And they were going all night long for like 3 days. And some parents were saying that their children were having trouble sleeping. So immediately the trucker leadership team agreed, working with the Ottawa police, agreed to shut the horns off at 8 o'clock and not at 8 o'clock at night, not start them up until 8 o'clock in the morning. And so that's what we did there with that. And within a week, do you know the time, Danny? A week, all the horns were shut off. But while we were there, there were 2 separate Ontario court decisions that ruled that the Ottawa Trucker Freedom Convoy was a legal, peaceful protest. And then to have our Prime Minister come on all of a sudden say he's declaring martial law on the truckers, like it made zero sense to us. So anyways, that's in a nutshell what happened in Ottawa. We drove home on the 16th. We left. We drove home, and we went. I ran for office for the leadership of the Conservative Party. Met all the qualifications, but they didn't want me in, so they found a minor technicality to pull me out. And so we continue to work. Canadians for Truth, Freedom, and Justice. I have a number of our team members here, Ryan and Heather, our media team, Theo and Jamie. And we're working. Our mission is to pursue the truth in all matters to awaken Canadians. So people can buy a membership fee for $50, an annual membership fee. We have our Fire and Ice events. If anybody is interested in being part of a Fire and Ice event as a guest, let us know. And or you could be a sponsor if you're willing to donate money to this nonprofit. We have a vision, mission, and core values, 7 core values and principles that we follow, like honesty and the pursuit of truth. And so if you would like to be a part of that as a sponsor, you can do that as well, as long as there are no strings attached. We will not accept any government money, never. We will not accept any unprincipled corporate money, ever. We're all about serving the Canadian people to get the truth out there, and we're doing our best to build a national media organization in Canada. So thank you.
Joseph, before you go, just one moment, because this is all streaming. So I'm grateful for the audience here, but remember, we got a bigger audience out there. Joseph, can you clearly give us the URL? How do we reach your organization? What's the website or other links?
So the website is, www.canadiansfortruth, all one word, canadiansfortruth.ca. Yeah.
Are there other social media outlets or other things that the listeners online should know about?
Well, I believe, Heather, we're on Facebook, right?
Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Canadians for Truth.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Danny, you were mentioned multiple times. Do you wish to come up and share your anecdote? And while he's coming up, I just want to mention, please proceed. I mean, remember, take a moment. These people changed the world. Their truth, their courage, at a key moment, changed the world. And then they got subjected to something that changed the world again, demonetization.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. It is an absolute honor to be here with all of you today. My background is law enforcement, and so when I first started speaking publicly, I would talk a lot about the evidence as in the comparison of the lack of evidence from the government official narrative versus the mountain of evidence from the people that are sitting in this room. So I'm not going to talk much about evidence today because you are the evidence. You were the source of everything that I use to base my personal decision on, and what I use to try and convince my colleagues and others in Canada to look for, so that they could actually make an informed decision about what was going on. So, my name is Daniel Bulford. I was born in Saskatchewan, raised in Alberta. I come from a family of law enforcement. My dad was a 38-year member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and he was my hero. Still is. He's the epitome of what it is to be the strong, silent type. And I have 4 siblings, 2 sisters, 2 brothers. Every boy in the family became a cop. Both of my older brothers, me, we all joined right around the same time. So, you know the TV show Blue Bloods with Tom Selleck? The joke in my hometown was that we were the Byzantine Blue Bloods. So I joined the RCMP, I go up to Yukon Territory, and I spend the first 7 years of my career as a uniform patrol cop. So think like Alaska State Trooper, it was almost exactly that. But because the RCMP is unique, we also do, small city policing, provincial policing, and then we also do federal. Well, in 2013, I get transferred to Ottawa, where I spend the rest of my career, the next 8 years, working as a sniper, a police sniper, on the RCMP's emergency response team. And so for our European friends, that would be something similar to the French GIGN or the German GSG-9, or here in America, the FBI HRT, or the Secret Service counter-assault team, counter-sniper team. So because RCMP does everything federal, that was the bulk of my duties, was domestic counterterrorism, organized crime, and ultimately the protective operations, like counter-assault, counter-sniper. So that's how I got the moniker of being the Trudeau sniper, because I'd spent a lot of time protecting him in my previous career. So 2020 rolls around, and we don't know what to expect. It's way outside my wheelhouse of expertise. I just get back from a training exercise in Texas when people are starting to talk about COVID. And ultimately, it didn't interrupt our life a whole lot, any more so than anybody else, for the bulk of 2020. In fact, 2020 was my best operational year on my team, because everybody else was paranoid about traveling, so they would send us everywhere. So I was flying to Nunavut, I was flying to the East Coast in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, I was flying to Manitoba. We were going all over the country to do operations, and it was awesome. So for a whole year, I was working 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, because they wanted to keep us in small debts to avoid a major outbreak. And we weren't following the guidelines at work. Like the first day that we came back after the initial lockdown, a couple guys were wearing masks, and I just said, are we really doing this? That's why we're in small groups of 6, to make sure that if there's an outbreak, they quarantine us and everybody else can carry on. And so they just ripped off their mask, and that was the end of it. Well, nearing the end of 2020, again, I'm not paying attention because I stopped listening to the legacy media years ago. And that's what boggles my mind a little bit, but I'll come back to that later. Police know that the media lie about everything, because we are their biggest punching bag for almost everything over the last couple decades, right? And so I don't listen to them. Instead, I was listening to Dr. Brett Weinstein on the Dark Horse podcast. He was my go-to guy for COVID information because I was already a follower of his before. And that led me to Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Geert Vandenbosch, Dr. Pierre Corey, Dr. Ryan Cole. Dr. Jessica Rose, all of these amazing people in this room. I apologize if I haven't mentioned all of you, but in the early days, it was the Americans that led me to the Canadians, like Dr. Byron Bridle. And I started to see the evidence. My wife, actually, was the first one to really wake me up as to what was going on. Because for 2 weeks, I would be doing tactical training and operations, loving life, and then for the 2 weeks off, I was out in the bush working on a cabin, and life was great. Well, nearing the end of 2020, we start hearing about the new mRNA vaccines. And my wife, kind of having her finger on the pulse, and me listening to the dark horse, she was the one who was like, something's not right here. So that kind of started the path of the open source investigation, you could say. But as we were getting into 2021, we're hearing more and more doctors speak out, more and more scientists express concern. And I'm thinking, okay, well, we've pretty much made our decision. We have our early treatment ready to go. We're talking to our family. We're not going to take this thing. And at the time, naively thinking, I live in Canada, they can't force me to take something I don't want to take. Well, I would say in July, between May to August, I witnessed firsthand on camera Dr. Theresa Tam, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Rochelle Walensky, Dr. Anthony Fauci, all admit that they don't prevent infection and transmission. So this idea of mandates was kind of like, oh, okay, we're probably in the clear. Not so. Well, August 13th, 2021, my daughter's birthday. We're driving home from a day off at the cabin, working on it, and we hear that the Prime Minister has announced an intention for vaccine mandates for the federal public service, which includes me. And my heart drops because I know what this is. He knows it doesn't work. By that time, Health Canada had already recorded, Health Canada, through all the layers of censorship and bureaucracy, was already recording thousands of injuries and even hundreds of deaths already at that time. So we knew there was a clear safety signal and that it didn't work. And my heart dropped because I knew what this was. This isn't about health. This is about a political wedge issue for his snap election that he just called, because he knew that he could divide the population, create an enemy out of the unvaccinated, and win another election, 2 years ahead of when the election was supposed to be scheduled. So I started to retreat a little bit, thinking, what am I going to do? What do I do? What do we do? And I don't know, Canadians would know it for sure, maybe some of you others as well. There's a publication called Druthers in Canada. And they were very much pro-freedom movement. And on the cover of a Druthers issue, I see another police officer by the name of Chris Vandenbos, who's one of the founding members of Police on Guard in Canada. And I read his story, and he sees what I see. And I think to myself, I'm not the only one. There's others out there. So I joined Police on Guard. Through Police on Guard, I learned about a group called Mounties for Freedom. I was a Mountie, and I hadn't even heard of this group yet. So I joined them. And we're all strategizing about what are we going to do. So we petition our supervisors, leave it alone, they don't want to hear it. We go up the chain to the commanding officers, no response. We write the commissioner of the RCMP, no response. And our letters that we wrote included our professional police investigator observations of the harm, the potential harm, and the lack of efficacy, and the suppression of early treatment. And so we're talking about the criminal intimidation, the criminal negligence leading to death, the potential injuries that could result that could happen as a result of the vaccine. No one cared. No one wanted to talk to us. They just wanted us to go away. Instead, they tried to paint us as being mentally ill. So It was around fall 2021 when I kind of had reached my darkest moment, because at that time it had not just become a mandate, it had become a major, divisive, dehumanizing issue in Canada. Our Prime Minister, the guy I used to get paid to protect, at that time, even still did sometimes, was telling people that me and my family, not just a danger to them, which is not a great endorsement of the protection of the vaccine, just an observation, but he was telling people that we were dangerous to their kids. And in my experience as a law enforcement officer, if you want to get someone violent, you tell them that someone is a threat to their children. So I was really concerned about the direction of our country. We seen what was happening in China. We seen what was happening in Australia. You know, Austria was talking about mandatory vaccination or facing severe penalties. In Quebec City, or in Quebec, the province of Quebec, they were talking about imposing taxes on people who refused to get vaccinated, and they were building camps. They were called voluntary quarantine camps in 3 different provinces in Canada. Well, I knew it doesn't take very long for voluntary to become involuntary. And I actually had the thought in my head, is my own team going to come for me one day? My own tactical team, are they going to come for me because I'm considered like a rogue danger? And then I kind of thought, no, they won't send my team. That's a conflict of interest. They'll send the OPP True. And then I, shocked. If I'm thinking this, someone who's an insider, who knows how the police world works and how the tactical world works, what are normal people, or what are non-police people thinking? And I've encountered that all across the country. I've encountered smart, successful business men and women, doesn't matter. And when they recognize me and they see me and they recognize me, they break down in tears and they say, you guys saved us from camps. You saved us from the police coming door to door with public health and forcing needles into arms. That's what people were actually afraid of in Canada. That fear was real, and even I experienced it as someone who knew how the police operate and the rules that they follow. Okay. But then, I eventually did a number of speeches and interviews. I started speaking out publicly because no one was listening. Eventually that led to my resignation because I knew I was going to be fired anyway. Trying to figure out, what are we going to do? Are we going to leave Canada? We're making an emergency evacuation plan to get out of the country if things went really dark. And then our trucker saviors showed up. People in this room, Stacy, Bethan, Jabba, Harold, Ben, I will forever be in your debt. They showed up. They showed up for me and my family when hardly anybody else did. Wasn't the military, except for the veterans. Wasn't the police. Wasn't the courts. Wasn't our politicians. It was the truckers and the blue-collar people of Canada that came to the rescue. So I knew I had already been contacted by some people to help with some security for some of our Canadian doctors. And I get a phone call from Bethan about 2 days before the convoy arrives. Danny, I need your help. Okay. So I meet with her and a small group of volunteers, and everyone's scrambling because this massive convoy is about to land in Ottawa. And this is all brand new for most. But I was uniquely positioned to have a little bit of insight because I used to be part of the planning for large-scale events in downtown Ottawa. So I agreed to help. and I took on the role of the volunteer security coordinator / police liaison for the trucker convoy. And so my biggest role, contribution to the effort was that I was speaking with the police every day, all the different police liaisons, trying to make sure that they knew that we were peaceful, we never meant any harm to them or anybody else. Anything that sounded like it could be concerning, we were information sharing with them. And I guess you would call it like intelligence triage. There was tons of information coming into us all day, every day. The phone didn't stop. And so a lot of it we had to figure out what was true, what was legit, what was total BS. And so that's what I spent the bulk of my time that 3 weeks doing. I did a couple press conferences here and there, but the majority of the time it was triaging intelligence, information, and anything that we felt was a potential legit concern, sharing that with the police to make sure that they knew that we were above board. Ultimately, the consequences that we suffered from being a part of the convoy, I ended up getting arrested. I was released without charge though, and funny enough, the RCMP arrested me, my own organization, and the Ottawa police released me because of no arrestable offense, because the Ottawa police were the lead investigators. Our bank accounts were frozen for over a week, so Piper and I had no ability to pay for anything except for the generosity of some family and friends that had come to stay with us to be part of the convoy and to help. And we ended up making the ultimate decision to leave that area, so we sold our home and we moved back to Alberta. That's where we both grew up, and we felt it was a more freedom-oriented province for our family. But the biggest victory that the enemy had over me and my family, or me personally, wasn't the losing my job, wasn't me having my bank account or having our bank accounts frozen. It wasn't even being arrested. I was never really that afraid of the court system. The biggest victory was the fact that I let it completely consume my life for like 3 years, trying to figure out what I was going to do and how do we fight back. And that totally disengaged me from my children for almost 3 years. Physically, I was present, but mentally, I wasn't there. And so they got me pretty good. But I'm very fortunate. I have had a transformation of my mindset, and the way I see it now is that this all had to happen. Because I, like so many others, we were asleep at the wheel. And now we're not. And now we have a chance to work together and to make the world a better place for our kids. Thank you very much.
So I'm asked to remind you that these are anecdotes from the front lines in a formerly free Canada, a country that many of us always thought of, certainly I did, as a breeder of Percheron horses that have shown at the Royal Canadian Winter Fair. I always thought of Canada as a country of mild-mannered farmers and committed, fundamentally conservative peoples, certainly not a radical country. And yet our friends here from Romania will look at this and say, well, we saw that. We saw it coming. We've been there, done that, got the T-shirt. And by the way, we threw the guy out. So the other thing, just a small additional story. I have somebody who's really asking me, lobbying me to go and speak in British Columbia. And I'm not sure I want to go. because British Columbia has a new law in place that medical professionals who speak medical misinformation, which is anything different from the official party line, will be subjected to jail time and a fine of up to $200,000. And I'm uncomfortable as an American potentially traveling to British Columbia to speak to an audience about what's happened during the COVID crisis. Think about how far we've come. This is Canada. I mean, this is we're not talking about some radical third world country. Sometimes it's just hard to come to grips with how far the West has fallen. And it's not just Canada, it's the United States. And so, again, I want to reinforce, think of these as postcards from the front lines of people who have been there, and most importantly, to strike a positive tone, people who have had the courage to stand up and say, hell no. So with that, Ben, are you here? Yeah.
Thank you. I would have never thought I'd be in a room full of bright minds like this. I feel inadequate to even speak here. Lead the way, man. But so why did I go to Ottawa? I'm just going to make this short and sweet. I'm not much of a public speaker, so it was, well, because the mandates, right? So I hadn't even made up my mind to go to Ottawa till like the day before or 2 days before the convoy came through Ontario. So me and my brother-in-law, who, let me introduce myself. I'm the, Ben Froze is my name. My company is Altitude Booming Service. My truck is the one where Beth Ann spent much of her time on, emceeing the whole event. Boom Truck Ben. So we left for Ottawa, and I'm just going to share some of the things that I saw going down. And we did see a bit of a clip here, but videos just doesn't even come close to doing justice to what it felt like, to what we experienced. The people on the overpasses, overpasses were just packed full. And it started from the morning. The convoy was late getting there, and they waited for hours. And as we were going east, it was getting dark. It was a snowstorm. It was snowing like crazy. And there's still people on the overpasses. And there's not just a few, like they were pouring over the sides, they were on the shoulder of the highway, like just very overwhelming feeling we had going through and seeing all them in the support. So we get to Ottawa, and we didn't just come in and take over the streets. Like the Ottawa police helped us park. Like they had pylons set out as to where, and they had an emergency lane always open. So we didn't come in like a bunch of lunatics or crazy truck drivers and took over their streets. It was, we came in very peaceful. We were noisy, but we were peaceful. I had intended to just get in line, and my intention was I bought a 6x12 Canada flag. I was gonna just put out my outriggers, pick up the crane, and hoist the flag. So I did that for the first night, just out on the street down on Wellington from Parliament. So the next day, this guy comes up to me, and he's talking about how they had planned to build a stage up on the front lawn of Parliament, and all of a sudden their permits aren't any good. Like they're not allowed to build anything. They had all the material, but they weren't allowed to build a stage. So a contact that I had in London through just a group thing that they were talking about trying to get supplies to Ottawa, I told him that I had a bit of a flatbed truck. If I could help, I would haul stuff down there. So that's kind of where it started. So he was in contact with David and Dagny, who were in Ottawa on the streets. They, in turn, came up to me and said, hey, would you mind bringing your truck up in front of Parliament? I'm like, I was just blown away. So we went for a walk. We went up there to see what the situation was. And let me tell you too, like the Ottawa police who helped us park, they were actually very helpful when we got there. Like I had told them what my intent was. I wanted to park and I needed space. For my outriggers, it's like a 25-foot span that I need to actually set up the truck so I can pick up the boom. And they did that. Like they left me tons of room. Like they kept trucks back, they kept trucks from the side of me. So that was the first night. And then the next morning, I was approached. And due to me needing the space to set up is how I had an exit from, because I was in the center lane, there was 3 and I was in the middle. So due to the space that they left me to be able to set up, I was able to get out, take the emergency lane all the way up in front of Parliament. So now I was in prime real estate. And initially it wasn't all that fun because now I was in the center of attention and there was some crazies out there. I didn't have any security detail at the time, so that was brought up. I told David, my guy on the ground, and before you knew it, I had some Veterans for Freedom who now are Veterans for Freedom. They were security for around my truck and some of my friends. So now I was set up, and I like how Chubba puts it, my friend here. We became confession booths for many people. So we heard some really good stories and we heard some really sad stories. I can't even count, I can't even remember all the stories, but the overwhelming story was we didn't have hope. We didn't know whether we even wanted to see tomorrow. Like some of these parents with their concern for their kids who were with them there, it left me with the impression that there was, and I know that like suicides were a pandemic. That was the pandemic. So we met countless of people, and I wasn't born in Canada, I was actually born in Mexico. But this was the first time I was proud, very proud to be a Canadian. So, and it was an honor to be a part of it. I don't consider myself a hero by any means. I wouldn't change a thing. I would do it again. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Harold. So Harold, tell us something about yourself.
Well, a quick introduction before I get into my spiel. My lovely wife of 26 years. She's going to be the technical support on this. And that's the greatest gift God has given man, a wonderful wife. The second greatest gift here on this earth that God gave us is children. We've been blessed with 13, and I wouldn't trade that for the world. That's why we do what we do. And the Lord willing, today, tomorrow, maybe on the way home, we're getting a phone call from her, letting us know from our daughter that number 3's arrived safely. So, yeah, I'm Harold Jonker. Had the honor and the privilege of being the first official truck into Ottawa as Niagara's route captain. And who would have known it would have changed our world and made us part of a huge, awesome, beautiful family. So this weekend's been beautiful, connecting with so many of us. And yeah, the weekend before was even an emotional roller coaster ride, because we finally got to play our hockey game that was supposed to happen 2 years ago, and we did that with a bunch of two truckers teams playing against each other. I scored a goal, but disappointingly our team did lose. So I'm just thankful I'm still walking. My legs still work, but 51 years old and running on a hockey game was not a great thing. But so yeah, in 2020, the world was thrown into a whirlwind of an experience. Fear tactics were used to get everyone to comply with government tic-tacs, and it worked. So many of us were caught flat-footed and didn't know what to do. And my father helped put everything in perspective. He asked me when we were going to come to visit with the kids. When I told him that they don't get social distancing, his response was just what my wife and I wanted to hear. I'm flipping 73. I know where I'm going. He was a truck driver, so the truck driver talk definitely came through. But yeah, he trusted in the Lord. He knew he was going to heaven. So we brought the kids and to visit, and it was obvious that some 70-year-olds don't get social distancing either. So fear. This 4-letter word needs to be replaced with a better 4-letter word, hope. As a partner in a Canadian cross-border trucking business, Jonker Trucking, we started hearing about lockdowns and shutdowns, what was essential and what wasn't. We didn't know exactly how busy we were going to stay when we started hearing that Pennsylvania was going to shut down. One of our main customers was out of Pennsylvania. Thankfully, they made train parts and they were deemed essential. And trying to figure that out took its toll on so many people. And that's what we have to remember. Every job is essential because it gives us purpose and the means to provide for our families. To be told by government officials that you are not essential leads to feelings of uselessness and is mentally harmful. The documentation of overdoses and suicides among working age males is not hard to find. Their purpose had been taken away, and with it went their hope. And things were starting to feel pretty hopeless for me as well a year later, not because I wasn't working, but because where I was running. I remember very clearly doing a trip down into Texas, and I wanted to move there, but I knew I had to go home because I have an awesome family there. But yeah, I was down there, and I think we were in our third lockdown. You know, churches at 10 people. Our schools were completely online, and businesses and like restaurants were either closed or takeout only. In contrast to this, I walked into a restaurant in Arkansas where nobody was wearing a mask. Tables were full of multi-generational families. It actually almost made me cry. And the kids were playing baseball. They had uniforms on. Mother behind me, when I asked, "Whoa, this is unbelievable." She's like, I asked her, your daughter's playing baseball? No, I just picked them up from volleyball. They're indoors playing volleyball, and my kids were locked at home. And it was very heartening going back to home to covered faces, 6 feet signs, 6 feet apart signs everywhere. In Canada, 2 meters, and all kinds of other crazy mandates. At the same time, we are all starting to hear, get vaxxed to save yourself, get vaxxed to save your family, to save your neighbors. Mind games again, more guilt, more pressure, to the point of hate. If you love your neighbor, you will get the shot. First, our government said it would never mandate vaccines, but the pressure grew. Then they started mandating the BS in hospitals, old age homes, colleges and universities, etc., etc. Our essential workers, doctors, nurses, firefighters, and police, and many more were told they had to get vaxxed to continue working. Then the vaccine passports were introduced, and the unvaxxed were segregated from large areas of public society. We talked to our children over 18 and advised them on the danger of untested vaccinations. Thank you to the doctors here and others for the courage and sacrifices made. People were listening. You saved lives. And thankfully, our two oldest children listened and put college and university on hold. As I was a town councillor at the time, our mayor and I were the only two arguing against mandates. It was like talking to a brick wall, trying to get the bureaucrats to understand that no, we should not and cannot mandate vaccinations for our staff and for our facilities, thus segregating people, but to no avail. In December of 2021, our Prime Minister on a French talk show said this about the unvaccinated. It's a small group of people, but they take up some space. And there, we must make a choice as a leader and as a country. Do we tolerate these people? From instilling fear, our government and media had progressed to promoting hate. The well-respected Canadian journalist Rex Murphy said this in the National Post about his comments, Trudeau's comments, that is, who gets to ask whether we can tolerate certain people who disagree with him, when that same person had gutted the Charter of Rights and Freedoms of all Canadians through his COVID degrees. Then in December of 2021, truckers were no longer exempt. To cross the border, your essential status, like the rest of the essential, depended on getting vaxxed by January 15th or you were parked. I don't think they expected us to park our trucks for 3 weeks on Wellington Street in Ottawa. We would be a danger to society by delivering loads that were essential. So telling our drivers not to get vaxxed and risk losing your income was challenging. Thankfully, all three of us owners were on the same page, but trying to convince the drivers was a different story. Some got vaxxed, but we made it clear, never get it for junker trucking. 2 weeks to flatten the curve had become about 100 weeks of BS. The media was feeding us continuous propaganda to keep society in fear. And you started hearing, get used to the new norm. Kind of scary that we were actually thinking this might be the new norm. The government had been ignoring, suppressing, and canceling anyone who spoke against the narrative. Protests were growing, but we all would go home at the end knowing that we would be ignored. And some organizers were even getting fined and charged. Things were at the point of where do we go? Move to the US? Move to Hungary? We know that wasn't the answer, as this mess was everywhere. Maybe not as bad as in Canada. But we knew that our trust is not in an earthly government, but in our Creator. Knowing that gave us hope to continue to stand up for the truth, no matter the consequences. Enough was enough. Early January, we at Jonker Trucking read online about the convoy and realized we needed to get involved. I signed up as Niagara Route Captain And immediately I was buried in texts, emails, phone calls, and all expressing excitement, hope, and offers of help. People wanted to do something. Both vaxxed and unvaxxed got together and caused a grassroots, peaceful, loving, joyful event to happen. Spontaneous, beautiful moment. When we started, no one expected it to do what it did. No one could have seen what was to become a beacon of hope that erupted across the Great White North, eh? What started as a protest for rights quickly changed to a lifeline of hope. Many who only planned to stay for a weekend stayed for 3 weeks. We sat in our trucks listening to endless heartbreaking stories. And as the two other gentlemen say, at times, guys had to put closed signs in their windows because they needed time to digest what they were hearing, time to have a break from the pain and suffering. One story, I knew I wasn't going to be able to do this. I got it. There are so many, but I want to share this one. And one story that stands out to me was meeting a couple in the crowds carrying a candle and some pictures. I shouldn't have stopped to talk to them, but I did, and I'm thankful that I did. But that went through your head. I don't know if I want to talk to them. But I stopped and talked to them, and they told me that their son committed suicide because he couldn't see his doctor, and left behind for them to care for a daughter-in-law and a few young grandchildren. I can still see his picture. And the candle, he was carrying a fake candle, but still a candle. Just, I hope they're doing okay raising their grandchildren. Sorry, I lost my spot here. Oh yeah, how could we leave when so many were begging us not to leave? And standing and thanking us for standing for all our freedoms. Many tearful memories that I was actually nervous to talk about. I said, I'm not sure I want to do this, but we received so much support in food, fuel, money, and hugs that I am so thankful that I was there. And yet, in spite of the happy atmosphere and bouncy castles, we were dangerous with bouncy castles, just imagine. We were unjustly deemed a national emergency. Unreasonable force by our government was used to clear the streets of hope. We went home feeling defeated and that we had let down our supporters. I didn't want to go home. It took me a while to understand what had actually been accomplished. And I would like to thank Christine Anderson for helping me see that. From the EU Parliament, who helped us recognize that we had made a difference. I don't know if that quote's up there or not yet, but sorry. I'm going to try to say it, but I'm not going to nail the dialect like you do. In all these moments, it is the Canadian truckers that stood out and shone brightest, because it was the Canadian truckers, their boldness, their courage, their determination to stand up to their governments. And it was they who inspired so many others all around the world to finally come together and be determined to put a stop to governments tearing down the very foundation of our democracies. While I might have been given hope to people, I too needed hope. I too needed to know that I'm not the only one fighting this fight. That word hope keeps coming, and she says it a bunch. We all needed that hope. We all did. And this is what you have given us. Hope, hope. And that not all is lost yet. That freedom and democracy can be still restored. And it is that hope that nurtures my strength and determination. Thank you, Christine. Your words deeply encouraged us. Mandates were dropped. And the Emergencies Act woke up many people to the levels of the government, what the levels of the government were willing to do. I might lose my freedom and end up without a home or business because of the civil lawsuit against me and other participants. I might lose my freedom and spend time in jail because of the charges against me, but I would not trade it for the world. Sadly, we heard too often that the truckers were the last hope, but that's not true. Our only true hope is in Jesus Christ. He has already been victorious. We just need to turn to him and his ways. We are not to bow to fear, but stand together for hope. So many of the truckers have stories and sorrow that were told, but I will share one more before I close here. After the convoy, I met a woman who was so excited to talk to me. In January of 2022, she told me that she had called a few friends. This is before and that she was going to leave. She was going to take her life. And one of her friends said, "No, don't. In a few days, the truckers are coming." And she decided to wait. She went to a bridge over the QEW, it's a highway in Mississauga, and there saw the crowd. She said to me, "I realized I wasn't alone, like my government made me out to feel. And when I saw you truckers go under the bridge, I had something to look forward to." To have her, a 60-year-old woman, thanking me and hugging you and shaking. You knew I couldn't see her face, but she was sobbing in my arms. It's just, yeah. So government, never forget that you represent all the people of your country, and that even though you are in power, you are under God and the rule of law. Do not govern by instilling fear and hate, but promote hope and love. Media, do your job and look for the truth. And churches, never close your door to those who need the hope of Jesus Christ. The convoy wasn't about some disgruntled truck drivers who didn't want to lose their jobs. It was actually about us all. The people on the bridge, the people coming to support with time and everything and doing whatever they needed. It was a grassroots moment of love and hope that was used by God to overcome the lies and hate that was gripping our world. My hope is in Jesus Christ, and I pray that he is yours as well. We need to continue to work together for the future of our grandchildren and great-grandchildren. God keep our land glorious and free.
Modest people showing extraordinary courage. Glenn Young. Glenn, are you here? So I've known Glenn all the way through this. Love to hear what your point of view is.
Thanks, Dr. Malone. Hello, everybody. My name is Glenn Young, and first I want to say thank you to Lily, to Rob, and Dr. Malone for inviting me to speak. It's a tremendous honor to be speaking here today. I founded Bright Light News during COVID to combat the lies that I kept seeing. And I'm not a journalist. I'm a teacher. I quit teaching because I had to, because I would have lost my job. But I would like to say I was at the convoy for the extent of the convoy, and I am one of the racists and extremists that was there to proudly represent Canadians. I had the privilege of being at the convoy. I've experienced one of the greatest displays of love, unity, and humanity that I've ever witnessed. And I will probably never, ever witness again. I was there in my capacity as an eyes-on-the-ground reporter to accurately share with the public as best I could what the truckers stood for and why they were there. Their justified constitutional right to end the vaccine mandates. As the convoy launched from Western Canada January 3rd, 2022, and started rolling across the country, gathering steam and excitement from flag-waving crowds that were thickening at every subsequent overpass, I knew I had to be there because our mainstream media had failed us. They betrayed us, and the public deserved the truth. Rather than investigating COVID narratives to help us make informed decisions, and rather than being the government watchdogs of old, The old mainstream media, as we know, became servile government lapdogs, paid agents and big pharma lackeys to push an unscientific and dangerous narrative. They were now mercenaries of advocacy journalism, propagandizing fear to coerce people to take one of the most harmful medical products ever produced. Rob, can we have the first slide, please? This one is a shocker. After all the reporting I did not know this till yesterday, that in Calgary, Alberta, 2 people won $1 million in a vaccine lottery that were chosen. I was looking for this graphic, and then I found out in Michigan, there was another millionaire winner in Michigan, as well as a grand prize $2 million winner to take this vaccine. So nothing says safe and effective like, we're going to make you rich. They censored and bullied the truth tellers, like many of you here, and broke the very bonds and trust that we had in each other, that glued together our families, our communities, and our country. Make no doubt about it, the mainstream media has blood on its hands. And for these reasons, I went to Ottawa simply to report what I saw with my eyes and to allow the public to hear the truckers and the convoy participants themselves, something the mainstream media had failed to do during COVID, which was to ask the other side. Little did I know when I got there, though, how people would come together to collaborate and set aside differences to achieve the singular common goal of restoring our democratic rights and freedoms. I liaised with various organizers, decentralized and above all concerned with keeping the protest peaceful and lawful, to share important public service announcements through people like Danny Bulford for both the public and the convoy participants, like advising protesters on how to interact with agitating counter-protesters, or to help dispel media lies that guns were stolen from a nearby warehouse and were headed for the convoy. Along with a last-minute cobbled-together team, we sourced and organized a giant video screen to be placed on the back of Boom Truck Ben's truck. Where's Ben? There he is. It was incredible. We had to source pieces from Calgary, Alberta, have that flown over from that province. And that was expressly with the intent to be able to allow doctors like Dr. Malone, Dr. Mark Trozzi, Dr. Paul Merrick, and so many more to express their support for the truckers. As the mainstream media compounded lies with more lies, my job was clear. Interview the racists and extremists who were attending the convoy. Find the black pastor who spoke on stage for freedom. Interview the South Asian family with young children who had now lost the ability to play sports for not getting vaccinated. And the Muslim Canadian university professor who attended with her sons to stand up for her family's rights and declare, "I'm here in Ottawa with my people, my Canada." Every person I interviewed beamed with joy and told tales of how safe Canada was, how safe Ottawa was under the siege, how accepted they felt to be amongst their people who accepted you for their choices. You were accepted without judgment, but only respect for your right to live as a free citizen in Canada. I was also given exclusive media access to center stage on Ben's truck for the historic speeches that were given. On that first day, January 29th, as a crowd of tens of thousands throbbed with the electricity of finally being with others who were like them, ostracized and abandoned by loved ones, fired from their jobs, unable to see dying loved ones, like the father here in this video from Shaba. Shaba is one of the truckers that was there, and this is a video from his truck that he shot. Rob, can you play this video, please?
Okay, so I want to thank you guys for being here. I haven't seen my daughter in 2 years since this started. She's in the hospital in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and I can't go see my daughter. She's 22 years old and she's sick, and I can't get in the fucking hospital to see her. And I want to say, so if I can't go to that fucking hospital, I come here to our capital because Trudeau, you bastard, I want to see my kid, and this is on you. And the truckers are here to support me, and I love you guys all, and I thank you from my heart. My hat's off to you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
I can't imagine that these guys went through this multiple times a day for weeks on end. And you understand now why they couldn't leave. We and everybody else in Ottawa were finally the majority. We're finally free to be who we were and to speak our truths without reservation and without hesitation. No daggers from strangers' eyes, no people jumping off the streets because we weren't wearing a mask, no slanderous comments from family for making choices guaranteed by our Constitution. We were no longer subjected to the tyranny of the majority. The government and media whipped up fear unleashed onto our unsuspecting publics, now under the spell of military-grade psychological operations. Day after day, for all hours of the day, the hero truckers listened to the pain and suffering of those who came to their trucks and pleaded for them to stay. And agreed, and dissident doctors and scientists like Drs. Byron Bridle, David Speaker, Roger Hodkinson, and so many more delivering more truth to armed protesters with cutting-edge vaccine data to help others waken to the lies and avoid potential harms for their families. There were outcast elected and former elected representatives there like Randy Hillier, who's here today, Derek Sloan and Maxime Bernier, as well as the Honourable Brian Peckford, the last living co-author of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, there to remind people of their constitutional rights and to stand up and fight for them, as well as the veterans, fired professors, postal workers, the vaccine injured, and children who now had become pariahs within their own social circles. This protest was a process of humanitarians and whistleblowers, alerting and warning the rest of Canada of what was being done to them at their own risk, at their own peril, for their own livelihood. As the mainstream media continued spinning its lies, speech after speech was delivered to thunderous cheers and roars of freedom, set to the melodious backdrop of truck horn blasts. It was minus 15 degrees, it was bloody cold, but the cold was endured and melted away as the insurrection of parked trucks continued to empower and embolden everyone that was there. I was privileged to experience the Freedom Convoy, and I say experienced, because it's something, like Ben said, that you cannot experience unless you were there. All of the pressure, the vilification that we'd suffered over those years to be released in those few weeks on those streets. Despite the freezing temperatures and the taste of diesel permeating from our tongues daily due to the big rigs lining the streets of Ottawa, those rigs kept our freedom-fighting heroes warm, and every day was just one big, huge celebration. It was Canada Day. It was as if Canada won the World Cup. It was a rave, families with young children jumping in bouncy castles with Canadians of all walks of life. It brought Canadians together, and like Ben mentioned, I think he stole this from my speech, at the time, in my 52 years, it was the first time I was proud to be Canadian. Its impact will never be acknowledged or written about by the mainstream media, but we all know. We all know that shortly after the convoy was illegally dismantled, the COVID vaccine mandates began dropping across the country. Rob, can we get the next slide, please? So this was during the convoy. This is 3 days after the Emergencies Act was invoked. Mainstream news saying that time is absolutely right for pandemic measures to lift, experts say. The impact of the truckers was incredible. Next slide, please. Global news. A look at Ontario's timeline for lifting all COVID measures, March 9th, 2022. Next slide, please. And here they are. March 14th, vaccination policies will no longer be required in hospitals, long-term care homes, schools, and childcare settings. A week later, mask mandates will end in most places, including schools and childcare settings. And then April 27th, the kicker, essentially all public health measures against COVID-19 will end. Thank you, truckers. We're working on that. The Freedom Convoy electrified the world, with footage being viewed on people's phones and on television sets in bars around the world. And every day it inspired new convoys. And during this time, we also saw the news cycle change from the 24/7 COVID narrative to the Ukraine-Russia conflict. But one of the greatest impacts of the Freedom Convoy was the healing that it brought for so many of us. Amidst the body-vibrating blasts of honks, there were embraces and tears that flowed freely, lifting us out of the pain of being persecuted and abandoned by loved ones, left out of Christmas dinners and weddings, of losing our jobs and having to worry about how we were going to put a roof over our heads, feed our children, provide medications, of being left out of society because we refused to carry a vaccine pass. The Freedom Convoy was there to fight the vaccine mandates, but it became so much more. In light of what Dr. Denis Rancourt dubbed the government's response a killing field. All of this was enabled and weaponized by the complicit mainstream media. And I want to say again, as my new and great friend Rodney Palmer has said, they have blood on their hands. What I learned from my time at the Freedom Convoy was this, that the power of love can drive out darkness, and only the power of love can drive out hate. And that standing up and fighting for our constitutional rights and freedoms, our human rights and freedoms, our right as simply a being walking on the face of this earth, as the truckers showed us, and they led the way to do, can and will affect change to create the free world that we want to live in. So please, keep fighting and speaking up. Thank you, truckers, and freedom! Next up, we're going to have Ryan Olson. All right.
Thank you very much. Very humbled to be here speaking to you today. I wrote this speech. It's called Spirit of the Freedom Convoy. If you ever meet someone who is part of the Freedom Convoy, ask them this question: what made you want to go to Ottawa? 9 times out of 10, you'll get the answer, I was called there. My name is Ryan Olson, and I was in Ottawa for 3 weeks supporting the Freedom Convoy. From when the trucks started their journey until they landed in Ottawa, I had experienced an overwhelming desire to be part of this movement. My life experience has taught me to follow my intuition, but also to be patient and open and to seek the truth before making important decisions. This helped me establish a very successful career leading many different types of people. However, what I quickly realized in Ottawa is that this intuition is much more spiritually based than I ever gave it credit in the past. So when I say that I was called to Ottawa, it started with an actual phone call from a gentleman named James Peloso. James was instrumental in Ottawa setting up communication. We met on a conference call 2 days before the trucks arrived in Ottawa, and he had said to me, "Would you come out to Ottawa and give us a hand on the ground? We could use your experience." As I was on the phone with James, I also received a phone call from my father-in-law, Joe. And he said, "Ryan, I really think we need someone with your leadership skills here on the ground." After hanging up the phone, I thought to myself, well, that was a nice coincidence. Then my dad called me and asked me when I was going to go to Ottawa. So after the third sign, I was like, well, I guess I'm going to pack my bags and I'm on my way. When I arrived downtown Ottawa, I was awestruck by the scene of trucks, vehicles, Canadians dressed from head to toe in snowsuits and waving Canadian flags. When you think of truckers, sometimes you get a perception of people who are hardworking, but also maybe a little tough on the exterior and interior. But when I started getting introduced to the truck captains, it was as though I had known them my entire life. There was no shaking hands. There was not even any small talk that you would normally expect when meeting a person for the first time. It was a hug, tears of joy, and spirit beaming from every single person. The excitement and energy was just on a completely other level. This was not only shared in the hotel lobby, but as I walked to the Parliament, I could hear the crowd and horns and couldn't help but feel that Canadian pride. In the crowd, there were all kinds of people. There were truckers, kids, Canadians, professionals, and local volunteers who were cooking, doing laundry, providing entertainment, and serving coffee. Weeks into the protest, I'd be on an elevator with people who had come in for the weekend from the surrounding areas. Everyone always asked, "Where are you from?" I'd say, "I'm from Saskatchewan." And every time they would give me a hug, many would start crying. And some would even ask me to pray with them. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," they would say. "I feel so proud to be a Canadian again." It was love, it was spirit, and it was true Canadian unity. It has been very difficult for me to explain my role in the Freedom Convoy to people. It seemed to evolve and change over the 3 weeks. Looking back on it, I think my role was a combination of peacemaker and servant leader. We wanted to reduce chaos and improve the chances that the truckers would be able to get their message across to the government. Every day was different, and the first week was extremely important to ensure that the protests remained peaceful and legal. The first day of the convoy arrived downtown. It was chaotic, and I went around the city with a trucker pilot assessing the situation, and it was amazing to see all the trucks parked downtown. However, it was also overwhelming in those first few days because we're not meeting the goal of being a legal protest, because there were trucks blocking intersections and important emergency routes. Our first interface with the Ottawa Police was at the Arc Hotel, and they had indicated that we had the right to protest, but it had to be done so in a way that was legal and peaceful. We committed to working with them to move vehicles and ensure that all streets had an open lane for emergency vehicles. After our meeting with the police, we made a large downtown map of Ottawa and decorated it with post-it notes where trucks were parked to have a good visual of the situation. As I was leaning over the map with the co-pilot, I quickly realized that I did not have enough experience of downtown Ottawa to provide the proper leadership. I took a deep breath and thought there must be someone better suited for this job. And in walked Tom Razzo. This was the first time I had seen the miracle of people showing up in the exact moment of need. He told me that he was there to help support, and his experience was with logistics and operations with the Canadian military. He was from Ottawa and was very familiar with the streets. I was like, well, I think your job's right here over this map. Tom was a perfect fit for that role, and he was instrumental in helping coordinate trucks and interface with police. Over the course of the next few weeks, it became a regular occurrence that a need would arise, and within 5 minutes, someone would approach us with the exact same skill set that was needed in that moment. Joe and I worked as a team, and we were so in sync that I remember on one occasion, I received a phone call from a Manitoba trucker. He explained that he had 5 lawyers with him who wanted to do pro bono work on behalf of the truckers. I told him, well, I don't really have a need for 5 lawyers right now, but I bet you Joe probably does. So why don't you give him a call? An hour later, I found out that Joe was looking for a lawyer who could help deal with a parking ticket that had been issued. The 5 of them ended up setting up a helpline and could give advice to truckers. And some of these lawyers are currently defending the truckers in their ongoing battles. Another miracle story was related to one of my key tasks, which was taking care of the meeting rooms, hotels, and press rooms throughout the convoy. After a week, the Arc Hotel had informed me that they were going to kick us all out, which would have put everyone on the street. After helping them understand the importance of the conference rooms and working with police services, they agreed to allow the team to stay, but with 50% reduction in room capacity. I then had to make up the gap of hotels at the Sheraton, and they presented me with 3 options. They'd be non-refundable, paid up front, no extensions. Without knowing the end date of the convoy, I was left with a pretty large decision to make. And there was really no way of knowing what option to choose. So I went upstairs, started to pray, kind of broke down emotionally because I didn't know what to do. In that moment, I received a text from my sister. She sent me an article called 21 Angel Number. What does it mean? She said she kept seeing this number repeatedly, and she looked up what it meant. I continued to read. 21 Angel Number is for those who have been dealing with the time of transition or facing difficulties. Seeing this number can be a positive sign that soon this period will be behind you. I was like, hey, that's me. I'm transitioning hotels, facing a difficult decision, and eventually this protest is going to end. 2 minutes after this text, I received the exact same article in a text from a colleague back in St. Rue. 21 Angel Number. I looked down at the 3 proposals. One of them had the end date of February 21st. Confidently, I selected this date. I just knew that God had helped show me the way. As the days passed, I was anticipating that I may have to start telling people that they have to leave the hotel. However, in the days leading up to the 21st, every single person left on their own will. Guess when the last person called me to say they were leaving their room? You got it, February 21st, angel number. It was impossible to ignore that there was a spiritual side of the Freedom Convoy. In one of our first meetings, I remember a young trucker with a cowboy hat stood up at the beginning of the meeting and said, "I'm not really a religious man, but I feels like we should do a prayer." It became typical that we would pray in meetings, and I think all of us could feel that God was the CEO of the convoy. We were all seeing many miracles happening all around us at super speed. Sometimes pastors would attend the meetings to bless everyone, to ask for guidance and support. The horns to me were like trumpets, and when you closed your eyes, it felt like a spiritual battle was happening above the city, and it felt like the good guys were winning. Although the Freedom Convoy did not end like all of us had hoped, I feel like God used it to help wake up the world. The mandates in the provinces were lifted, including masks and vaccines. The media lost credibility for deceiving the public on behalf of the government. The banking system was exposed when they froze people's accounts. And the Liberal Party showed their true colors by invoking the Emergencies Act, which has now been ruled to be unconstitutional. But for me, I saw the biggest impact on the little things. It strengthened my relationship with my family, and it created new friendships. And when I finally made it home, my family was waiting, and they wanted to take me to a restaurant in Saskatoon. We had not been to one in over a year because of the vaccine passports, and they wanted to celebrate. As we sat at the table, it reinforced to me why I spent 3 weeks in Ottawa. It was to protect my kids, to provide them with a bright future, and to be able to enjoy it with them to the fullest. I think that when we all look hard at ourselves, we'll find that there is one core reason that you're in this room today. It likely isn't because you think masks are stupid, or that vaccines are bad, or that your prime minister or president is corrupted and incompetent, although all these things might be true. It could be because of your family. Maybe it's because of your values and principles, or maybe you feel called to be here. Or maybe you just love your country and you're a patriot. Whatever the reason, I want you to know that we felt your support, and it gave us the confidence to represent not only Canadians, but anyone who is watching us from all around the world. Thank you once again to the courageous truckers and to all of you who refuse to be silenced no matter the cost. All of you are part of the spirit of the Freedom Convoy, and together we all inspired the world. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last testimony. I'm struck. These are heartfelt. Mr. Saza Bizi will speak next, and he's agreed to try to keep it a little bit shorter and focus on lessons learned. But I just feel like we can't. These people need to tell their story. It's heartbreaking. So I look forward to you sharing your own experiences.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm so honored to be here. I didn't prepare a nice speech or a presentation. We are running out of time. But let me introduce myself. I born in communist Romania under the regime of Nicolae Ceausescu. It's horrible, you know. I just will tell you a few things. Like as a kid, I never cried for a chocolate because I never knew it existed. I remember being afraid of friends and neighbors, because if you said something, they might gonna report it to the authorities. You end up with a nice beating, or sometimes you disappeared for good. And I just want to mention I was a part of the Romanian Revolution too. I was 18 at the time. I was on the streets. I was hailing an ex. I didn't chop up nobody, so don't worry. I was pretty much bloodthirsty. People, they died on the street. There was multiple victims. And I remember our communist leader was executed on the street. So anyway, I just realized I'm so addicted to freedom, so Romania wasn't the country, I was grow old. So I was chasing the freedom. I ended up in Canada in 2000. I became a truck driver. Life was good. Pretty much I was happy for the 20 years until COVID started and all these mandates. My family is not vaccinated. We refuse to take that poison. I won't say it's a vaccine because, or you know, it's a poison. So we decided not to take it. Because of that, I wasn't able to provide any longer to my family. My hand is shaking. Hold on. And yeah, we was very desperate. I was crying with my girls back home, what we gonna do? Then we heard about the trucker convoy. And I said, because I'm a trucker, I'm gonna be part of it. Because I live in Windsor, I did protest 4 days at the Ambassador Bridge. Probably you guys heard about that. And then I joined the convoy. When I was driving up to Ottawa, I didn't know what to expect from the whole thing. I was already witnessing the Romanian Revolution. It was a pretty violent protest, and so I didn't know what Ottawa was gonna be. I kissed my family goodbye. I wasn't sure I'm gonna return alive. And but on my way to Ottawa, I just realized I saw so many people all over on the overpasses on the side of the road, and that was very good. It motivated me. I realized like I'm not a freak and I'm not alone. So. Yeah, the whole trip to Ottawa was very, very, like, how to explain myself. So I cried a lot. At one point, I saw some veterans on the side of the road. They was sitting in line, all nice medals on the chest, saluting us. Babies in a stroller, and the minus 30 Celsius what was outside. So me, because I was part of the Romanian Revolution, like I said, I was thinking it's going to be something violent in Ottawa, something, I don't know. I didn't expect seeing people mounting bouncy castles and hugging each other. I said, what the hell? When is the fight is going to start? So, yeah, that was very impressive. So I was confused for a couple of days. Then I had no other chance just to give up hugs to others and listening to their story. Which one they really changed me, because I gotta tell you, during this convoy up in Ottawa, I did things, a little bit of water will be nice if somebody can give me. Please. A little bit of water. Yeah, please. And yeah, that convoy changed me over, time because I said things and I did things which were normally, I wouldn't do it. No, thank you. Yeah, better. Yeah, I'm pretty sure some kind of, I don't know, out of power, maybe God. I'm not a religious guy, but I'm sure somebody did make me saying things, doing things, which one, like I said, normally I wouldn't do it. One day, a supporter came to my truck, and he gave me $10,000 cash. He told me to keep it or to help others. So, pretty much I give it away to all those people who they was volunteering over there all day, bringing our coffee, cleaning the snow. And it felt good. Even, like I said before, I wouldn't do something like that. I would just pocket the money and hit the gun store. But I feel the need to just be good and just give it away. You should know over there, everybody was a giver, okay? In the moment I was handing that money out to the people who came to my truck, a gentleman, he said, I don't need it. I said, you are awesome, just keep it. I said, no, I'm gonna just give it to somebody else. I bet if that convoy it was still on today, that money will still circulate over there. Guarantee that. Well, you guys probably see that clip when there are a bunch of pigs on top of somebody, kneeling him from each direction. Yeah, that was me. After our government invoked the Emergency Act, I didn't run away. I didn't run away because the Romanian communism, it was bad, but also make me into an alpha male I am today. And because I make so many promises to the people, I'm gonna stay over there for them. I decide to stay. And when the police came, I just got down on my knee. I had my hands behind my head. And they beat me. Some people, they said brutally. Yeah, they just beat me. They did me some damage, break a bone in my hand and some other things. I still have problems today. But I'm still going. And I'm still talking. I know I have a terrible accent. I'm not really made for stuff like this. Thank you. But because I have a courage to just stand up and talk in the front of the audience, it's because during the convoy, I had an interview, and after that interview, some people came, somebody from like Nova Scotia. He said he saw my interview, and next day he just jumped in his car and he wanted to meet me personally. And somebody else from Alberta told me the same thing. So I said, if my broken English has that much power, I can make people move, then what the hell? I'm gonna keep talking. Okay, 1 minute. And since then, I'm still talking. Even if it feels so uncomfortable, I don't care. So let me, I got something here, make sure I got it right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, also knows that Castro Jr. He's doing all kind of evil things with the Canadian people, invoking all kind of new laws and stuff. He's trying to make his father to look like Dalai Lama. But he probably doesn't know one thing. As Canadian, we are ready to die for our freedom. So am I. That's, yeah. Time is up. Thank you.
I remember a book from my childhood. It had a title, Profiles in Courage. Maybe you remember it too. So on to the next section. I mean, I'm struck. The sense of divine intervention at key moments is transcendent. Amazing anecdotes that fortunately now we've captured for the world in streaming and on the web. They'll be archived forever from the heart. The next section is Taking Back Our World, and it's structured in panels. The first panel is focused on from the European Parliament joining global forces. We are honored and privileged to, hopefully they're still here, yes, there we are, fortunately, to have 3 members from the European Parliament, MEP Christine Anderson, MEP Rob Roos, and MEP Christian Terhers. And they all know, because they have to deal with a legislative environment, that we appreciate brevity is the soul of wit. And they're going to give us brief statements and then take questions from the audience. Christian, you want to lead off?
Yeah, well, Robert, you're not going to like me for doing what I'm about to do, but I just have to. We are supposed to focus on the future and where do we go from here. But we can't do this because you guys have all heard what the Canadian truckers just told you. They were there. And there wasn't a single one that was able to speak about the events without crying. And that just goes to show the amount of pain and suffering they inflicted on them. It is actually, I'm lacking the words to describe that. That is what trauma looks like, emotional trauma. And the thing is really this. We have all been put through the same hell, in different levels, but through the same hell. But everything considered, and despite what they put us through, we're actually the lucky ones. We are. You know why? Because we did not fall for their BS. We saw right through it. Our inner belief system was not shattered. I can't even imagine how hard it must for the people who bought in to the narrative of the government, who trusted their government, because they're supposed to trust their government. What did it do to these people? They will never be able to trust their own guts again. And that's the real damage they did and inflicted on these people. And I feel really pity with the people that had to come to that conclusion, having been betrayed by their own government that they had elected. And I'm going to say it again. Every single represented official, every single representative in the government around the world, if you were a part of this, shame on you. You do not deserve to be in office. But having said that, I now know I can trust my guts. And I can even more forcefully criticize my government, and I call BS when I see it. Because I know I was right. I was right in not believing them. And that gives me the strength to actually continue to do just that. Now, when you look at the EU institutions, I'm just going to outline this very, very quickly. The way they're structured, the way they interact with each other, they're not undemocratic, they're downright anti-democratic. And that is by design. They did not make a mistake. They did not oversee some principle, some democratic principle. It is by design. And it all aims up to stripping all of our free liberal societies which are made up of free individuals. They're designed to strip all of us of our rights, freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, and most importantly, and it was mentioned a couple of times today, of individual freedom. That is the foundation on what our democracies are built on. But if you have individuals, if you have characters, if you have personalities, you cannot just shuffle them around and sort of mail them down to a malleable, spineless mass. You will have to deal with these personalities. That's why they're robbing us of everything. And like I said, it's done via the e-institutions. And the e-institutions are only a little stepping stone to the overall agenda they're all trying to achieve, which is ultimately to implement global governance. But to do that, they have to get rid of all of the national states, because they are going to be in the way, right? And in Europe, it's particularly difficult because a small continent, we live in so many different languages, cultures, peoples. We all have our own faiths, our own history, our own experiences. To break up these national states, particularly difficult. So they came up with this brilliant idea in their mind, the EU institutions, to break up with that, take it to one level, and then ultimately go up to, the global governance. And the challenge they're facing in the United States is a different one. You are already one nation, but you have a much more profound concept and understanding of freedom. And that's why they need to attack your sense and your concept of freedom. And it's done through so various mechanisms, whether it's the EU institutions or the WHO or, even the United Nations. Even that is some kind of a global governance. So what I'm always fighting for, and particularly in the EU Parliament, and I'm doing that with my colleagues, and we are not that many, by the way, a small minority, but I will never tire to defend freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, and above all, individual freedom. That I will always fight for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine, and thank you so much for everybody who was here and who followed us over the past years, I would say. And considering the fact that it's a Sunday today, I would like to start my Okay, we'll do that. So considering that it's Sunday today, I would like to start my short speech today with a verse from the Bible, from the book of John, where he states, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." So what we saw happening at the beginning of the pandemic was the spread of this darkness all across the globe. As this was done, first of all, through public policies, and then it was done by the media. Now, media has a very important role in a democracy. It is called in the Western world the fourth power in the state. In a tyrannical regime, the media has a different role: to indoctrinate and to forcibly educate people, to be obedient to the government and of the government. And that's exactly what happened. My previous speaker from Canada, Vizi, he was telling you his experience from Romania under communism and the way, he participated at the anti-communist revolution. I mean, imagine the shock that we had, all of us in the European Parliament that are representing our countries from Eastern Europe, when we saw happening exactly the same scenario. We were shocked. I mean, we are not experts in the medical field. We are not scientists. We are, elected officials from different categories of the society. But we expected the media to be the one asking the proper and the correct questions. And they were not doing that. Not only that they were not doing that, they were attacking us when we were doing their job. So let me just give you some facts. In November of 2019, the Taiwanese authorities notified WHO that there's a virus in China that is killing people, that is close to like a pneumonia, whatever you name that. WHO had the historical chance in November of 2019 to notify all the countries in the world that there is a virus, a now known virus that is going around China, and they could have shut the traffic and everything and find a way to contain it. They did not do anything. In December of 2019, the whole world found out about the virus. On January the 11th, 2020, there was a guy from China who released publicly the DNA sequence of the COVID-19 virus. The date is very important, and I'll explain you why. A few days later, WHO came out publicly and said, well, this is not a deadly virus. You should not worry about it. I remember the Romanian president, when people started writing about it, he pretty much called, and I quote, stupid people who were worried in the month of January and February of 2020 that this might be a deadly virus. And out of the blue, in the month of March, the entire narrative across the globe changed. From a non-deadly virus, it became a very dangerous and a very deadly virus that the whole world must be in lockdown. Now, obviously, again, we are not scientists, but it should have been the job of the media to ask why. Because right now you heard previous speakers talking about the kind of power that WHO wants to get from all the nations in the world. But if you go back just 3 years, the same WHO had the historical chance to save the planet, because everybody wants to be a messiah now. Well, they had a chance, and they failed. So, this should be a lesson learned from all the people and all the elected officials to question everything. Well, that's exactly not the stuff that was not done during the pandemic, but was not even allowed. And we go back to my colleagues. In 2021, we were asked to vote on the digital COVID certificate. And we started asking questions. What are you talking about? We were called because we were all at home back then. We were not allowed, we were asked to work from home, right? To work from home. And we were called to vote on an emergency procedure on the digital COVID certificate. And we asked, what is that? Well, we don't have time for debates. We got to move fast. Well, hold on a second. What do you mean you move fast? We need debates. We need to know what the hell is going on. Oh, you're questioning the science. Well, obviously, because I'm a living person, I question everything. Right? I doubt I exist. As an old philosopher said, right? Well, we had at least, we met, someone from the European Commission, and the person came and said, well, we got to vote for this because, it's a pandemic and stuff. And I had one question, and I said, based on this, I will decide if I vote in favor of it or against it. Can someone die after receiving this injection? And the person said, but look how many people we save. Well, that was not the question. I restate my question, can someone die after being injected with this so-called vaccine? Yeah, but also if you get Advil, you die. You could die. I said, that is true. But the difference is you're not asking us to vote. That when you go on a plane or when you cross the border from one country to another to get an Advil. That's the difference. So I restate my question. Can someone die, hypothetically speaking, after being injected with this medical product? And the person said, probabilistically, yes. And I said, sure, certainly, I'm against it. Why? Because I am not God. I cannot play with anybody's life or health, knowing now, you just told me, that someone, hypothetically, potentially, could die. This is not the reason why we were elected in these offices. We were elected here to serve our people, not to expose them at risks that might cost their lives. We cannot play Russian roulette with these people. Yeah, but look what the media says. I know. You know, there was an interview with some guys who play Russian roulette. There were 6 people around the table. They play Russian roulette, and at the end, you know, only 5 remained alive. So when the media asked them, well, we heard that this game is risky. The 5 guys said, what are you talking about? We are alive. It's not risky at all. Yeah, what about the other guy? So imagine now, when the entire world was played with this way. So it is our job as elected officials, regardless where we are. So this ICS summit started because us, in different parts of the world, we were exactly what this verse from the Bible said. That light, it doesn't matter if it was big or small or, you know, a light that was shining in that darkness that these people wanted to, you know, put upon us. And look where we are right now. All these dots of light are meeting here, you know, and I'm sure we'll be meeting in many more places down the road. And despite anything, we gave a lot of hope. So when we had the first press conference, I will never forget that October 2021. We had the first conference, and we had kind of, you know, some kind of emotions. I mean, you realize that we realized that, you know, we will be hammered by the media. So we called the press conference, and guess what? The room was empty. So we had a discussion before, well, there's nobody here. What do we do? And I said, it doesn't matter. We speak to the world. And that's what we did. And because we did that, we are here today. And we were in many other places, and we will be in many other places. So the recommendation and the advice that I have to all of you, I heard some of you that is running for office. And I encourage you to run for offices in your countries and in your counties and in your states. Because it's the only way to make this world a better place. If you look around and you don't see proper elected officials in offices, well, you know why that happens? Because that is your place. You gotta go run for office. Even if you don't win, doesn't matter. You change the narrative. You talk about all of these things that at the end of the day, other people will be talking about it. And look where we are right now. The whole world is like waking up. Do not be afraid. Do not be silent. And do not be passive. Thank you, and God bless you.
Is this also? Oh yeah, this is also working. No one uses it. It's such a privilege to speak after Christian because everyone is awake, literally. Let me see. I was worried about if everyone has the energy to listen to the speech, but after speaking after Christian, it's It's not a question anymore. So it's an honor for me to be here also. My name is Rob Roos, and I want to talk a little bit about the WHO with you. The WHO wants more power. In 2021, 194 member states decided to work on a treaty on future pandemics. This treaty would significantly expand the power of the WHO. In particular, it would significantly expand the power of the Director General to monitor, to coordinate, and to direct policy. To the average Joe, the WHO may sound like a neutral government institution, but we know better. We know it's not. Its funding sources raise legitimate questions and legitimate concerns about its independence and impartiality in addressing a global health crisis. We should put a warnings label on all WHO statements. Caution, contains heavy doses of China, big pharma, and philanthropic influence. We cannot afford to place the fate of our decision-making and the health of nations solely in the hands of entities that have their own agendas. The people in the WHO are not elected, cannot be held accountable, and are even immune to any criminal prosecution. This is against all democratic values. Our hero for freedom, Tucker Carlson, made an informative segment in his show on Fox in 2022, warning the public about the global pandemic treaty. However, I think the pandemic treaty pushed by the EU is unlikely to pass worldwide. It would require a two-thirds. Yes? Oh, I hear myself having.
Take the mic. Where's the handheld mic?
Okay, I take the handheld.
Yes, and yeah, or
better.
Which?
Push this away. Our hero from freedom, for freedom, Tucker Carlson made an informative segment in his show on Fox 2022, warning the public about the global pandemic treaty. However, I think the pandemic treaty pushed by the EU is unlikely to pass worldwide. It would require a two-thirds majority in the US Senate, and that's not going to happen. Instead, its function is to hide something else. It's a red herring. Negotiations are ongoing on more than 300 amendments to the International Health Regulation, originally submitted by the Biden administration. These will be the subject to a vote by the General Assembly of the WHO at the end of May. These amendments would not have to be ratified by any national parliament, thus enabling the WHO to circumvent national democracy. Thereby, they form the true imminent danger for the freedom worldwide. If adopted, these amendments will already give the WHO a leading, convening, and coordinating role in the operational aspects of an emergency response to a pandemic. The pandemic treaty is indeed worse, but the amendments are the true imminent danger. The WHO has already the WHO already has the right to unilaterally declare a pandemic. It also has the exclusive right to declare the end of the pandemic. With the new proposed, and this is very important, with the new proposed amendments, the WHO could sideline democracy whenever they want and for as long as they wish to do so. And this is very dangerous. And do we want the WHO to be able to impose lockdowns in Spain, enforce medical interventions in the Netherlands, and dictate medical protocols in the USA? Of course not. Such a one-size-fits-all response to a pandemic crisis is foolish in geographical zones characterized by vastly different parameters. And of course, it's totally undemocratic. Instead of a central bureaucratic process, we need local decision-making. We need to ensure that decision-making remains close to the citizens. We need a transparent, accountable, and citizen-centric approach to tackling pandemics. But the WHO seems to be in a hurry. In May of last year, the WHO voted to amend some of its procedural and voting rules. They want to massively speed up and simplify the process of making those desired amendments to the International Health Regulation so they can conduct their power grab even faster. I believe that this vote was not lawful. The basic rules for the correct procedure for a vote were violated by the WHO. Together with a dozen other members of the European Parliament, I therefore sent a letter, together made with our fantastic lawyer, Philip Kroese, to the Director General Tedros of the WHO. We warned him that the 2020 amendments have not been validly adopted and should not be considered and should be considered null and void. This is the letter. It would surprise me, however, that something like an illegal procedure change is going to stop the WHO Assembly for adopting these amendments in May. We only have 3 months. We only have 3 months left to stop this insane and undemocratic power grab. Let's raise awareness among citizens and politicians about this. It's our duty to protect freedom and our democracy. It's our duty for the current and next generations of peoples. Thank you very much.
So a few brief questions so we can get on to the next section. Does anyone have any questions? I think Christian or even, oh, he's off for an interview. So we just have the privilege. Remember, this represents the European Parliament here in the United States. I'm very grateful for the opportunity for them to be here. Both of these individuals have been exceptionally brave. I don't know if you remember the stunning moment when Mr. Roos asked the vice president of Pfizer whether or not there were any data on the vaccines being protective against infection, and she admitted that there wasn't after hesitating and stumbling. It was a pivotal moment in this whole history.
It was the speed of science.
Yes, the speed of science. A term pioneered, I think, right here in the United States. Any questions?
I'll just talk loud. My name is Drew Barnes. Thank you both for that. Mr. Roos, to start with, first of all, the European Union seems the opposite of local decision-making, so you saying that kind of surprised me a bit. But during COVID, if I recall right, Sweden seemed to do a huge pivot. Started with everything locked down, but then soon opened up. How was that addressed in the European Union? How was that felt with? Was the European Union helpful of Sweden opening up, or was it a detriment? Thank you.
I will repeat the question. If I make it brief. The question is the European Union, was it helpful with the restrictions and the lockdowns? No, the European Union was not helpful at all. They implemented the so-called COVID passport, and that was meant to be that it was easier to travel between member states. And but before we knew it, this COVID passport, this QR code, was excluding people from society. You needed to go to a bar and a restaurant, etc. I refuse to take the vaccine, not because I'm against vaccination. It's something that is a personal decision. I thought I'm not in the risk group, but I was not even able to enter the parliament. So they excluded people, representatives of the people, chosen people, to enter the parliament because they have a different opinion about their ideas. And that's a very dangerous development if you say that you're fighting for democracy and you exclude representatives of the people. So it was not helpful at all. It has an agenda. The COVID passport was there, and now we have the digital identity, and it will be voted on Tuesday.
I would like to add to that because I think it was really about how Sweden did do something differently than the rest of the world. That was actually discussed quite heavily in the beginning. And Sweden was pretty much vilified, crucified for being so idiotic, to pretty much killing their own population, because the rest of the world was convinced, and the majority in the EU, they were convinced that there isn't going to be a Sweden if they do not lock down, if they don't have the mask mandates and all of that. That was pretty much the narrative. And especially in Germany, we've been shoved down this narrative on an everyday basis, 3, 4, 5 times a day. Oh my God, they're all going to die because they don't comply and they don't do this, that, and the other. That was the story then. When you looked at the graphs, however, how the so-called infections, how they progressed, there wasn't a difference between Germany, Sweden, or France, or Italy, or anywhere else in the world, right? So once it was clear that what Sweden did was actually the real clever way of doing things, not locking down, keeping the schools open, not killing the elderly in their homes. I mean, a lot of them died lonely, probably of loneliness. So they were actually doing all the right things. And the reason they were so hated for this, and I think we might have had that conversation before, the reason they were hated for this was because if they didn't comply, then there would be a comparison. Then the whole world would see how ridiculous these restrictions actually were. That's why they could not afford to have anyone even stepping out of line, because now the whole world knows, no, what Sweden did was the right thing. And that's the very same reason they hated the so-called unvaccinated, because we are the control group. And as long as there is a control group, you are able to, in hindsight at least, look who did the right thing and who was wrong. And here we are, and I saw a colleague of mine, Gerald Hauser, I don't know if he's still here. He's just written a book, and it's titled Die Schwurbler hatten recht, the Covidiots were right, and that's exactly the thing. So, but they needed to kill Sweden as pretty much a control group, and needed to kill the unvaccinated as the control group. Well, they failed. Luckily, they failed.
Hello, my name is Rebecca. I am in the Brexit Party now, Reform UK, and I campaigned with Nigel all over Britain in 2019. And even though we had left the EU at the end of January 2020, I'm just wondering, this is a question about EU regulations, were there still any binding EU regulations that in any way informed or mandated the extreme response by the British government and the severe lockdown that the British people had to endure?
We try just this way, it's faster. So first of all, congratulations that you got out of that hellhole. And no, I'm jealous, actually. No, there were no binding, there was nothing binding the UK anymore in terms of having to comply with whatever regulations the EU came out with. And that's just a very good example. And it's the scariest part, actually. You may have noticed all the governments in every single Western democracy, they were in lockstep with this agenda. So it's not, the EU is a big problem, but it's not the only problem. There is some other kind of entity somewhere up there. I can't name names because I don't know who is running the show. And you may have heard this, but I call them the globalitarian misanthropists. And they have infiltrated every single government, especially in the Western democracies, and they are running the show. So despite the fact that the UK left EU, you guys still have some filth in your government, and you kind of need to get it out.
Frank Gaffney.
Thank you to the three of you for this very important intervention. And I wanted to say I agree very strongly with the idea that the IHRs are a threat, especially since there's no pretense being made that they will be, in our case, taken to the United States Senate for treatment as a treaty, which they should be, because they are completely changing the whole meaning of the World Health Organization. I would disagree, and that's the reason I put the question to Senator Johnson this morning, that we will necessarily get the treaty, which they slip and sometimes acknowledge as a treaty, taken up before the Senate, because the Senate doesn't seem to want to take it up. Which brings me to my question. You're speaking to an international audience. It isn't going to die of natural causes. It's going to have to be killed. And this is where the battle starts, it seems to me. So I just wanted to ask you both, if you would, absent your colleague, how important is it to the cause that you stand for and that you're fighting for inside the horrors of the European Union, but for the cause of freedom worldwide, that the United States of America repudiate what the Biden administration is doing here, both with respect to the amendments and with respect to the treaty, and, as I'm fond of saying, depart from the World Health Organization, defund the World Health Organization, and defang the World Health Organization. Thank you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that one. Apart from the fact, as I already mentioned, that the Americans have a far more profound understanding of freedom, and it's quite hard to take the freedom away from the American people, as represented or reflection of that would be the Second Amendment. Don't ever give up the Second Amendment. Please don't. Keep your arms. I'm serious. Keep them. But there's also, and I might have mentioned that, I'm not quite sure, we need the American people to do another thing for us. And that would actually help all of us around the world. And what you need to do, you need to re-elect Donald Trump to the White House. We need him in the White House. And then maybe their narrative will crumble and they will not be right as forcefully in continuing their plan. If he's in the White House, and if he were to say, well, you know what, screw this with WHO, can you imagine what would happen around the world? Then a lot of countries would also reconsider. So please do us a favor, elect Donald Trump to the White House. I beg you, please do it.
And a small additional, it's not only the WHO, it's the UN that is a problem. The UN is a problem for our Western society. It's really not helping. It's the WHO, it's the WEF, it's the UN itself. We see it with Israel. It's always the same problem. It's destroying the West. The only thing that we can considered to be valuable, and that is the Security Council. For me, the rest of the UN can be skipped. Not only the WHO, but the rest of the UN also. Thank you very much.
So one last question.
So I fully agree about the UN, WEF, WHO. What about the ICC? Because I think many of us believe that crimes against humanity were committed against the global population. Do you think there's any hope that the ICC would ever entertain an investigation if it made it to their jurisdiction? The International Criminal Court, like The Hague.
So legal.
That's a difficult one. I had hoped you would take this one. No, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm also a simple human. Where my background, I'm an electrical engineer with some common sense. So for me, it's very difficult to answer that question. But maybe Philip Kruse, he is sitting in front of you, he has a better answer. What do you think, Philip?
I could probably answer.
Okay. Okay. Let's do this.
Do you have an answer to that question? Okay, so I don't have an answer either, but from what I've seen, I can probably come up with a plausible explanation as to why we should not get our hopes up that they would be doing that. And the reason is very simple. They only seem to be interesting in going after or going for things or charging people with things that they are interested in, that supports the narrative. So to charge someone, the ICE, for having committed crimes, let's say they mandated the mRNA injections, that would contradict their narrative. So that's why they're not going for that. So like I said, I don't know really, but I wouldn't get my hopes up that they would ever bring charges.
So we do have the benefit of an international lawyer. Philip, do you want to comment on this at all?
Thank you very much for this question. I must say, having submitted over 30 claims in the past 3.5 years, I can only tell you, also from what I have heard from other jurisdictions, I don't place my hope in any court, but still I continue, together with others, to filing claims and also submit criminal complaints, because this is the best way also to make things public. So it can make sense to submit a criminal complaint on this level of the ICC against WHO for crimes against humanity. And if you make such a claim, you have always also jurisdiction in your national courts as well. And by the way, they do not have any immunity when they operate outside of their own objective according to their constitution, because that immunity, according to the WHO constitution, is limited to actually their purpose. And so injecting people or promoting dangerous, toxic injections is not part of the purpose of the WHO. Thank you.
We're good? Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much, and thank you both for your courage. Courage and leadership. Thank you. Thank you for coming. International political views. We have Gerald Hauser, a member from the FPO Party of Austria. Andreas Leichhardt from the AfD Party, Germany. AfD, by the way, is probably more highly censored, this Alliance for Deutschland, than any political party, I think, in the Western world. I think you're not allowed to raise money. You're not allowed to interact with the press, and yet I understand that you are taking a leading position in the German polls. Is that accurate? So Soren, can you also come up? So I guess Gerald I guess we're missing Gerald. Maybe he's off being interviewed by Jan Jekielek. So please, for a brief statement, be at the podium. And you can use that mic or this mic, but that's fine.
Okay. I'll try with this one. I hope this works. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Robert Malone introduced me, I'm Andreas Lichert from the AfD in Germany. And I want to pick up your comments. And I think we all have faced severe, let's call it, difficulties in the...
I'm being signaled that it would be better
if
you use this and not that.
Okay, thank you. Much better. All right. So if you can hear me, maybe you can also understand me. Okay, what I would like to elaborate on is that what makes maybe the AfD exceptional in terms of being mistreated by the government, by the media, and so on, is that the domestic secret service is very aggressively used against our party. And you just have to take a look at the justification, being that we have a wrong opinion on citizenship. That supposedly we want to grant citizenship only based on ethnic background. That's the accusation. That accusation is wrong. The allegation is completely false. But still, that is a justification for using the domestic secret service against maybe not the biggest, but the most important opposition party in Germany right now. And concerning the polls, yes, it's true. We are strong second behind the CDU. The CDU is a party Angela Merkel came from, and supposedly a conservative party, which it isn't, as the 16 years of Merkel policies have clearly shown. So what can I contribute to the discussion? I want to pick up on the fact that each and every one of us has a certain role to fill. Many of us are experts in their field, and of course, it's your job to sort of spread the information that you have uncovered in the course of your duties. So for us as politicians, we of course are never experts. And if we were probably in the wrong position. So it's our job to facilitate sort of an ecosystem that brings together the right people. Just as ICS, Rob Malone, Lily, I don't want to mention too many names because probably I would forget somebody, so please don't be offended. But this great work that has been taking place in the last couple of years, I think now has to be taken to the next level. And I think it is our job as parliamentarians to use our resources and to sort of funnel money into this ecosystem. That, of course, sounds a bit shady, but it's not about that. But it's about honoring the work of the many very engaged individuals that have been spending a lot of time and thereby also a lot of money into uncovering very important issues. And why not pay them for it? Why not have them write a paper on certain issues paid for by the parliamentary fractions? That is a perfectly legal thing to do, and I think so far we have not used that in an, let's say, how do I call it? Well, we're not good enough at it. Let's put it that way. And I think that is the big takeaway for Christine and me, that we in Germany want to sort of try and enable this ecosystem. And of course, it would be great if we could also put it on the European level. And therefore, I'm very happy that we have other colleagues from other European countries and especially other MEPs here, because that should give us the critical mass to actually take this ecosystem to the next level. Thank you very much.
I'm a physician myself, and beginning of this pandemic, of course, I was in the hospital, and I was a patient over there. I refuse treatment that I thought it's not appropriate, but I could not get treatment that I knew it's working. and I'm talking about ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. But then my grandfather genes helped me get out of there, and I survived. So I went to the Romanian parliament, and the whole saga started. And it was in the spring when I went to the Minister of Health and say, okay, it's a repurposed drug. We cannot use it unless we have a program to assure that the physicians are going to be able to use it as a repurposed drug. I mean, ivermectin, it's amazing. It's 110 million people took it. What's wrong with that? And they refuse. They refuse because they are under control. And the control is coming from somewhere that we should find who are those people. And then I went to Council of Europe. You would think it's an organization started 47 years ago and is designed to defend human rights, the rule of law, and democracy. Well, guess what? In all those 3 years, I heard reports that were saying the vaccine and vaccination, it's a successful program, and there are some nuts there that are opposing it. Well, I didn't want to take any prisoners on that, so I asked Lord Keane to put a motion and get directly to the enemy, WHO, and see their procedure, because I found out it's really, it's against democracy. I give you just one example. Remember when they came up with a dual vaccine? Dual vaccine meaning it's Omicron and something else. I mean, in Delta, because they found out that Omicron was one of those viruses that are now dominant in this pandemic. Well, guess what? They choose to have this vaccine approved by saying it's a future frame. What does it mean, a future frame? Means that based on the studies previously done and previously submitted for Delta, from now on we can certify any other mRNA vaccines. It's unbelievable to say that we can come up with a product never tested and apply directly to the people. That's not. Furthermore, they say this future framework is going to work from now on mRNA vaccines, and that's completely unacceptable. So I went to put this motion in, and I found that the organization who should defend the human rights, the rule of law, and democracy, it's not taking it seriously. That motion completely disappeared. I tried to follow it. The Council of Europe has a very strange system that if you put a motion here, that motion can be hooked up with another motion and give it to another commission that you even don't know. And then that commission has to decide if they are going to have rapporteurs on those, on the motion. So therefore, it's 2 years now, I think, since I was submitting this motion with Lord Keane, and we have absolutely no answer from them. But the reports continue, and this is what I want to start. It's unbelievable, the fact that people, rational people, can come up 2 years or 3 years in the pandemic, and when they see the disaster, when they see the adverse reaction, the people dying, submit that when even in the European Union, 12,000 people died the day when they received the shot. It's unbelievable to see these people continuing to say vaccines help life, or still the risks are outweighed by the benefits. That's not, it's unbelievable. And this is an international organization. Furthermore, about the children, I could not stand that. So I went and said, we need to follow the Nuremberg codes. This is not, the parents have a God-given right to choose for their kids to be vaccinated or not. But they continue the narrative that vaccination actually help the children communities, which is absurd if we follow the science. So it's a very big disappointment to me that a international organization, European one, who has as a purpose the human rights, the rule of law and democracy, is totally ignoring the egregious human rights that happened in the pandemic. It's unbelievable. I cannot stand hearing people saying, actually vaccination was saving lives. There is no base for that, scientific base for that, and they keep doing that. Therefore, I believe it's a long battle, and it's a hell of a battle, because people who are who control those international organizations are far more resourceful and far more, they have too many buttons to push in such an organization to put the narrative out, and nobody is countering that. Now, about the Romanian experience, although we are a small 10% vote power in the Romanian parliament, we never bowed. We were punished in any shape or form. I remember they let me speak only 10 seconds for 3 months. And currently we cannot receive people with petitions or coming for counseling in the parliament. We do it in the street. But we do it in the street just to shame them. And hopefully we're gonna beat them up in the election and get them out of there, because they don't belong there. People should be accountable to the people who vote for them. But it's too often looking in those Romanian parliament and this Council of Europe to see people who represent other people and ignore the truth and the interest of the people who send them there. It's, like I said, the power of those who are manipulating the narrative. It's far beyond we are thinking it is. So the battles should start now. And that's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Do we have questions? Questions from the audience from these two? Yes, Christine.
Yeah, thank you very much. Andreas, I would actually like for you to maybe highlight how your work, you're a parliamentarian, you're a state representative in the state parliament. Could you please tell the world actually how hard your job has become of serving the people who elected you due to the influence that the EU Parliament has by now and how it's pretty much undermining our national sovereignty, that would be really great.
Yes, Christine, thank you very much. Many Europeans will probably be aware of that already, but for the American and other colleagues, it might be new to hear that actually roughly 80% of legislation for Germany is coming out of Brussels, out of the EU. So in many cases, the federal parliament, the Bundestag, as well as the state-level parliament, the Landtage, which I am a member of, they basically don't really have much of a say. And even if they sort of pro forma have to exercise our legislation, then there's no real debate, because what is supposed to be in the law is more or less outlined or even dictated more or less from Brussels. So what does that show us? This is also part of the bigger picture. And I think, as we can all take away from this conference here this year, is that we see that, of course, it's not only about COVID, that maybe the handling of COVID might be just the symptoms of much deeper lying problems or even disease that has befallen our whole democratic system. And it's hollowing out from within. And part of this is that the legislation, the decisive legislation level, is getting further and further away from the citizens. So their possibilities for influence are greatly reduced. So that might have created protests in the parliaments if the number of parliamentarians had been reduced in step. But of course, they haven't done it. We have the biggest Bundestag we ever had in history, but of course, it has sort of less to say than ever before in history. So this is also one of the major aspects that we're tackling, and that's why I pointed out in my presentation 2 days ago that one of the 3 major action items we have to address, the preservation of nation-state sovereignty, is of course of paramount importance. And again, that is not about nationalism, it is about democracy, because the constitutional nation-state is the best organization to achieve democratic goals and especially freedom.
For the American audience, I want to underscore what was just said. The European Union is posited to be the model of the new globalism. And what he's sharing with us is the direct experience in Germany. Germany being the beating industrial heart of Europe. I think few would disagree, or perhaps it once was, few would disagree that Germany is, together with France, the economic heart of Europe. Germany is an extremely powerful economic unit with a robust democracy, and their Bundestag is not able to make their own laws. This has to be understood. In the globalist model, the organization above the Bundestag is able to supersede the lawmaking at the national level. You have to understand this. That's the model that they wish to implement under a globalist world order. When we say that you will lose your sovereignty and your autonomy, this is not esoteric. This is being done actively on a daily basis in Europe. That's the lesson. He's just given us a report from the front lines on the wiring diagram on how that actually works on a daily basis. You agree?
Absolutely.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you, Robert. That really sort of put it together very well. But to the question that arose at the end of the discussion before about the International Court, and that also sort of is for the European courts that we also have. And they're supposed to let's say, control the governments, yeah, and especially if their legislation, their administration, and the rest of it, they, of course, are in line with the contracts and the treaties that are especially so important for the European Union. And of course, we know that they're not. But the courts won't do anything about it. Why not? Some has already been said what the reasons are. The others is how do they recruit their personnel? People that come into this position, that become judges on these very, very important courts, they usually have a track record of sort of providing their decisions only in a certain direction. The European courts will only have judges that have been pro-European in every way you can think of. They don't have any dissident judges there. It's just sort of a kind of a self-synchronizing mechanism, and I'm sure you will find that in every other court as well. So also the personnel recruiting mechanisms are also part of the problem, at least as a sense, just to know. Thank you.
So when you say pro-European, you're being diplomatic, because what you're really saying is pro-Brussels. Am I right? Okay. So as I've traveled, as pro-EU structure, as Brussels representing, metaphorically, that centralized European authority and the financial power behind it. So as I've traveled through Europe, what I keep encountering are these statements like in Germany with Giorgia Meloni, we don't have the power to control our own destiny. In Portugal, in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, all through Europe, we don't have the power to control our own destiny. It's now controlled centrally at Brussels, at the European Union. That's what I hear again and again. Is that what you're expressing?
De facto, I think so. But if you look into the treaties, it's exactly the other way around. There is no United States of Europe. It is not a supranational state, but it is slowly being turned into one. And that's why I like to call it a coup d'etat in slow motion. Because they're turning the treaties, the European treaties, on their head. Every sovereignty that has been transferred from the national to the European level is a delegated act that can possibly be retracted, of course. It is not a one-way mechanism, but what is happening now is that even the authority to decide which policy fields are managed on the European, the EU level, Christine will probably beat me up for mixing that up all the time, but the competence to decide which policy fields are managed on EU level, the EU is wanting to grab this authority, which it explicitly doesn't have in the treaties. But, as I said, de facto, it's just as you've explained.
So I want to make the point for Americans. This is akin to how the federal government is exerting control over the states. It's the same mechanism applied in Europe. It's the same logic and strategy where the larger organization, the federal organization, is usurping authority through a series of actions. And many of those, at least what I observe as an outsider looking at Brussels and the European Union, is they're exerting control just like the US federal government does through allocation of resources. So that if you wish to have the benefits of participating in the European Union, you accept money, subsidies for building roads or soccer stadiums. I've spent too much time in Portugal, etc. And what happens is that then you are placed into a situation where Brussels, the central government, is able to say, well, you now owe us. We've given you these resources, and we will withdraw these resources if you don't comply. And that's how they exert their authority, and that's how they invert these treaties that you're speaking of. Is that true? Is that fair? because that is exactly what the U.S. federal government does to usurp authority over the U.S. state system, whereas our Constitution explicitly says powers not allocated to the federal government vest with the states, which is why the states are supposed to have in the United States the authority to regulate the practice of medicine. I don't know what the rules are to regulate the practice of medicine in Europe, in the European states, or in Germany, but that's how it's supposed to work in the U.S. But the federal government usurps that authority by using financial incentives to co-opt the states to comply with their guidance. Yes, sir.
I would like to remind how last month Viktor Orban actually voted against. I would like to remind how Viktor Orban voted against sending aid to Ukraine. He vetoed against it. And Ursula von der Leyen threatened to take away its right to vote on such decisions and threatened to hit its economy. Therefore, this talks about the actual democracy that the EU is.
Yeah. And another example was Poland and Romania not purchasing vaccines that the central Brussels government had insisted that they must purchase based on a contract which I think has been circulated yesterday, which the European Union central government will not even allow the member nation states to see the nature of the contract, but they're insisting that they're bound by this contract which has been executed by Brussels. Now, I've taken your time, Soren.
I would like to say something about that, because there is no liberty without sovereignty, but the way they are chipping away our sovereignty was in the design of the European Union. Because if you remember, Jean Monnet was a survivor of the Spanish War, the World War I, World War II. So he had only two ideas. The first idea was never war again in Europe, because Europeans are very masters of killing each other. But the second one was the building up a European Union without any democracy in it, because Mussolini, Hitler were elected. And he came here to the United States in 1953, and the oligarchy in Club of Press was in Washington, D.C., and they asked him these questions. How are you going to convince the leader of Europe to give up their sovereignty and to join such a union? And his answer rings even to these days in the European Parliament. He said, we are going to give them little steps. We're going to give them exactly what Dr. Malone said. We give them a little economic incentive, and we're going to take them a little of sovereignty. And that's how it's going to, but in the treaty, it says, okay, we give a little sovereignty to the technocrats in Brussels, but, and that's where everything starts, but on equal terms, everybody has to do the same. See what I'm saying? Well, they are not respecting that. It's our case, my country case with Schengen. But what I was trying to say is that they do that to all nations. They came to Romania and said, you have to change your judicial laws. And one of the main reasons we enter in the big conflict with them, it was a amendment that said that a judge is not abiding by the Romanian constitution if he is following the European constitution. But then there is no unity of right. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I understood that if you let a judge off the hook, if he is not following the Romanian constitution, that means that there can be two judges with two different outcomes, right? So they do that. They chip away our sovereignty. And it's my feeling that there is no liberty without sovereignty, because if there is a bureaucrat in WHO or European Union, he's not accountable. Or the base of democracy is you have your representative accountable. They are not. I'm sorry.
So we have other questions? Yes, sir.
I hope you can indulge me in this. I've been at 5 days of conferences today, and watching you in a positive way, I found my spirit kind of floating up, maybe around 40,000 miles, and looking down and saying, there's something common happening here, which I think Dr. Malone alluded to. And we've heard Romania, Germany, Canada, and we know what the hell's happening in our country, which is not good. And what seems to be one common thread, I don't think it's an accident, is that we're all dealing with a centralized, authoritarian mindset that somehow thinks they know everything better than we as individuals or democracies know, and they intend to foist their opinions on us, and they'll do it by force. You said a slow-moving coup. We've already had that here. If anybody looks at the January, I won't use the exact dates, but those dates with barbed wire around the U.S. Capitol building and soldiers in full battle gear, and Nancy Pelosi wanted to have machine gun nests around the Capitol. If that doesn't look like a third world coup, I don't know what does. So we've had one. And what is amazing to me is how these elites, let's call them elites, are able to project all this onto the other side, to the democracy side, and get away with it. Of course, they have the media that's pushing it. Now, the question in my mind is, why is this happening all around the world? As Steve Bannon says, there are no coincidences and maybe no conspiracies, but you got to look at potential threads. And one person said something that was irrelevant to my life, and his name was Charlie Munger. And he is, as some of you may know, was Warren Buffett's partner in making a ton of money. And at one point, Charlie Munger said, you know, we really need to be more like the Chinese than ourselves, okay? I think that, just an opinion, that we have been at war and didn't know it. We, the Western world, we, Europe, Canada, America, Australia, we're at war and we don't even know it. And I lost it here, but I looked up Sun Tzu, and some of you may know Sun Tzu. 500 BC, thereabouts, he wrote The Art of War. And a couple of things he said is, know thyself and know thy enemy. Meanwhile, we have about 30,000 Chinese streaming across our southern border right now. Know thyself and know thy enemy. And the victorious warrior wins first and then goes to war. Okay? Now, the other thing he said is your best bottom line is to subdue the enemy without firing a shot. I think that that's what's happened to all of us. Europe, I'm Greek. I was born in Greece. So I think from my country, this country, which is my country as well, that we have all been at war. So 500 years ago, I think that this Chinese warrior has bequeathed to the CCP basically how to proceed. 500 BC, my ancestors, Pericles, had democracy born. So I just want to say that I appreciate, and I'm sorry to take it out of the context, but I think we're all suffering the same problem.
Okay, so with that, okay, yes.
Es tut mir leid für diese Frage. I'm very sorry to have to ask this question. Habe ich in Deutschland gewohnt. I lived in Germany. But it relates also to what you were saying, Dr. Malone, about financial incentivization for individual member states. So I wanted to ask you about the presence of level 4 labs in Germany. So when I was living there, I was in an apartment complex attached to Wilhelms-Westfalen Universität, and it's very close to the, let me get this right, the German Federal Institute of Epidemiological Research. And I actually became friends with one. Now, I'm not a scientist, but I became friends with one of the scientists there, and he actually told me about his work. This was in 2013, and I remember him drawing me pictures he said, well, of the virus project he was working on at that lab, of an envelope virus, and then there's this other virus, and you put it in the envelope. And I asked him, well, what is the purpose of this? And he said, well, just to see how it behaves. And I said to him, well, what happens if it ever, now again, this was 2013, I asked him, and I'm not going to say his name, he's not a German scientist, he was brought from, from Africa, actually. And I asked him, well, what happens if this virus ever got out? Oh, he said, oh, no, that could never, ever happen. And I said, but what happens if it ever did? He said it would cause a worldwide catastrophe. And it was only like about sometime in late 2020, I started to recall this conversation with absolute horror. This is the first time I've said this publicly. I did tell Nigel about this in the Brexit party. So, is there any relationship between between the level 4 labs and this financial incentivization you were talking about?
Okay, or can I rephrase it a little bit? Do we have gain-of-function research ongoing at Paul Ehrlich or other institutes within Germany? And how does that relate to the financial incentives that exist for member states that exist from the European Union? Over.
So I'm afraid to say that I can't really answer that. I'm sure there are other experts that could answer that better. Maybe I can hand it over right to you. But talking about financial incentives, what's most intriguing to me is that Germany, which explicitly doesn't have any financial incentive, because we're paying way more than other countries into the European budget, but still we're playing along. And some people think that it's a kind of a very, very subtle tactic to govern Europe without invasion. Well, being a German, it certainly feels different. But what I also want to point out is where we're talking about financial incentives, streams of financing, and so on. I mean, this is probably not a really good answer, but what the sir over there asked is, why is this happening on a global scale like that? And probably the best way to find out is follow the money. And I mean, we've heard a lot about that, how government, big pharma, and so on, and you can actually, I think this way of thinking, this analytical framework, as Chrisana would call it, this helps. And this helps uncover, and I think that's one of the key takeaways, that first of all, we have the data on our side. We have the experts, at least the sincere experts on our side. So now we have to actually just find a little bit more leverage to scale out. And that's for me is an important mission I'm going to take home, that we want to organize many more meetings like these. I'm not, of course, off topic now, not answering a question anymore, but maybe it's my last chance to speak to you. But we've all had certainly enlightening Zoom calls, but the spirit you can really feel, literally feel in a room filled with wonderful people like you, this you cannot have on Zoom. So we have to bring people together, and we should also do that on our local level. Because let's not forget, the internet giants are not our friends, and they can pull the plug on many of our platforms that we rely on to communicate. So it's always about bringing people together and working together, cooperating, and restoring and preserving our freedom.
Decentralized cooperation. Decentralized cooperation. Yeah. Yeah. So in closure on this section, I'm reminded those who would trade safety for liberty will end up with neither. Okay, the next section brings forward the Americans. No? Oh, I got it wrong. Which one are we on? Oh, global. Yeah, so we need to bring up to 6 people at a time. Rosana Chafari, Emmanuel Darlis, Matthias Desmond, if he's still here, Alejandro Diaz, Maria, are you still here? And Philip Krause, if you have the moment. So please come up, and we're gonna, in the interest of time, I notice we're heading towards 6 o'clock. I don't know when we get kicked out. Pardon? Matthias won't be up. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to have to ask for brief comments, please. Maria, you're going to join us. Let's see. So Chafari, Cruza, Maria, and we still have more seats here. Raphael Ladister. He's here. Raphael, can you join us? Jessica, can you join us? I think there's a seat. Andrea has already spoken today. Christian Perron, you want to join us? I'll pull another chair up. Or here, I've got one. Who? Say who?
Vincent Pamon is also here.
Who?
Vincent is also here.
Vincent. Okay. Okay, so let's just hit it. Let's just hit it. Christian, and please this time be kind to me and all of us, and try to be succinct and brief.
Okay. Thank you, Robert. And we are all against the globalists, but here I am like in a family, and we are all for globalization of truth and I'd say friendship. So, as I know, you know, as for some of you, I worked as a professor of medicine in France, but I was involved in to counsel many governments, had official positions. And I worked for WHO, and I could see how WHO, when I was vice president of a European Committee for Vaccination, was colonized by the Bill Gates Foundation and by Big Pharma. So I was punished because I spoke out. I was fired from my position of head of my department. But in fact, I continue to fight with colleagues to publish data in peer-reviewed journals because there was a lot of fake news, of fraudulent articles in the literature. And to publish this data was very important because I was less attacked because it was published and not only a charlatan ID. So to publish, we filed complaints in justice against ministers, against the authorities, to support also victims of the so-called vaccine. And I was fired from all the televisions. Now televisions in France are not allowed to invite me. All the newspaper wrote very aggressive articles saying that before I was a nice guy, but now I'm a foolish person. But I continued to speak out, to publish in the alternative media, who are also censored, but it's not so censored. But in fact, we have to continue because we have some people from Romania here. We are not yet in the Ceausescu regime, but we are going progressively, like the experience of the frog in the boiling water, you know. And people in France, and I think in many countries, don't realize now that we are going slowly toward a kind of tyranny. But to end, because I have to be short, I'm confident because these globalists are digging their own grave, because they are destroying everything. In France, they destroy medicine, difficult to find a doctor now. People are dying in the emergencies in the best hospitals. They are destroying education at school. They are destroying economy, technology, agriculture. And I don't know if you saw what happened in Paris yesterday. I was very surprised. There is a big exhibition for agriculture. It's a very popular exhibition each year. always the President of the Republic comes to share hands with farmers, drink a little wine, and to share the good products of the French agriculture. In fact, our president there was thousands of protesters, thousands of cops inside. They gassed everybody, and the president ran very fast. This guy is running fast, and his colleagues and ministers behind were running also out of breath, and he escaped, and he could go into a car, which was nearly circled by the protesters. So that's France today, a country where the president in the media is a beloved president with fake polls giving good support, but in fact he's not able to go out of his palace without 2,000 cops to defend himself. So it was not the Bastille Day, but and I've heard, coming to Washington, I didn't know that the key of the fortress of the Bastille is here in Washington, so Lafayette gave it to Washington. So we have to keep confidence, and all together we will fight, because they are afraid, we are not afraid, so we have to continue to communicate. So I will stop there because I could speak longer, but there are a lot of people. It's enough, yes? I said I stop now.
G'day. We don't really talk like that. I'm from Australia. I'm Raphael Latasta. I used to be a pharmacist, which made me very skeptical about big pharma. Then I became an academic. Don't look up my work. It won't excite many of you. And then I worked for a hospital, the biggest children's hospital in the country. And a vaccine mandate came in. I'll first briefly tell you about the lockdowns. We had some of the biggest lockdowns in Australia. And it was very long. Once we got to the vaccination target, they said, we want more people vaccinated. So the lockdown just kept going and kept going. And then when we got to the end of the lockdown, when they finally got the vaccination target, because they bullied enough people, they demonized the unvaccinated and so forth, it was even longer for the unvaccinated. I'm a pure blood myself. I did not submit, so I had to stay home a few extra months. Then when that was over, they said, we're going to make you wait a few more months. So it just kept going, kept going. Now, the vaccine mandates in Australia, I'll give you a personal story because I went through it all. So working for the Children's Hospital, vaccine mandate came in and I wasn't going to take it. So they said, those who are not taking it, make your case. Maybe we can do something for you, like give you part-time at-home jobs. I thought, fantastic, I already have a part-time at-home job. This will work well for me because I was doing administration work anyway. And so I made my case, I got evidence, they forced me to go and get evidence, so I looked up the work of a lot of the wonderful people here, started doing my own research as well, because I'm a researcher, and I got all this wonderful evidence, presented the case, and they used it to say, aha, we knew it, you just don't want to take the jab. So I got fired, I didn't take the jab, but thankfully there was the option of a vaccine mandate exemption. This is how the exemption works. You take the first jab. That's the exemption. You take the first jab. If everything's fine, you take the second. Right? If it's not fine, if you have an adverse reaction, here's what you do. You take the second jab, but you get to choose a different brand. So I didn't like that vaccine exemption, so I didn't submit, got fired. That ended my... Feels like they took everything from me. I suffered financially. Was depressed for over a year and so forth, physical implications, all that. And then by chance, some of you would think that's not chance, that's something else. I found out that there was a person in Australia who somewhat defeated the vaccine mandate. So I found out about them, found out about the lawyer, lawyered up, we fought it, and we won. So, of course, reaching out to all the news channels, no one was interested. And we have another case. I'm going for a few more bites of the cherry. I believe we had the veteran tell us before, where's the apology? I say, where's the money? we need to get paid. We need to see something out of this, or everything we've gone through, everything we're still going through. So I'm going back for a few more bites of the cherry. In a few days after I return to Australia, I've got another court appearance, or it's the commission, and we're expected to win that for back pay. Interesting thing is, because of these cases, I've been forced to do research, even if I don't feel like it. So I've been researching, and that's why I was invited here. Thank you very much, Dr. Malone. Ended up publishing re-evaluations of the Pfizer clinical trials, Moderna clinical trials in peer-reviewed medical journals. So they forced me into this. I didn't intend to do this. And some of that research is now shared online on my little news blog, OK Then News. So we're continuing the fight. I'm supplying such research to my lawyer, for myself, for the others as well. We've got so many cases now, and they're also starting to look at fighting for the vaccine injured as well. There's quite a few vaccine injured in Australia. Now, curiously, while a lot of the mandates are gone, we still have, like, my vaccine mandate is still applicable. So I still cannot go back to work. And to just give you, I'll end with some of the things that just make your head explode about the logic, if you can call it that, behind all of this. I had to take the vaccine even though I worked from home, right? I was fired even though I worked from home. Everything was digital, 100%, training, meetings, everything from home. I also had natural immunity, which should have been, I should have been eligible for a few months at least of exemption. That did not apply either. And on top of all that, there's no mandatory testing anymore. So they're actually letting in people with COVID who work there, who are patients, who are visitors and so forth. They actually have COVID. I'm not allowed when I don't have COVID. So that's sort of a little bit of what's going on. Silencing is happening as well since my research, my university contracts, casual contracts are being torn up and so forth. So it's still very much happening in a lot of parts of the rest of the world, and we still need to keep fighting. Okay, thank you. Just for a moment. Yep, sorry.
I just want to highlight Raphael has done some of the best work academically in reevaluating the data, getting it published, I think with Peter Doshi in many cases. And we're privileged and honored to have him visiting us from Australia. I thought it unlikely that he would even consider joining us. The work is excellent. And I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank him for taking the time to participate in our community, and also thank him for his excellent quality work.
Hello everybody, Philipp Kruse, lawyer from Switzerland. It's a great privilege to be here, and thank you very much again to Robert Malone, to Lily, to the entire team for making this great event happen, for bringing us all together and allowing us to sharpen our minds and our joint possibilities to finally come to a process where we can say this is a true reassessment and re-evaluation, a true after-action review, and finally the justice becomes reality. So this is what I considered my job in the last 3.5 years, actually, to bring these measures to a form of justice, to make a reconsideration process possible. And I can tell you it was, although I had the best support from the best scientists, so far not reality. We are not there yet. We must conclude that already in the past 3.5 years, as we all know, we had censorship. There's still quite a strong deal of censorship going on in the social media. There's no open public debate. We don't see any true good judgments that uncover the wrong judgment based on PCR. So we are actually on square one when it comes to would we do it better in the future. And also we do not have any accountability of the responsible people, which are, as we know, covered by full immunity. So this is the starting point for looking into the future. What are the plans of and we see that the future actually will be legally binding of what we had in the past. And so the day before yesterday, I summarized the most important highlights. Of course, I'm not going to do that again, but we must have a clear understanding that there are two legal instruments, as this morning also very well explained by my colleague from Italy, and they actually amount to ultimately not only changing our constitutions, not only taking away a bit of sovereignty of our countries, but ultimately taking away the most important founding principles of our constitutions. What am I talking about? You know, we don't talk anymore about founding principles. This morning we had a very inspiring speech of a pastor, Hildebrand, Henry Hildebrand. Excellent. Here he is still there. He was so well in pointing out that we have to, in these times, refer to our founding principles. So we have founding principles not only in religion and not only in civilization, but also in law, in our constitutions, and they are quite well defined. We can denominate them. We're talking here about rule of law, obviously about the principle of checks and balances, of an effective control of free speech, which is the ultimate pillar for democracy and for free science, and also obviously for justice, and many more, effective protection, of course, of human rights. So my perspective, when I look at these new pandemic treaties, these two legal instruments, and that can be an effective, powerful tool for our public debate and for our argumentation, is what will be the effect of these two treaties with respect to the founding principles. And if you do that homework very methodologically, on the one side you list all these founding principles, which you will find in every textbook, and then on the other side you go through these international health regulations and you look what they will do, and you will see that they will put in legal binding form what we have been going through in the past 4 years. Then you come to the result that you will see, oh wow, our founding principles, all of them will be weakened or even abolished. So we come to a point where we have to say it's not just about taking away a bit of sovereignty, but it's actually taking away or harming in an extreme extent the founding principles of our constitutions. And as Dr. Robert Malone just said, actually, we will not be anymore in control of our constitution. And this is a very powerful argumentation we can support, we can sustain. We will, as lawyers, deliver you with the evidence that this is correct to state, because we can then say, you know what, the founding principles of our constitutions, they are not at disposal. They cannot be given away. There's no administration in the world, no government in the world that would be entitled to dispose of these founding principles of our constitutions. So this is what I tell you here: protect your constitution, don't give that away, and instead what we should insist in after these 4 years is actually we have to demand from the WHO accountability. Why did WHO never go to the sources of the real problem? Where did COVID-19 come from? Address the problem of gain of function, and also we have to demand the same questions to our government. Did you actually control? Did you exercise and perform your duty to control WHO? What did you do? Because we are about to communicate with our governments, and they will say, in all of our countries, don't worry, we will still have the right to operate autonomously, and we will not be bound from what WHO will say. So we ask them back, what have you done in the past to control WHO? So these are just some inputs. It's a great topic, and I feel so, like in a family, that we all work on this together from our different fields of expertise. Thank you so much for being here. It's a privilege to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Well, I said all I had to say during my speech of this morning about WHO, and after the brilliant discussion with the lawyer Philip, there is few to say, but a question arises. We say that WHO is going to keep of our rights and control our life, but always possible, I ask legally, control the controllers. This is something on which the lawyer should be work, I think. The second statement is what I would like to remind you, we are out of the records, that prophets exist in the Bible and some saints as the gift of prophecy. And Bill Gates is not surely a saint and is not surely a prophet. But he managed to prophesy the next pandemic, named X. And the best way to make the prophecy happen is to create it. And in fact, if financials, as a cartel, the biolab where this virus is constructed, and this is true. And they did, despite the fact that in the USA, the gain function and build virus dangerous for human health is forbidden by the law. And so it's, in my memory, it's still a crime, isn't it? So he's just evil rich man is not invincible. Don't be fear, because even if the appearance is that they win because they are like giants, they already lost. It's not God, and God will win. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Maria Hubmer-Mock. I'm a medical doctor from Austria, and we heard so many amazing speakers today of the field of science, law, and so on. So I will make my statement very short. I don't want to speak to your brains, I want to speak to your hearts. And I just want to let you know that God and the good will prevail, always. And we are in this together, and probably the people who watch the live stream now want an answer. What can we do? We heard so much. It's kind of frightening as well. So there is 2 web pages I want to refer them to. It's Door to Freedom. It's Meryl Nass, Dr. Meryl Nass and her team. The people find documents, print them out, read them, contribute them, bring them, distribute them to your neighbors, to your friends. And also there is a great web page. It started from Austria. It's who.fail. You will find in over 20 languages a great summary of what is going on, and you can also reach out, and please do this from all around the world when you're listening. Reach out to your local, regional politicians and really make them aware of what's going on, because trust me, they have like zero idea. It took us so long to get into this topic, and it's very important that they know what's going on. And one more point I want to make. We heard so much about big pharma today. What I think we also have to attack is big agriculture and big food. And this is a very, very important topic. And I want to encourage people out of the freedom movement. Myself, I would have never thought it 3 years ago. I'm going to run for the European elections this year. And I think it's important, if you have a calling, please just be brave. If it's not working, then you try it in the end. So please, everybody, get together and do what your calling tells you to do. Thank you so much for everything that you are doing, that the people at home are doing. We are in this together. Again, God and the good will prevail. Thank you.
I'm going to be really brief. I actually had meant to talk a little bit about Israel, but I'm not going to do that now because it's too heavy. Instead, I'm going to read you something I wrote early in the morning the other day called a scientific prayer. Sorry. I would like to reflect on the importance of recognizing that we are more than mere meat sacks, and what that is, none of us really know. I believe it wise to respect the unknown, not to mock it. Spirituality has come to the forefront for me in the recognition of the necessary connections we have with each other during the COVID-19 era. The COVID pandemic preparedness onslaught was a tactical all-out assault on humanity itself. The ripple effect of isolation, loss, the feeling of being duped, etc., is far-reaching through time. Many people have lost hope in ever living free or normally again. The opponents are just too powerful and indefatigable, and many people are physically injured by the shots. Since we live as individual beings, having an experience in a 3D reality that runs on a linear timeline, causality is a very important concept to understand. Cause, effect. There's so much power in this. If I may, if you have lost hope or think the enemy is too great, try today to intend to live in truth, love, and beauty, whereby the intention to do so is the cause, and the effect is living in truth, love, and beauty. The effect will not materialize in this place without the cause in place, and it may materialize with it in place. Thanks.
Thank you. So just a few words. As you know, I am a mathematician and I am very concerned about the truth because this is the work of mathematicians to find the truth and to prove it. And I realize that we are at war, not a classical war, a kind of strange war. There is no question about guns, no question about weapons, but it is of course psycho war, and it is the war between the truth and the lies. And it is very difficult to fight against this kind of war because all the fields which are concerned with truth, I mean journalists, I mean scientists, I mean lawyers, they are just massively attacked by mainstream media, mainstream scientists, etc. And we are not sure we can win, but it is our duty to continue and to hope that in the future, probably people will recognize that we gave them the way to fight against the lies. Thank you.
So the theme of CPAC, which just concluded yesterday, was Where Globalism Goes to Die. And here we have an esteemed panel, an international panel of enormous diversity, representing multiple continents. Does anyone have any questions for them? Yes, sir.
Mr. Krauss, what do you see the solutions like? I mean, Canada, with the puppet that we have as our prime minister, it's inevitable that they're going to sign on to the WHO. What do you see? So from that point of view, it's kind of useless for us in Canada. There's nothing we can do to stop that. Like, what do you see as the hope in stopping the new WHO treaty?
Thank you. I had the privilege to travel together with Dr. Meryl Nass in the past 4 months through Europe and to inform people in different parliaments. And of course, your question was asked each time. And the question was asked each time. And I can tell you that those members of parliament who have invited us, they are of course, on our side. And after we have been there, they tell us that the groups are growing in the parliaments. The awareness is growing. That's one positive thing we see. It's like planting a seed, and it grows. Like when people start to realize what is going on, I've so far nobody seen who said, I don't believe you, I'm not worried. Number two, what also is a point of hope, we have seen last September at the occurrence of United Nations General Assembly on 20 September 2023. The plan was of the United Nations to issue joint declaration of the entire United Nations with the content, we all commit to signing these two agreements May this year. And 11 countries have said, well, how can we agree on signing something in the future that is still to be negotiated? Among others, Iran, Russia, and many other countries from the BRICS. Then also we see that there is behind the scene a disagreement between the member states about the economic aspect of the treaty, which I have not mentioned yet. But this new pandemic treaty is a big trade deal. You can think of it as a basis for creating global cartels. They will have, well, there are multiple aspects where you can see that. And so the basic idea is that the richer countries have to share their know-how or to deliver money upon request from WHO to the benefit of the poorer countries. And we see here behind the scenes that they are not going to reach consensus for this business aspect. In Switzerland on last December, we had 2 pages of a very critical article about the new pandemic treaty just because of that, because we have the big pharma industry and they don't want to give away their patents. So for different reasons, the parties are very critical about it. Then we see Tedros being very nervous. Each time he appears now, he is not tired to say, oh, it is a complete conspiracy theory to say that governments will not lose sovereignty. So altogether, we are on a good way. Somewhere we will break through. We don't know yet, but we will. And so let's try it altogether where we can, also in Canada. By the way, you've done a great job, and this congratulations to the Supreme Court decision. I should mention that here as a lawyer. This is amazing that you have made this great success to have the emergency law being declared unconstitutional. Fantastic. Congratulations.
Next question for this panel. Okay, we're all getting tired. Thank you all so much. In the interest of time, the organizers have asked me to ask for the forgiveness of the Canadian contingent. If we take a pass on that discussion, we benefited from your testimony regarding the trucker cascade of events. So the Americanos. Okay, well, why don't you join us with this panel now? Okay, good. So yourself is Dr. Cole. There's a lot of folks that are already moved on. Oh, Ryan, you're here. Okay, good. So we have Dr. Cole, Diane Cutler, Ed Dowd. Is Christine here? Pierre, I know, is in DC. James is not here. Ralph? Yeah, thank you. Ralph is an enormously successful New York attorney who has really saved hundreds of lives, I think, through his actions.
For sure, dozens.
Yeah. In working closely with Pierre Corey to challenge hospital policy about particularly ivermectin, but also hydroxychloroquine. Let's let's see, Dave Martin is gone. Kevin is not here. Meryl? Kevin's here? Oh, whoa. Okay. Kevin, please, take a seat. And Meryl, can you join us? Are you still here? Just stepped out. Okay. Mickey is not here and David is not here. And you've already heard enough from me. So I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, Harvey. Harvey, you want to join us? Yeah, there you are.
Okay, everyone. So, again, I'm Ralph Larigo. I'm an attorney. I've been an attorney now for 50 years. I have 12 years on your doctor. I'll be 77 this year. And I spent over a year, fighting hospitals over COVID. So I got involved kind of accidentally, but it got more and more intense as it went along. And I've got to say, I've had a lot of high-level type cases in my 50 years. I, for example, represented the SPCA against a very, very rich woman who abused 73 horses. It took 5 years for that litigation, but we were able to put her in jail. We were able to convict her of the most animal abuse crimes that ever came about in Erie County, and we were able to take all 73 horses away from her. I've been in lots of different types of cases, but I can tell you this. In my 50 years of practicing law, there's nothing that gave me more gratitude than representing these families through COVID. But while it gave me such great satisfaction, it also was extremely difficult because, unfortunately, we couldn't help everybody. Unfortunately, while I had roughly 200 families over the course of that year plus, and we probably saved 70 people, over 100 died. Over 100 died. I talked to those families on a regular basis. For many of those, I couldn't get into court quick enough. For some of those, I simply just lost. Especially as August, September, October of 21 rolled around, when the FDA doubled down and said, you're not a horse, you're not a cow, don't take ivermectin. That was so misguided. That was so wrong. Yet, the news took it and ran with it. If you look at what they actually said, that came from the veterinary department of the FDA. It actually said, don't self-medicate by going to Tractor Supply and getting your ivermectin. That's what they really said, or at least that's what they tell us later. But it was all promoted with a picture of a woman and a horse saying, you're taking you're taking animal medication and you're totally wrong. So here is what my lesson is. This is about individualism versus collectivism. That's what this is about. We are supposed to be a nation of individualism. That's what the United States is. That's what Western democracies are. We have inalienable rights. The right to freedom. The right to choose. We are supposed to have those rights. Yet, in collectivism, it is the rule of the majority. So when the majority rules in countries like China, Russia, North Korea, when the majority says something, or government, then that's mandated on everybody. The individual loses their rights. We have to be careful of the slippery slope, because that is what's happening to us here now. So yes, I blame Big Pharma for what they did, the power that they had. But Big Pharma gave government the ability to push the collectivism. Big Pharma gave them that ability. So in my state, New York, Andrew Cuomo, on TV every week, got a prize for being on TV every week, won an award, and look at where he is now. But what he did was he killed people in nursing homes. He allowed them to die because of the way he acted. That was the way government handled that. You can't let collectivism creep into your country. And COVID, Big Pharma, are examples of the way they manipulated how these things worked to get where they wanted to be, to take control of you. It's clear how they do it. Fear. So they instill fear in you. They separate us. They keep us at home, separate us. They won't allow us to see our loved ones. You couldn't go to the hospital to visit these people at the beginning of COVID. They died alone, shaming us. You don't take the vaccine, there's something wrong with you. Every article told that I was the conservative chairman. They painted me where they wanted me. They shamed people. And not only did they shame you into doing it for yourselves, they shamed you into criticizing your neighbors if your neighbors said no. Now, in the United States, you cannot demand medication. As I said, you can say no to any medication, you can say no to aspirin, but you can't demand it. Yet, we talked all about vaccine mandates. That really is legally incorrect. There is no mandate to get a vaccine in the United States. They can't legally make you get a vaccine. So here's how they do it. They take your job away. They won't let your kids go to school. You can't go on a plane. That's how they do it. That's how they do it. And that, again, is this collectivism versus individualism. It's creeping into our lives. So here's my answer to every one of you. I'm a political chairman for 30 years, so you have to get involved. The only thing that's going to change is the political system. You have to understand who's running. Look at the elections. Try to find out who is your best candidate. What I realized today is 30% of people understand the candidates. The rest of these people hate everybody. Politicians are all bad. Look, they say bad things about this person, and that person says bad things about the other person. So, I don't know, they're all bad. You have to get involved. You have to understand what the candidates are. Volunteer. Get involved to that extent. Volunteer. Contribute, because they need money. And more importantly, take that step yourself. Don't feel that you can't. You can. Take that step yourself. To the extent, look at these people, look, these truckers, they're amazing. Because I sued hospitals, but that's what I was taught. That's what I did for 50 years. These truckers went way beyond the call of duty. That's what it takes. It takes that courage. It takes that willingness to get involved. That's my message today. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Diane Cutler, and I was a federal criminal investigator for 20 years, and then I worked in the House of Representatives and in Senate as an investigator. And I have been following the money, and I have been approaching this as a criminal, this meaning the origins of the virus, as a criminal investigator would and should. And I had a little spiel I was going to give you, but I think I want to address some questions that came up, because I've been told that I know a lot more about this than most, and it's true. So keep my name handy. Let me know if you have questions. First, I want to address the follow the money trail to the UN. I've got that. It is the UN and the UN systems, the World Health Organization, that are setting the agenda along with the World Economic Forum. I can piece all of that together for you. But that is the big hand. You're not crazy. It is coordinated, it's executed, And I'll tell you, the question I think that you're going to be answering tomorrow in front of Senator Johnson is, what are they hiding? They're hiding the war that we are in. It's not coming. It's here. It has been here. I told you the other day that I wouldn't speak about anything classified or sensitive, so I'm going to leave it at that. It's here. And ground zero is the domain of it's information, right? China declared it as a domain of warfare. That's ground zero. All of this brilliant work that everyone here is doing, it can't get out to at least the other half of the country. And until it does, I'm optimistic. This is all in God's hands. But we've got to learn how to communicate with the people that we have not been communicating with before. And that's when we can show God's grace, because a lot of the liberals are looking for a place, they're looking for a safe home. We can give that to them, and we should. We need to. But they need to hear that. I talk with probably more Democrats than anybody else I know, and a lot of conservatives they actually ask me why I do that. I'm like, well, I want them to see that we're not crazy, and that I actually bring facts to the discussion, and that the goal here is to protect our freedom. We've heard that. It is to protect our livelihoods. I mean, a lot of conservatives are very comfortable still. They need to be uncomfortable. And they need to be uncomfortable and take action. And as Ralph just said, they need to donate, build each other up. Because what I have found, I'll tell you this, I said, I'm no longer a federal employee. I left my career. I left public service so that I could serve the public. And just like so many in this room, I mean, we see the carnage of careers. It's not just the souls that we lost. So I also encourage you to, what I want to do now, I want to come up with an action plan. We need steps that everybody, my friends ask me, Diane, what can I do? And I tell them, same, get involved, volunteer to, at the voting, to check the election records. I mean, do whatever you can, but you know what you can do? You can invite your neighbor over, the one you don't talk to very much. Maybe they have a different opinion. You can meet somewhere on neutral ground and just start by having a conversation. Just, what's your favorite kind of coffee? Because I stopped telling people that I was investigating the COVID origins, because that immediately, the visceral reaction was, it was physical, palpable. So what I started saying was, I was following the money. I was investigating grants. I was investigating the U.S. grants and by the way, did you know that the U.S. sponsored, this is what I say, this is what I'm telling you, did you know that the U.S. sponsored the research in China, the Wuhan Institute of Virology? And you know what they tell me? And this is conservatives and liberals alike. What? And they are outraged. That still happens. I still have that conversation. This is the baseline of information that is not known. Because why? Because ground zero, that information warfare is real, and we have to overcome that. God bless. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Well, hi, everyone. It's been a long day for all of us, but I think we're doing great. I'm Chris Shoemaker from Canada, and thank you for the chance to be here today. It's been great. Talk about collegial. Holy mackerel. We got that one covered. I guess if I started with one little phrase to repeat 3 times, it'd be this one. It's a poisoning, it's a poisoning, it's a poisoning. everything about the scientific information that you experts have let me know about makes me 1,000% certain that it's a genetic poisoning of us. The degree may vary from person to person. Many people got salt water in their arms and they're just fine. Many people got QR codes that they paid for and they didn't get the jab. Many people were members of political parties or circumstances or even House of Representatives, and they didn't have to get the jab in their job description. So there have been many, many people who've been saved from this by pure circumstance. But the average Joe, the little schmuck GP in the west side of Ottawa, Ontario, me, we weren't sent a memo that it might be slightly harmful for you, Dr. Shoemaker. And maybe you should let your patients know that it's not an absolute guarantee that they won't get or won't transmit COVID. Because we have absolutely no proof that it helps against transmission. And the reason that we have absolutely no proof is that Pfizer and Moderna let the European Parliament know, well, actually, we never tested whether it prevented transmission. I'm sorry, but we made it, though. We made it, but we didn't test that aspect. So here we are putting a vaccine that's not really a vaccine, because a vaccine should prevent an illness from occurring. I'd like to comment and compliment Diane Cutler, who just spoke to the fact that she feels that the WHO and the WEF have the clear numbers and the clear money movements that show absolutely that they were in charge, that how this thing would roll out. I would personally throw in Navi and Bill Gates Foundation as two other parties to all of that. And whether there are other parties, hey, the rest are easy to figure out. But is it nefarious? Of course it's nefarious. Of course it's dangerous. You don't get mortality rates increasing by anywhere from 25 to 45%, which Mr. Edward Dowd can speak about in just a few minutes. But you just don't get that. It's once in a 2 billion year event. It's that rare. It can't and shouldn't happen. But it has happened, and that's an evidence of harm. The jump, those huge numbers of jump in mortality, they did not happen in 2019. They did not happen in 2020 when COVID was running through our systems. It only happened after we opened up our arms and musculature and vessels in that musculature to these premeditated, pre-designed vaccines that took 5 years to make. 5 years from 2015 to 2019 was when it was worked on in Wuhan, and subsequently the same genetic information was brought over to the United States so the vaccines could be produced under the DOD here in the United States. So I don't know who was talking to who and who was actually the savior, who was trying to help us. Maybe the DOD was really trying to help us suddenly just at the end. But maybe it was different than that. I leave it to other experts to figure that out. But one thing I've got clearly figured out, it's a human, toxic, genetic, harming agent that we put into our bodies. Can we be helped? We heard some good things, how certain things will help us, and we're going to work darn hard to help us. And I'll kind of finish off with talking about those who have the gold make the rules. Well, we just talked about those people who have the gold and who've made the rules, how this is going to happen. WHO, WEF, Gates Foundation, and others. And to turn just to a moment to the dear doctors who are here with me, doctors like Meryl Nass, lost her license in Maine for no good reason except for saying the kind of things that I'm just saying right now. But she said it out loud, she said it clearly, she said it for the sake of humanity, and she's paid a price, just as I have for having my license removed from my medical boards in Canada for saying these things. Dr. Mark Trozzi, a very valued colleague of mine, has said the same things, and he's suffered the same fate. And we're fighting the same legal process in Ontario to potentially regain our license, or if nothing else, get our own college to be embarrassed of why they would take the word of agencies above them when their main task was to protect patients in Ontario. And with the information that we have now from McKernan, of just yesterday, that there's now DNA integration into chromosomes 9 and 12 of the human genome. It's not totally proven out. There's still a little bit more to do. but it's sure looking that way, according to what Mr. McKernan told us. So, just a small town doc, wanted to keep my patients healthy, wanted to tell the truth. That's it.
Good evening. My name is Ed Dowd, and I want to thank Dr. Malone and the other organizers of the ICS event for having me here today. The panel today is Truth in the USA, and I'd like to speak on two things, the what and the why. The what is what I'm going to talk about in the Senate tomorrow. What happened in 2020 was 450,000 Americans perished excessively. The case could be made that was due to the prevention of early treatment, intubation, and remdesivir. A lot of those people did not need to perish. So that was the first kill shot. After 2021, there were continued excess deaths to the tune of, since 21 through 23, 1.1 million Americans perished. 300,000 of those are between the ages of 15 and 64, so about 900,000 elderly 65 plus perished as well. The most telling fact for me that something changed in 2021 that blames the vaccines, and I think is a mic drop, is that the mix shift from excess deaths in mostly old people in 2020 to 2021 was the mix shift from old to young. There were the similar amounts of people who died in 21 and 2020 excessively, except that in 2021 we went from 124,000 15 through 64 age individuals dying in 2020 to 215,000. That's a 74% increase, and the percentage went from 27% in 2020 to 43% in 2021. So the virus, and I'm not, again, an epidemiologist or know anything about viruses, but I've been told by some people who know things about these that COVID got less virulent as time went on, and it didn't all of a sudden get the traits where it would go after working age younger folks. So something happened. It was an event. It was temporal. In the third quarter of 2021, there was a huge event. We saw a millennial age 25 through 44 reach 80% excess mortality in the third quarter of 2021. They were running previously to that between 20 and 30%, and that was a temporal event. That was the mandates that were implemented in September of 2021. A lot of those mandates, corporate mandates, were implemented before that. They preceded President Biden's official mandate. So those are the numbers. That's the what. The why. Well, this is speculation on my part, but I'm a Wall Street professional. I've been watching what's been going on in the financial world since the great financial crisis, and they solved what was a debt crisis with more debt. We have a debt problem in this country. We have a debt problem globally, and it's a mathematical problem, and it's got an end game to it. It's going to collapse in on itself. That's just the way the math works. And I believe, and this is purely speculation on my part, that a lot of what we're seeing, the plans have been laid for a while. I call it full spectrum deception. You've heard of full spectrum dominance. That's a war term. This is full spectrum deception. The track started being laid before the 2016 election. There was a chill on Wall Street where if you criticize anybody in the Federal Reserve, you lost your job if you're on Wall Street. There were some of the Wall Street Journal reporters, if they criticized the Fed, were summarily exited. So the chill, the self-censorship began under Obama. Then when Trump won, the problem they had with Trump, and we've learned since with the great interview by Mike Benz on Tucker recently, social media was the way that Trump beat Hillary Clinton, because the mainstream media was telling you she was going to win hands down. I made the prediction then on Twitter with only, I had a lot less followers then, but I knew Trump was going to win because I'm an analyst. I look at real world information, and his social media stats were off the charts. He was getting YouTube views of 50,000 versus Hillary Clinton's 419. Literally, he'd get 50,000 YouTube views from his speeches. Hillary got 419. So he won. And that's what set in motion the censorship industry. And that was kicked off, I believe, by an article that I saw. Again, I'm an analyst and I read lots of different things. An article in, I think, January 3rd of 2017, after President Trump's victory. It was called by Defense One, which is a military-industrial rag owned by the Atlantic Journal. And they advertised what they were going to do. It was called Weaponized Narrative is the New Battleground. and they said this is how we're going to have to control. They claimed it was Russia, but if you read it between the white spaces and the lines, you knew it was going to be implemented in the U.S. and it was going to be full spectrum deception and full control of the narrative. And what you've seen since then is what's been going on. And the most censored events ever in the history of the globe were the 2020 election and everything COVID-19. So this is where we are. We live in a world where most everything we see in the mainstream media is lies or shifted to a narrative or bent. So we have quite a job to do, and you're right, 50% of the people don't know what's going on. And I believe that we win by changing the marginal mind, word of mouth. Eventually, this tragedy that's unfolded will get to the greater population. And unfortunately, the reason it will is because there is an outcome from this jab, and the jab is either death, disability, or injury. And those are not, unfortunately, the numbers are so large that 33 million Americans were either injured, disabled, or dead. And we don't know the medium-term to long-term effects, so the damage, the good news is the damage has kind of come down a little bit, but there could be a slow, steady burn rate that just kind of stays at the same level over time. We'll determine that over the next year or two, but that's where we are. We have a bunch of people waking up. It's spreading fast, but word of mouth needs to continue, and we're fighting against what I call full spectrum deception. Thank you.
For those who don't know me, excuse me, I'm Dr. Ryan Cole. I'm a board-certified Mayo Clinic-trained anatomic and clinical pathologist. I ran my own lab for several decades and have seen about 500,000 patients in my career without a complaint. I want to tell a story. So I'm getting on an airplane the other day while checking in at the desk, and the attendant is, checking our bag in and checking me and my wife in, and says, "Wait a minute, are you Dr. Ryan Cole?" I'm like, "Yeah." And these days I still pause and wait on my answer and say, depends on who's asking. But she said, "Thank you." She works for Delta Airlines, and she said, "I followed you early on. I was able to avoid the shot because of what you taught and many other people taught. And I taught my colleagues, and several of her colleagues were able to avoid it as well, thankfully." I'm not here to judge anyone that did or didn't get a shot. I do want to see these platforms, the synthetic mRNA lipid nanoparticle shot pulled from the market. These are not vaccines, as they've been falsely advertised. The governments of the world actually using the term as disinformation. These are actually genetic-based injections. But anyway, my point is, she said, "Gosh, I just wish more of the employees around me would have spoken up or listened." Which brings me to a story. Not too far in the distant past, a lot shorter in terms of the history of Europe, but there was a ragtag fleet of men and women here on this continent in North America that wore three-cornered hats. There were about 3% of them that were really upset with a tyrant named King George. Only 3%. That's what it takes to start a revolution. And after much bloodshed, where many gave some and some gave all, we had a new nation that to date has been the freest nation on the planet Earth and has been an example for freedom and democracy. We're losing that. That happened in 1776, and this is our 1776 moment, not just in America, but around the world. So where are we going to stand in this course of history? By the time the colonists had won that war, about 70% of individuals in the colonies were still loyal to King George and the crown, but 30% formed a new nation. And 30% is all it takes to change things. It takes a small minority to start, but to win, you don't need the majority. So I want to read first, because so many fantastic people from around the world are here and listening. Probably the most important thing that came from all of that was our United States Constitution, in which the First Amendment says, "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech. I reserve the right to be right or wrong, but more importantly, I reserve the right to speak. There have been many doctors that have been wrong over the years, but there have been many who have been right. I mean, we gave a Nobel Prize for frontal lobotomies. We foolishly gave a Nobel Prize for the mRNA technology. We have people in the past from Austria or Hungary, the physician Ignaz Semmelweis. Why do we wash our hands today? Because of a doctor that was right about washing hands and microbes, and he was thrown in a mental institution where he died from a sepsis from a cut. And it took 30 or 40 years for the medical profession to come around to what he knew. But we all have the right to be right or wrong. And especially in this nation, where corrupt entities within our governments and an illegal fourth branch of the government, the administrative state, which makes its own rules without following the legislative branch, has taken over. I reserve the right to my voice, and I know everyone in this room has used theirs, and some pretty amazing horns on some 18-wheelers as well. So I encourage everybody, no matter where you are in the world, listening to this, don't lose your voice. Use it. It's your God-given right. I don't care what government or what country or what nation you fall under. Use your voice. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the power of nations the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We've distinguished ourselves among those who are here to have a different opinion. I don't want to say dissenting opinion, because actually we've been proven to be right. But we have that right to have that opinion, and to our pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I want to finish with this, because I know it applies to many in this room. In this battle, which has only just begun, and the war in which we find ourselves, as my page keeps flipping, and for the support of this declaration, with a firm, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes. They will never take that from us. Everything we have done with honor, we have done with truth, and we have done with the God-given rights which we were given. Never give those up. Continue to use them in the fight for science, in the fight for family, in the fight for nation, in the fight for friends, in the fight for freedom. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to talk about biology and economics, because we can't get out of this without thinking about economics. And the biology side of this, one lesson I'll share with you from my time on the Human Genome Project, a very smart mathematician named Eric Lander deflated me one day, although it was necessary, by telling me, I ran up to him saying, hey, look, Eric, I found a way to like double the plasmid prep yield in the pipeline that's going to make Sanger sequencing, half the price. And he congratulated me and said, this is great, but in biology, factors of 2 are noise. You need to aim for exponentials. Of course, this took the wind right out of my sails of trying to fix something, but he was right. Exponentials are what you need to pay attention to. And so when we look at this vaccine, you have to look at what risks are here that pose hidden exponentials. The DNA inside these vaccines are very different than the DNA that they wrote these regulations for. They wrote them for cell substrate genomic DNA, which is from like growing things in eggs and other cell culture. What they have in this is a mammalian origin of replication. When it gets in a cell, it makes more of itself. That's an exponential. That's something that you have to flag very carefully. There's a second exponential that we can't measure as well. We can measure DNA very well because we have these great sequencers that are distributed, decentralized. You can run them in your basement and on space stations. We can't measure prions very well. We've got amyloidogenic sequences inside of these vaccines. We don't know if they're getting expressed. We do know Luc Montagnier has put out CJG information. Okay, these are proteins that make other proteins misfold and they chain react. This is mad cow. This is, spongiform encephalitis type of things. We can't measure these things in our basement. So we don't know to the extent that this exponential risk is there, but I do worry that we're going to see cancer and Alzheimer's, and they're going to blame it on everything but the obvious trends. So that's the negative side. The positive side of exponentials is how do we get out of this? We're talking about crises, and we're living in, or we're here in the zip code of massively parallel crisis manufacturing. All right, and it's because we have the capacity to massively print money. So what exponential do we have that can put a headwind against that? And this is where people think I'm crazy, but I think we need to pay very close attention to these distributed ledgers, these decentralized distributed ledgers that are censorship resistant, because I view those as a publication platform. That is the First Amendment manifested in code. Bitcoin is growing faster than Facebook, faster than NVIDIA, faster than AOL. This is a currency. I don't think it's going to replace the dollar anytime soon, but it is an out. It's a hedge. When this is in place, governments can't spend money willy-nilly into war. When they do this, other people start to exit. Countries are starting to exit. El Salvador, we heard from Malay, and Argentina, he's made this thing a legal currency. I think this is important because when we had this separation of church and state, we didn't really have a separation of church and state. We moved away the ethical pastors and put in white lab coats who don't have ethics. Okay, these white lab coats now manufacture what the Word of God is. And that gets manufactured in a manner that supports printing of more money. So fiat medicine and fiat science is what got us here. Fiat publication is happening. We got papers getting retracted. These distributed ledgers that are censorship resistant, we already know of ways we can do publishing of science on this, and we can fundraise for science on these things. So I encourage everybody to keep an eye on that positive trend, because it is a way out. It is a way that I think will nullify some of the power that is the core of all of this. This Federal Reserve is basically a gravity well in the space-time continuum of economic ethics. And anything that gets close to it gets sucked in, and if you don't go and tap that money machine, your competitor will. So everyone starts clamoring for the ring of power. So it all comes back to finance, and I'll leave it at that.
Well, I spoke this morning, and I'm speaking again tomorrow morning, and it's getting late, and I think that not only do we have meeting fatigue, we have COVID fatigue, and I certainly do. And so my thinking now is, moving forward, we've renamed this meeting the International Crisis Summit because COVID isn't the only crisis. That the WHO, the treaty and the agreements are the next crisis that is being inflicted on us. And it's like, all right, we just got enough energy now to start dealing with COVID and its after effects and continuing effects. And wait a minute, that's already out of our reference rate because now we got to deal with the WHO. It's coming at us faster than we're actually able to deal with and get through. And I don't want to leave COVID behind because of all the damage that was done to us. But there's still a couple general things that have been bothering me throughout the pandemic that I've railed about. I've railed about the use of plausibility rather than science. That's deluded everybody into thinking that what they've heard was science when it wasn't. And of late, the bioweapons industry that's been largely controlling its the fruit of its failure in the release of this bioweapon, the virus, that was then covered up, and the vaccine hastily, crudely made as a commercially viable, remunerative product of very bad performance, and that because of its use as a cover-up, it becomes anything bad that happens is collateral damage, and it's a military issue. That's why it's a countermeasure, not a vaccine. We're barely coping with that level of control over us. And what's bothered me about this, almost from the beginning of the pandemic, is that in our Constitution, as profound of a document as it is, and the Bill of Rights, everything about it, it's silent on public health and pandemics. And our founding ancestors of the Constitution and the Federalist Papers and so on were quite well aware of pandemics because they had smallpox episodes every 3 or 5 years. There was another major smallpox epidemic that took out thousands of people. And yet they were silent. They'd never said that the rights in the Constitution were abrogated in any way during a pandemic. They never said that people had to quarantine. They never said anything about it. And that bothers me because that left open a gigantic loophole that they took for granted that the rules of the Constitution were permanent. At the same time, by taking that for granted, they never told us that they were permanent, and now they've been taken from us. And so my problem is trying to figure out how to reconcile a discipline of public health that I've been part of for my 40 years of career, where there is a rationale for having populations do behaviors that promote general good, that at the same time violate individual liberties and freedoms if taken to extreme. And this is a social conversation we've never had. In all of public health, I certainly never had it. Certainly never had any classes in my education, and never saw any in my schools of public health that I taught in. It's a social conversation that we've never dealt with as to what degree we assent to those temporary relaxations of our freedoms in order for a public good, or not. But whether we do that or not, it's not. There's no guidelines. It's an open discussion, and we've never had that discussion. And now, of course, the whole thing is so tainted that we can't have that discussion, at least not for the next decade or two, until this is all history, and somehow our children and grandchildren have survived this. So thank you for all your attention. It's been an amazing conference. I love you all, and please come back next year, or next month, whenever it is.
I'm going to disagree a little bit with some of the speakers. The term false narrative and the term fake news are new, but they shouldn't be. I think we've been living in fake news all our lives, and when you look back, we can say, what about, remember the Maine, the Spanish-American War? Everyone was propagandized. The Tonkin Gulf incident, Pearl Harbor, the anthrax letters, basically all were false flags or grossly misrepresented to lead to a desired outcome. And I think it's really important for all of us to start talking about that we're living in a soup of fake information, and we don't know what the truth is about almost anything, including science and medicine. And that, in fact, this has been going on, as I said, for a long time, and we've been miseducating our children for a long time at the elementary and even college level. And we maintained a pretty good charade until the fall of the Soviet Union, and then the charade started to drop away, and now it's all gone. But without freedom of information, you cannot have a free society. As Philippe said, judges cannot make good decisions if they don't know what the facts are, right? We can't make good decisions in our lives, just like we did with the pandemic, if we don't know what the true facts are. So we have not been living in a democracy or a free society during my entire 72 years. Now, thank you. I want to remind you that in September of 2019, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation invested $50 or $55 million in BioNTech, which had never brought a product to market. And that in October of 2019, the French Ministry of Health started the process to make hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine drugs that would require a prescription. Before that, they were over the counter, and by January, they completed the process of 2020, supposedly before anyone knew that hydroxychloroquine was effective for COVID, since the Chinese didn't tell us that until February of 2020. However, I was going to show some slides and show that the CDC actually studied chloroquine against SARS-1 and showed in 2005 it worked in tissue culture. So did the Belgians in 2004. So did the Dutch in 2014, show that chloroquine drugs were, and several others worked against SARS and MERS, I believe, if I'm remembering that paper right. And then in 2014, in the same issue of a journal, the NIH, NIAID, and mostly the people who work in Fort Detrick, because much of Fort Detrick got sort of transferred to the NIH, showed that 66 different drugs, that's 66, right? That's more than 6 drugs, killed SARS-1 or MERS in tissue culture, and were likely, 2014, were published, and then they hid all this. So, okay. My colleague Reggie Littlejohn said we're in a war and nobody knows it. I think that's correct. I called it a soft coup last year. I think the powers that be, the globalists, would like to not fire any shots, and they've created a lot of legal mechanisms to try to gain control of the resources of the world and the people, using various legal and mechanistic and administrative state strategies. And they've been very successful at taking over the key people in government in essentially all of our so-called Western democracies. But it's a small number of globalists, and it's a small number of apparatchiks. I want to talk about China. I have a different perspective on China than most people here. I want to remind everybody that China was a very poor nation until a particular guy went over to China. Who was he? Henry Kissinger, the #1 globalist apparatchik in the world, probably, and David Rockefeller's guy. And our investments and our willingness to trade with China is what made China wealthy. And I personally don't know who's running China. Maybe they are. Maybe the globalists are. It's not clear. Yes, they're an enemy. We have a lot of enemies, but we brought China to its place today. I remember seeing a photo of one of David Rockefeller's sisters with Mao before China opened up in the 70s. All right, so the WHO is our immediate problem because of these 2 documents that are supposed to come up for a vote, except they tend not to vote. They use some other phony procedure. And the UN is a fallback. So the UN has published in the last year 12 brochures called Our Common Agenda of how they want to change the world. And they want to do a lot of things to change the world. And I was hoping to show you some slides on that. Look it up. Go to the UN website. They want to change the financial system, the education system. They want it. The Secretary General has already asked the UN General Assembly to give him the power to basically declare, they're creating the architecture for this now, to call global shocks and take over managing global shocks. And he listed 7 things that could be global shocks, including black swan events. So the UN's looking for similar powers as the Director General of the WHO, presumably in case the WHO doesn't get them. Now, while the WHO I think the WHO was set up by 1948 for this purpose. I mean, if you look at the lack of accountability, that you can't take the WHO to court, that all its employees have diplomatic immunity, and other things. It was given a broad brush, and its procedures were made undemocratic deliberately. But I think also that they have never bothered to follow their own rules, their own constitution, the rules of the international health regulations, etc. So there's a lot of things to legally challenge, but there's no court to take them to. But in the parliaments or in the Congress, we can raise these issues, that they don't follow their own rules. They are unaccountable. They are acting essentially illegally. Why should we follow their laws and rules? We can be just as illegal as they can. How do we do that? By making a lot of noise, okay? Nothing in those two documents is good for humankind, nothing. We just have to talk about what's in those documents, and then Tedros's lies will fade away, and so will he probably, because he'll be shown to be a faker and a liar. How do you do that? Well, the EU has a lot of elections coming up in June, and in the near future, so even before the WHO. This needs to be an election issue. We need to put this in front of all candidates. And in the US too, even though our elections are in November. You need to make government officials embarrassed, okay? They don't have elections usually. They have not had elections, I don't mean elections, votes, for the amendments to the international health regulations in the past. They had a bogus, what they called a consensus procedure, and the last time it was only done in a subcommittee and it wasn't a real consensus. We demand that they actually vote and that they press the button on their desk so we know how each representative voted. I don't think they want to be seen as giving up their nation's sovereignty. By the way, treason is a capital offense. I think also at the end of the day, we have to refuse to comply. There's 8 billion people on the planet, and there may be 8,000, no more than 8 million of them. So we're 1,000 to 1 million to 1. They can't control us if we don't let them. They have control of all the electronics. They've probably been recording every phone conversation for over 20 years, for example. It's gotten more and more sophisticated, but we can put down our phones and our electronics and start talking to each other. There are ways of dealing with this if we make a lot of noise. Now, my organization, Door to Freedom, we're going here we've done this European thing and tried to wake people up in Europe, and we've had some successes. We've had nations challenge the WHO, say you didn't have a vote, this goes against our Constitution. Here in the US, we have to do it at the state level. We're not going to succeed at the federal level because the Dems control the Senate. But we can succeed at the state level. A majority of states have Republican leadership and legislatures, and we can make a stink. And every American in this room should be calling their attorney general, their governor, and members of the legislature to say this is bogus. We have a 10th Amendment, which has been mentioned before. In the Constitution of the U.S., the states actually, the ability to govern healthcare reverts to the states. The federal government does not legally have authority to govern healthcare, and it's been an issue every time when Medicare, Medicaid, and Obamacare came in. This was a recurrent controversy. So we need the governors and or the attorney generals to say, no, we are not giving you our citizens so that you can govern their health and tell us what to do. We're keeping that authority right here in our state. Thank you very much. This is doable. We need your help. Contact me. My email address is merylnass@gmail.com. No punctuation. Let me know if you know somebody important in your state or you have friends who are willing to contact them. We want to do a big push. I've just doubled the size of my team, and we're going to win this. Thank you very much.
Absolutely add one comment. So Diane, who had the mic? It's up here. So we're almost through this session, and this is going to be the last because we have dinner coming up. Diane asked to make one more comment about the WHO.
I just want to point out, in case this is not part of the discussion, and I just don't know what is because I haven't had the privilege of hearing it yet. the UN, now the World Health Organization is part of the UN systems, okay? This might address one of the questions earlier about what we can do legally. Two things to tell you. One, the USAID, it's a federal agency, their investigators just spent a lot of time having a success investigating UN staff who have been raping and torturing girls. There are 1,700 complaints, most of them in the DRC. The success that they had, and this is with the might of the US federal government, they were able to find 5 people, for sure, absolutely, and these, I mean, keep in mind, the witnesses are terrified, but they were able to find, well, they found more than 5 guilty. They've been able to debar 5. What that means that those individuals cannot receive US grants. That's it. So I wouldn't get your hopes up on the litigation. Secondly, I just want to let you know that, when I spoke about EcoHealth Alliance on Friday, one thing, this goes to the information warfare, is that EcoHealth Alliance operates its own journal, peer-reviewed journal. Not only do US grants pay for that, the United States government is also a subscriber. So if you want to know who's controlling the information, I can lead you through it. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Dick.
Thank you.
By the way, Diane's a geek. But she does know, she really knows her topic. Thank you. With that, I thank you all. It's been really over the span of 4 or 5 days now that we've been convening. If I had gold medals to give all of you for sustainability, I would do so. And thank you from the bottom of my heart, and particularly I thank Lily and Rob and Tony. And you should know, both donors have asked to be anonymous, but part of what's made this possible, there's been some financial contributions from Tony and Lily, and some from the Malone Institute, and some from small donors from all over the world. But there's also 2 large donors. One contributed $10,000 and one contributed $25,000 to help make it possible for people to travel and participate in this. And I just want to kind of acknowledge them in absentia, even though they don't want to be named. So thanks for that. There is an upcoming conference anticipated, Make Europe Great Again. We'll be returning back to Romania fairly soon, shortly after the CPAC Hungary. So stay tuned for that. And I hear rumors of a return for ICS to Rome, to Greece, to where else? Suddenly there seems to be a momentum building. Latin America, okay. I guess thanks to all of you that have participated, contributed, given up your time, your energy, and what would Javier Milei say? Something about, God damn it, liberty will win, or something like that, I think. We have some European political parties that are far-right extremists, actual centrists trying to preserve the freedom and integrity and autonomy and sovereignty of their own nation states. And I personally, and I think all of us, wish them the best of luck in the upcoming elections in the European Parliament and in their own nation states. So with that, let's adjourn until we meet again.